Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Is it finally going to shut down? We've waited 12 years and it's finally here. At this moment, Momonga, sitting on the throne, looked at his best friend Leffen, who was floating in midair and waiting for the server to shut down, and expressed his surprise. Did he speak? It seems so. The game is about to shut down. But Albedo's character design is truly disgusting. The Jade Record is truly a master of setting up characters. How could such a beautiful woman be a S***T? Oh right, since the server's going to shut down anyway, let's make some changes, like making it my favorite Leffen. Momonga smiled as she modified the data, unbeknownst to Lefan. 5 seconds left, haha. I've spent all my money playing this game over the years and I can finally achieve immortality. No, I have to hold on, there are still many things to do after achieving immortality. Momonga heard Lefan's voice again and remembered all the effort Lefan had put into this game over the years. He basically dedicated his entire life to this game, and now that it's shut down, he'll have nothing left. To prevent Lefan from committing suicide, Momonga had to comfort Leffen, but then Momonga thought about how she herself had also given everything to this game. No, as a close friend, I should try to dissuade Lefan. Lefan, don't be too sad, let's have a drink together later. Lefan, who was suspended in midair, smiled and said, Okay, Momonga, don't you know it's already midnight, we've already time traveled, but don't panic, your big brother's got your back. Upon hearing Lefan's words, Momonga subconsciously glanced at the system time again. Had the time she had been daydreaming about already past midnight? The game hasn't shut down. Why didn't Lefan say anything? Can I hear his inner thoughts? Momonga asked excitedly. Leffen, what's going on? It's already midnight, why are we still in the game? It seems Momonga isn't stupid after all, she noticed. I'll tell you, we've already transmigrated to another world. No, this world is still very dangerous with all sorts of true dragon kings existing. I need to play it safe first, I can't be reckless. What's going on? The control panel is gone and I can't exit the game. Momonga, can you help me? Hearing Lefan's voice, Momonga was stunned for a moment. Damn, Lefan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. We've been best friends for 12 years. But now that I can hear your thoughts, I'm not going to tell you. Momonga forced himself to calm down, but because he was a skeleton, nothing could be seen from his appearance. Looking at the system, there was indeed no button to exit the game, and the guardians in front of him were actually looking at him with expressions. Momonga was stunned again. How could this be? At this moment, Albedo stared intently at the man suspended in midair. His race was the Blood Rulers, so it takes on a human form and is at the pinnacle of beauty. It belongs to a special profession and is also the weakest special profession in Yggdrasil. The so-called special professions are the strongest professions, powerful characters such as World Calamity, Ruler of Death and Ruler of Blood. As for the World Championship, it's a dual career that can be inherited. This is why a World Champion's player attributes can be twice that of a top player, because they possess the attributes of two special classes. In a one-on-one fight, only the World Champion can defeat the World Champion. It's obvious that Lefan is the world champion, and of course he also paired up with the weakest special class, Blood Ruler, because a lot of content in the game Yggdrasil is restricted. For example, color-related actions and bloody scenes are not allowed. Therefore, there is no blood in the game. The effect of the Blood Ruler class is that it can control all the blood in the world and live forever wherever there is blood. But here's the problem. There's no blood in the game, so this ability that sounds most overpowered actually becomes the weakest. Compared to the various overpowered abilities of the Death Ruler of Momonga, the Blood Ruler is simply a weakling in the game, but Lefan still chose this profession. Why? Because he knew he would travel to the real world where all life forms would have flesh and blood. Once he obtained this ability, he could become immortal. However, in order to ensure that he would not be tortured in the early stages of the game, Lefan's goal in the early stages was to become the world champion. In order to become the world champion, he constantly trained his real body and spent money to strengthen his character. Finally, his hard work paid off and he won the world champion title, and they stole the most powerful world artifact, the world will. This is one of the 20 items. Normally, all 20 items would disappear after being used once, but the will of this world is different. It becomes stronger as the user uses it. Simply put, as long as it is in the equipment state, it can be used indefinitely. However, the game eventually has to be logged off, and once logged off, the items in this world will disappear. LeFan also relied on this item to stay online for 2 days without logging off, which is how he won the World Championship. Then the prop disappeared, and it took LeFan another year to retrieve it. He didn't use the item from this world after that, but instead stored it in his backpack, waiting to equip it after he traveled through time. The game's control panel, shop, and skill panel have all disappeared, but the equipment bar, attribute bar, and other screens are still there. Fortunately, the equipment slot was still there, so LeFan equipped the world's will directly. In an instant, his attack power dropped significantly. That makes sense when you think about it. The Heavenly Music Sword, one of the world's strongest weapons, has had its attack power increased by 2,000 points. Although the will of this world can grow infinitely, its initial attack power is definitely the lowest, only 1. Moreover, it has no critical hit effect, hit rate, or attribute effects. It only has one effect that infinitely increases attack power, but this effect was already incredible enough, and LeFan was extremely excited. Damn it, this world is too weak. The world's will can only increase attack power by 2 points a day. If this were the game world, it would be 60 points of attack power per hour. That would be 1440 attack power per day. Oh well, this is the real world after all. I'll just have to survive. Momonga looked at the incredibly handsome man floating in midair and exclaimed, "Damn bro, you were prepared all along. No wonder they keep making me spend money on in-game purchases, buying weird stuff, and giving me the weakest skills to choose from." "So you knew you were going to time travel, why didn't you tell me?" "No, even if you told me, I probably wouldn't believe it since it's too fantastical. But because of LeFan, I seem to have learned a lot of bugged skills. For example, the Blue Demon's super tier magic is the most special super tier magic, requiring the qualification of 5 super tier magic spells to learn. Normally, a level 100 player can learn 30 super tier spells, but this Blue Demon's super tier magic is different. It requires the resources of 5 super tier magic spells. In other words, someone who learns this super tier spell will have 4 fewer super tier spells than a regular player. Furthermore, the infinite mana stacking of this super ranked spell has a drawback. It will automatically reset to 0 when the game ends. However, this skill is extremely overpowered. As long as you don't log off, you can infinitely increase your mana through a large number of kills. No, if what LeFan said is true, then this is the real world. How could I bring myself to do it? Momonga fell silent again. He didn't know what to do. At this moment, LeFan slowly descended, saying, "Momonga, from now on, we brothers will rely on each other." "How can I get Momonga to use that skill?" "Never mind, there's plenty of time. We'll talk about it later." That skill, Momonga suddenly realized that 10 days ago, LeFan had found him one of the 20 items, the Yin-Yang 2 elements, and used it on himself. This is a special item that can only be used by the Death Ruler or Life Ruler professions. Once used, the Death Ruler can be transformed into the Life Ruler. Moreover, it possesses all the skills and effects of the Ruler of Death, but the attributes do not stack, because the official setting is that only world champions can stack attributes. Even without stacking attributes, the combination of various skills and card antibodies allows Momonga to overcome all its weaknesses. However, Momonga had no intention of becoming the ruler of life. If the ruler of death is the most terrifying thing in the world, then the ruler of life is the most beautiful thing in the world. She would definitely be more beautiful than Leffen, the ruler of blood, but the thought of becoming a woman sent a chill down Momonga's spine. "This is the real world. I never expected that you would betray me like this when I treated you like a brother. HMPH, I'd rather die than use it. Let's see what you can do about it." "Yes, from now on we brothers will be together." Momonga deliberately emphasized the word brother. What's wrong with Momonga? Is he considering whether to transform? "As expected of my best friend, my good brother, he's so understanding." "Go ahead and transform, I don't mind." Momonga became even angrier upon hearing this. "Lafan, we've been transported to this world, what are we going to do next? Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. You're the union leader, so you're in charge of the union, I'll just be a bystander." As Lafan spoke, he raised his hand and took out a can of beer and a bag of peanuts, gesturing for Momonga to begin her performance. Momonga was furious when he saw Lafan drinking nonchalantly beside him. But he was still the union leader, and with so many eyes watching him, he couldn't afford to lose his temper. "Gentlemen, do you know who we are?" Upon hearing Momonga's question, everyone was so frightened that they immediately knelt down. "You too are the supreme and unparalleled Lord Momonga and Lord Lefin." Momonga sighed as she watched everyone's performance. It was indeed different from the game, their words and actions were so vivid. Momonga tentatively asked again, "Get up. Then you'll listen to what I say, right?" The incomparably beautiful Albedo bowed her head and said, "I swear to obey." Momonga noticed that Albedo kept glancing at Lafan. "Wait, if Lafan and Albedo fell in love, wouldn't he forget about me? I only want to be his brother, not his wife." "Yes, that's what we'll do." "Sebastian," the white-haired middle-aged man looked at Momonga expectantly. "Yes, Lord Momonga." Momonga quickly got into character and said, "Go check if there have been any changes in the area outside the Great Tomb of Nazareth." As expected of Momonga, even after transmigrating, he's still as steady as a rock. "He's truly my good brother." "As steady as a rock? Bro, is that how you see me?" Momonga ignored Lafan's orders to the battle-made squad to guard the 9th floor, and then had Albedo summon all the guardians except for the 4th and 8th floors to gather on the 6th floor. Albedo glanced at Lafan every few seconds, which made Lafan's scalp tingle as he looked at Momonga. Seeing that everyone had left, he hovered down. "Brother Momonga, did you do something to Albedo?" Seeing this, Momonga coldly replied, "Sorry, I didn't mean to either, but the albedo is a B****ch setting was just too much. I figured it was the last few minutes anyway, so I changed it to my favorite is Lefin." Momonga is really something, actually assigning albedo to me. "No, albedo is quite cunning. I shouldn't have a wife like that, but it would be unfair to my guildmates if I just played around with her." Lafan could only pat Momonga on the shoulder helplessly. "Brother, we created them with our own hands and watched them come into being. I can't bring myself to do it." Momonga thought to himself, "I don't believe you for a second, you bad brother. How could you do this to me? I knew you weren't up to any good and used those 20 items on me." Fortunately, Momonga is a skeleton and has no facial expression, so no one can tell. "Let's go, brother, let's test our magic on the 6th floor." Lafan smiled and nodded, saying, "Sure, magic is my favorite thing." Upon hearing this, Momonga retorted again, "You're a world champion, a true warrior yet obsessed with magic. Does every warrior harbor a magical dream? No, I'm a magician, but I also dream of being a warrior. Maybe that's just the romance of men. By the way, I absolutely must keep Lafan by my side. He definitely knows more about this world. Plus, I can hear his innermost thoughts which he doesn't even know. I can use his tricks against him to avoid being scammed." Momonga and Lefin have been best friends for over a decade, so naturally they wouldn't hurt each other. But once the brothers get to know each other well, they'll inevitably try to trick each other a little. Momonga certainly didn't miss out on tricking Lafan. Now that they can hear Lafan's inner thoughts, it's even less likely that they'll let Lafan go. The two quickly arrived at the huge fighting arena on the 6th floor. Sensing their arrival, the guardian of the 6th floor quickly appeared. A blonde, dark elf dressed in a white butler's uniform leaped down from a distance and said with a smile, "Welcome, Lord Momonga, Lord Lefin, welcome to the level we protect." Looking at the cross-dressing lowly in front of him, Lafan thought to himself, "A legally married 70-year-old lowly, I think she and Momonga would be a perfect match." Momonga was furious. Match you Maya ***, so you're already trying to screw over your brothers. I don't know if this other world has laws, but if it does, I'll definitely be arrested and jailed. This is outrageous." But Momonga maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Aura, I'm sorry to have disturbed your rest." Upon hearing this, Aura quickly retorted, "How could that be? The arrival of Lord Momonga and Lord Lefin is the greatest happiness for us guardians. How could we possibly disturb them?" Then Aura looked back and said, "Mare, get down here. Do you want the two supreme lords to wait for you?" Then a cute little boy dressed in women's clothing jumped down with a magic wand, looking so pitiful that you wanted to protect him. Unfortunately, he was a cross-dressing boy. Then, just like in the original story, Momonga introduced the guild weapons he possessed and then expressed his intention to test them. Momonga summoned the root fire spirit. Too bad it's too weak. Why not summon an undead monster? It's clearly the ruler of death. I get it, is this showing off in front of kids? I'll get one too. Momonga was speechless when he heard Lefan's words again. I was just testing the guild scepter. What do you mean by showing off in front of a child? Lefan also raised his hand, shouting, "Root Wind Spirit." Then a wind sprite appeared in midair, 5 levels lower than Momonga's level 80. After all, Lefan doesn't have the support of guild weapons, and since his weapon is equipped with the world will, he can't equip other weapons. But I've already shown off my skills. After all, I am a warrior. A warrior summons a wind spirit with a wave of his hand. What more do you want? The world champion is a warrior, while the blood ruler is a versatile class. This is also the official proposed class for the blood ruler. However, many players are not buying it. The strongest aspect of this game is the special skill of the ultimate class. What's the use of a character with all classes but no ultimate skill? That's why Lefan is the man who possesses all classes. Next, we will fuse Momonga's fire and wind spirits to create the level 95 epic boss, the Wind and Fire Giant. Momonga heard Lefan's inner thoughts and immediately complained. A fusion of wind and fire spirits? No, even a guardian would have a hard time dealing with such a fusion. This scoundrel is definitely trying to scam us. I can't let him take control, otherwise he might hurt the child because he doesn't know his own strength. Momonga immediately activated his magic, Triple Magic Elemental Fusion. Seeing that Momonga had beaten him to it, Lefan waved his hand reluctantly. Fine, fine, you can play if you want. Momonga chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. You be ****D trying to trick me, I'll let you trick me. Watching the two root spirits combine, they instantly evolved from an 80th level epic monster into a 95th level boss monster. Both Mare and Aura were stunned. Was this the supreme being? They can create beings as powerful as themselves with the mere flick of their wrists. Just how strong are they really? Looking at the 15-meter-tall wind and fire general, Lefan exclaimed, "Elemental fusion is indeed the most overpowered, but it consumes a lot of mana." Fortunately, I spent the whole day grinding monsters with Momonga without logging off, so I have enough mana and health. Upon hearing this, Momonga sighed again. No wonder Lefan was acting so crazy today, insisting on dragging him to grind monsters. Furthermore, he had prepared over 70 teleportation scrolls in advance to gather enormous monsters. If he hadn't said he'd push the data to its absolute limit before the servers shut down so he could at least do justice to his account. Momonga wouldn't do such crazy things with him. But it was precisely because of this crazy thing that Momonga's MP reached an incredible number. Momonga's MP was originally the highest in the game at 1980 points, but now it has reached 58,971 points. In order to reach this 58,971 MP, Momonga consumed a terrifying amount of in-game currency, since there are no mana potions in this world, so he can only use in-game currency to farm monsters. With a terrifying 58,971 MP, Momonga is truly doing whatever he wants. Keep in mind that a normal level 10 spell only consumes 100 MP. However, fusing with a Guardian-level monster consumes a whopping 5,000 MP. Before using mana potions, Momonga only had 1980 MP, which was not enough to complete the spell. This is one of the bizarre skills that Lefan made Momonga learn. Anyway, they are all skills with extremely high ceilings and extremely low floors. You say elemental fusion is a powerful 10th tier magic, but it's not that powerful because it consumes too much mana and the results aren't great. Is it true that consuming 5,000 MP is only to create a level 95 boss? Even top-tier players with 1,000 MP can defeat such a boss, and the Guardians, when fully armed, can reach the level of top-tier players. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to fuse such a monster, but because the game was about to shut down, no one was farming monsters. There were plenty of wild monsters to farm, and after farming for more than 10 hours and throwing out all sorts of pay-to-win items without holding a grudge, such an achievement was naturally possible. However, Momonga cannot let his guard down. After all, Lafan has farmed more than him. Lafan looked at Momonga's boasting with some complaints but was also satisfied when he looked at the scene in his mind. In fact, he hadn't just been online for 12 hours, he hadn't logged off for 20 hours and his MP had reached a staggering 230,000. Furthermore, he is a world champion and possesses twice the attributes of a top-tier player because he has two professions. A top-tier player at level 100 without any equipment has the following single attributes: attack power up to 1000, defense power up to 500 and speed up to 500. The original work didn't provide much detail, only stating that a world champion can simultaneously fight multiple top-tier players. It's certain that these attributes surpass those of ordinary players, so I added this effect. Please be gentle with your criticism if you don't like it, thank you. Because of the game's rules, each player can only maximize a single attribute. No matter how hard they try, other attributes are less effective. The world champion is a bug, he has two single attributes. For example, this guy Tapshimi has a base attack power of 2000. He put all his attributes into attack power. Lafan is different, he prefers to put all his attributes into speed, believing that speed is the only way to break through all martial arts. Isn't Momonga trying to show off in front of these siblings? Hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for? Momonga heard Lafan's inner thoughts again and thought to himself, this is really exciting. So Lafan is going to merge with me and fight the wind and fire giant general one-on-one? You want me to fight one-on-one? You're dreaming. Seeing the terrifying wind and fire general, Aura became interested. Lord Momonga, please let me challenge him. Momonga's skeletal face remained cold yet full of concern as she said, you and your siblings are together, be careful. All right, Marie, don't let us down. I understand, sister. Then the fire giants went berserk. The huge flames, amplified by the whirlwind, became even more ferocious. The wind in the entire arena was instantly gathered by the fire giants, and then the flames burned the entire arena. Lafan hovered beside Momonga. Good heavens, they're scrambling to fuse just to test them. Momonga looked at Lafan and complained, everyone knows you're the best in the world, what's the point of testing you? That's true. I'm actually more curious about the fusion of a level 95 Death God and a level 95 Archangel. I need to find a way to get Momonga to use that skill. Momonga listened to Lafan's inner thoughts and cursed inwardly. No, I have to find a way to make Lafan change his mind. I don't want to be a woman. Even if I am nonsense now, at least I am a man. Sigh, being invincible is so lonely. Let's have a drink together later, the alcohol tastes better now. As he spoke, Lafan picked up another bottle of beer and chugged it down. Momonga was taken aback for a moment when she saw this. Give me a bottle. Lafan nodded, took out a bottle of wine and handed it to Momonga. Meanwhile, a girl dressed as a boy and a boy dressed as a girl were fighting a life-or-death battle against a 15-meter-tall monster, and huge lava craters were blasted into the entire fighting arena. These two old dogs were actually drinking and watching the show. Luckily, this isn't the real world or they would definitely be arrested. Oh, I forgot that the twins are over 70 years old. Never mind though, it took the twins a full half-hour to finish the fight and they even ended up with some injuries. Momonga gave them recovery medicine, water, and cared for them. They also have an exceptional fondness for Momonga. As for Lafan, he acted as if he were invisible throughout the entire process. After all, he used to be a cultivation fanatic in the guild and there was very little communication between them. According to the NPC's memories, all that is known is that Lafan is the strongest being and deeply loves Lord Momonga, and that's it. In fact, the NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazareth all retain the memories of the game over the years, so they also know what kind of people each supreme being is. They also know that Momonga and Lord Lefin are the best of friends and the only two supreme beings left in the Great Tomb, so the NPCs all like them. Even though Lafan doesn't pay much attention to the NPCs, they don't mind. As for Momonga, he often orders the NPCs around and manages the entire Great Tomb. Basically, all the NPCs have feelings for Momonga. This is why the NPCs in the original work are so loyal to Momonga. If it were Lefan, these NPCs would not betray him, but they would definitely not have the same attitude towards Momonga. Luckily, Lefan didn't know what the NPCs were thinking, otherwise he would have crushed them in no time. At that moment, the space turned purple, and a silver-haired, red-eyed Lolita dressed in a deep red Lolita outfit slowly walked in, holding a fan, and finally said something like, "I didn't expect to be the first one to arrive." But the next second, the Loli who was set to be various colors suddenly rushed over and hugged Momonga tightly. "Ah, my beloved, my most respected master." Momonga was also completely bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't Shaltir the true ancestor of vampires? That should be the subordinate of the Blood Ruler. They should be looking for Lefan, not themselves, the ruler of death. "I'm sorry, Momonga, I secretly changed Shaltir's settings, my beloved Momonga." Momonga was at a loss when she heard Lefan's words. That damned Lefan, he secretly changed the settings so as not to bother Shaltir? No, you can't do this to people, so that's how it is. No wonder he wasn't angry when I changed Albedo's information. It turns out he started it. No, I can't get angry, otherwise it will be bad if he finds out I can hear his thoughts. I have to pretend I don't know anything about this. Momonga looked at Shaltir, who was clinging to his skull, and said coldly, "Shaltir, that's enough." "Yes, my beloved Lord Momonga." Shaltir released Momonga with a happy expression, and then Aura started complaining and the two of them started arguing again. Then the space blurred again and a giant insected figure slowly walked towards them. When it saw Shaltir and Aura arguing endlessly, it shouted, "Too noisy, you can't play around like this in front of the Supreme One." Lefan was still floating in midair drinking beer as if he had an endless supply of beer. As a die-hard player, he sold his house and car in those 5 days, took out every loan he could get and bought all the equipment and resources of players who had quit the game. Since the server is about to shut down, everything is basically sold at rock-bottom prices. All kinds of world items and rare items can be found in Lefan's inventory. Even the backpack expansion stones cost tens of thousands of yuan in the past few days. Lefan's inventory slots reached 50,000, which means that Lefan alone controlled 70% of the game's high-end resources. The insectoid Cositus looked expectantly at Lefan, who was floating next to Lord Momonga, wearing black armor and drinking beer. Because the person in front of him, Lefan, is the strongest in the world. Even his creator, Take Mikazuchi, worships him and even became his apprentice, learning many skills from him. He was considered his parents' mentor, so Cositus had a special feeling for Lefan. As martial artists, they all had an obsession with the word strongest. Now that the strongest opponent is right in front of him, how could Cositus not be excited? Momonga noticed Cositus's unusual behavior but ignored it because the space blurred again and a tall, thin man wearing glasses and a suit slowly walked over. "This is Demiurge, the guardian of the 7th floor. At this moment, Demiurge looked at Momonga and the legendary strongest Supreme Lefan and was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. Aside from Albedo, no one else has the chance to see Lefan as an NPC. After all, Lefan's activities were either within the 9 worlds or in front of Momonga, while Momonga was basically at the throne arranging a lot of things for Albedo. Sebastian could occasionally see Lefan, but only occasionally. After all, Sebastian was just a steward, and apart from the occasional time he was in charge of the internal affairs of the Great Tomb, he basically never had the chance to come to the throne. After all, they were all NPCs before, without emotions or flesh and blood, just a simple program. Naturally, one must safeguard one's position. Therefore, Demiurge was extremely excited when he met the legendary Supreme Being. Albedo then arrived, and with everyone present, they all knelt on one knee under Albedo's guidance. Momonga is about to show off, but can they withstand this level of despairing spiritual energy? Upon hearing this, Momonga wondered to himself, why use the despair aura? By the way, the guards in front of us are all living, breathing people, so they might betray us. So we need to let them know our strength. As expected of my best friend, he is so smart. Suddenly, Momonga's body erupted with despairing spiritual energy. Nearly 60,000 units of magic power erupted, along with terrifying, despairing spiritual energy, instantly enveloping the entire sixth level of the Great Tomb. All the guardians present were overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of despair, unable to breathe. Meanwhile, the monsters on the periphery were immediately knocked unconscious. Magical skills all have levels, but the levels and ranks mentioned here are different. The same 10th tier magic can be used by some players to kill even epic monsters, while others can instantly kill epic bosses. Momonga, as a support skill, is his main skill, Despair Aura, which has 5 levels of usage. The order is Fear, Panic, Chaos, Madness, and Instant Death. You can switch freely between them, but this doesn't mean that the Despair Aura is only LV5. A spell has 5 states of use. That's the spell's inherent mechanism, not its level. Despair Aura is one of Momonga's most proficient spells, and naturally it is also one of the few spells that he has cultivated to the peak of LV10. Any magic, once it reaches its peak, becomes linked to magical power. For example, the strongest mage class, World Calamity, serves as a reference. The original work states that magical power equals a mage's combat strength, so some settings have been added based on the original text. Is that alright, dear readers? Their skill is to consume magic power to unleash terrifying magical attacks. Therefore, the LV10 Despair Aura is also linked to magic power, although it only has a 2% magic power stacking effect. But who is Momonga? A magic power of nearly 58,000 stacked at 2% is absolutely terrifying. Momonga's battle was swift and decisive, just as arranged in the original story, but this time no one dared to voice any objections. Because they are under so much pressure that they can't even breathe, how can they bring it up? With the disappearance of Momonga and Leffen, the guards finally came to their senses. Mare sat down on the ground, greedily inhaling the air, looking like he was about to cry. It's so scary, I feel like I'm going to be torn to pieces. Ah, I can't take it anymore. Is this my beloved? It's so powerful. Is this the strength of the supreme beings? Shaltir also sat down on the ground, and everyone who saw the strange water on the ground took a few steps back. Because Albedo had been modified by Momonga, she wasn't interested in Momonga and instead said, "Yes, how strong must Leffen, who is hailed as the strongest and supreme, be?" Demiurge adjusted his glasses with a trembling left hand and said excitedly, "Then, as the Supremes have instructed, we should proceed." Cocytus waved his hands and feet incessantly. "Ha ha ha, this is the power of the supreme beings. In their eyes, we are nothing but ants that can be crushed at will. No wonder the other supreme beings want to leave us. We must do our best to keep the last 2 supreme beings here." Aura, yes, we absolutely cannot let Supreme Momonga and Supreme Leffen leave, otherwise our existence will be meaningless. Mare, get up and get to work. As Aura spoke, she pulled Mare up. Malay said with a helpless expression, "Ah, I understand, sister." Back on the 10th floor, Momonga said, "Brother, let's have a drink." Leffen nodded, casually tossed out 5 or 6 beers, then a stack of peanuts. "Come on, let's drink until we drop." Momonga was speechless upon seeing this. "So much, people will die from drinking it." "Is that a lot? With our current strength, it would be difficult to get drunk without that much. But I'm just a skeleton, can I get drunk?" "Hee hee, Momonga, you finally fell for it." Upon hearing Leffen's inner thoughts, Momonga immediately cursed inwardly, "Oh no. I've been tricked." Seeing this, Momonga quickly said before Leffen could speak, This is another world. We're not here to relax. We have a lot of things to deal with. Let's drink less first." Upon hearing this, Leffen thought to himself, "No problem, this is the Momonga I know, as steady as a rock. Oh well, there's plenty of time in the future, you can't hide forever." Momonga heard Leffen's inner voice again and roared in his heart, "Brother, I treated you like a brother, but you treated me like a wife. Please have some decency." Momonga was overthinking it. Leffen didn't treat him like a wife. She just wanted him to regain his human emotions and enjoy the pleasures of life, not to be a cold, lifeless skeleton like he is now. Who would want to see their brother suffer like this? It's a pity that Ainz Ooal Gown didn't listen to Leffen, otherwise he would have become a humanoid race a month ago. Therefore, Leffen had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, at least to make Ainz Ooal Gown act like a human being with emotions and desires. Instead of the current situation where we only have feelings for the union members and are indifferent to everything else like lifeless objects. That's strange, it's clearly a skeleton, so where did all the alcohol go? Hearing LaFan's thoughts again, Momonga felt sad. Fortunately, now that the skeleton is not drunk and has the skill to force sober up, no negative effects will occur. Come on, finish this one and there are 3 more to come. LaFan drank with great gusto. Such a martial arts-style shout would be impossible for a human to accomplish, but it's perfectly feasible to be the blood supreme now. It's almost over. With our current abilities, it's unlikely we'll get drunk. As he spoke, Momonga picked up the wine jug again and started drinking. LaFan looked at Momonga and nodded inwardly. It's about time to end this. I should go back to my room and see if the 3 bugs I created have been broken. If not, that's good. These 3 bugs are really embarrassing. I shouldn't have created them. I thought I could accept it, but seeing Albedo's eyes that looked like she wanted to devour me, I think I can't. Hearing LaFan's inner thoughts, Momonga roared inwardly again. Holy crap, you created 3 bugs in the room behind my back, and you didn't even tell me, and you still say I'm your best brother. LaFan had no idea what Momonga was thinking. He simply raised the wine pot and calmly said, "Come on, finish this cup and get some rest. Each of these wine jugs must weigh at least 3 gin, 5 kg, only these 2 can drink like this." If anyone else saw dozens of wine jugs on the ground, they would probably have a headache. Momonga knew he couldn't let LaFan sneak away like that, so he said, "I still have a lot of tests to do, can you come with me?" Is Momonga going to become the ruler of life? Does she want me to accompany her? Hearing LaFan's inner thoughts, Momonga immediately cowered. What the hell? I treated you like a brother and you want me to become a woman just because we disagree. You want to sleep with me just because we disagree? This guy is toxic. Forget it, I should be able to handle these small experiments. We're all tired today, let's go and rest. Seeing that LaFan didn't reply, Momonga spoke first, otherwise LaFan would have used his trump card and Momonga would have been very embarrassed. Hearing Momonga's words, LaFan nodded. Okay, if anything comes up, just use messaging. Momonga calmly watched LaFan leave and said, okay. At this time, Albedo and the others had a mission assigned by Momonga, so Albedo did not invade LaFan's room. After returning to his room, LaFan stroked his chin and said, I only watched the 2nd season of the anime before I was transported to another world. I don't really know anything about what happened after that, but I am certain that the slain theocracy and the Platinum Dragon King are threats to my existence. Even Shaltir can be controlled, so it must be a level 20 item, right? Therefore, I can't release these 3 bugs right now, otherwise they'll be compromised and I'll be in big trouble. LaFan raised his hand and opened the special space in his room. This was a special space he had created using world items. Inside, 3 sleeping figures floated motionless in midair. All 3 were extremely unusual and were far more beautiful than Albedo. After all, this is an NPC created using world items. If it weren't beautiful, that would be a miracle. The 3 are the God King of the God race, the Human King of the human race, and the Demon King of the demon race. The names are simple and straightforward and full of childish chunibyo, a Japanese term for someone with delusions of grandeur, and the 3 of them are all different types. For example, the God King is an unparalleled legal loli. The setting says that she is a beautiful blonde loli who has lived for 30,000 years and is the king of the gods and the creator of the world. Then there's the Demon King, who has also lived for 30,000 years. However, she is an extremely beautiful mature woman with a height of 185 meters and a perfect figure. She is the most mature woman among mature women, a demon of destruction and the ancestor of world destruction. The last being in girl form is the Human King, the eldest sister of the Demon King and the God King, the number 1 being in the world and possesses the strongest power in the world. Yes, LaFan is also a master of setting up characters. The God King, Demon King, and Human King are 3 sisters, and the God King and Demon King fight as soon as they meet. As for why they were fighting, it was because the Human King asked, should this world be created or destroyed? Then the 2 got heated. One said the aircraft model would create and reproduce while the other said it would be destroyed. Then the king said, "Whoever wins will receive my favor." Then the god king and the demon king became adversaries, disliking each other and constantly arguing whenever they met. However, they won't hurt each other, it's only the things around them that suffer, constantly being destroyed and then created. Of course, there's a hidden setting among these settings, which is what LaFan finds embarrassing. That is, the god king and the demon king don't actually like the human king. The reason they're so vying for the human king's affection is that's because the human king possesses the supreme love and care of the mortals. As long as you gain the love of the human king, you can gain the love of LaFan, the strongest and most invincible being who created you. The human king also has a hidden setting. Because the image of LaFan appears in his mind, he can only care for two people. But he also hated infighting, so she wanted to use this method to choose a younger sister to share LaFan's favor with her. Anyway, that's roughly how it's set up, which makes LaFan feel incredibly embarrassed, so he would never undo those 3 bugs, otherwise LaFan would really be too ashamed to show his face. Just as Momonga felt a stomachache and shame upon seeing his son Pandora, so too did LaFan. Although all 3 are absolutely stunning, this is still too embarrassing. In any case, LaFan didn't build the 3-person team to use them or do anything strange. It was purely a spur-of-the-moment decision. After all, the guild members all had their own created NPCs. Isn't it embarrassing to be the only one in another world who doesn't have any NPCs of their own making? But now that they've created something even more shameful, LaFan would rather have never created these 3 people. LaFan's power is limitless. He chose the most bizarre skills for all 30 of his super-level magic slots. Simply put, LaFan doesn't possess extraordinary magic. Because of his skills, 5 slots were given to the blue demon with its overpowered skill, 5 slots were given to the blood god with its overpowered skill, 10 slots were given to the war demon, and 10 slots were given to the mage god. Super tier magic blue demon. After activating the skill, each kill grants a magic boost which disappears upon death and also when the game ends. Super tier magic blood demon. After activating the skill, you gain a stamina boost with each kill. This effect disappears upon death and also disappears when you log off the game. Super tier magic war demon. After activating the skill, each kill grants an increase in attack power, defense power, and speed. This effect disappears upon death and also disappears when the game ends. Super rank magic god. After activating the skill, each kill grants an increase in magic power, magic defense, and various resistances. This effect disappears upon death and also disappears when the game ends. LaFan used all 4 bugged super-level magic spells. Momonga was also forced by LaFan to learn the blood demon and blue demon skills. As for the war demon and the god of magic, he absolutely refused since it required 20 positions for super-level magic. Since he had unlimited health and mana and the ability to protect himself, LaFan didn't try to dissuade him. This is why everyone else considers LaFan a madman who will do anything for the championship. Yes, LaFan was able to win the championship entirely because of these 4 overpowered skills. He had been grinding at a high intensity for 2 days and 1 night, and with the addition of the world will skill that was 20 points higher than normal, LaFan was able to win this world championship. And all of this is unreplicable because there can only be 1 world champion in every world. Everyone else missed this opportunity, and the only way to become the new world champion is to defeat the old world champion. But after obtaining the world champion title, LaFan suddenly took off and became the strongest world champion, so no one else had the idea of causing him any trouble. As for using the exceptional 20 against LaFan, sorry, LaFan is a madman and he has the most world items. If you use them on LaFan, then you can forget about playing this game anymore. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave any of your game accounts in the future. If you go out, people will snipe you, forcing you to stay in the city and die the moment you step outside. Whether in real life or in games, everyone is afraid of madmen because madmen don't play by the rules and don't care about anything. Therefore, no one wants to be targeted by a madman, especially the most powerful madman. Seeing that the three stunningly beautiful beings showed no sign of breaking the seal, LeFan was satisfied and closed the space. I'm actually a little uncomfortable in such a luxurious room. LeFan thought for a moment, then lay down and looked at the magnificent ceiling. Gold and gems were really worthless. Meanwhile, on the other side, Momonga also felt it was too extravagant. However, he thought more deeply than LeFan. Now that he had suddenly arrived in this strange world, he had to survive. Because of his stubbornness, he didn't learn any other overpowered super-level magic. Although LeFan kept trying to dissuade himself, the Blood Demon and Blue Demon spells were already Momonga's limit. Momonga is a learned man and he wants more and more magic. If LeFan weren't his best friend, he would never have wasted 10 precious spots for him, but now all Momonga can say is that it's really good. It's a pity that she didn't get the Battle Magic God skill, otherwise it would be even better. Just how powerful will the enemies in this world be? Although LeFan is the most invincible character in the game, even capable of single-handedly defeating the strongest world boss. But this is the real world. What if there is a god in this world? A god who has lived for countless years is definitely more powerful than LeFan, even though we acquired terrifyingly outrageous attributes yesterday. No, we have to hold on. There are still guardians who are the result of the guild members' hard work, and we can't let them sacrifice themselves. Momonga kept thinking about the problem, and the more he thought about it, the more his head ached. However, due to the ruler of death, even sleeping is now a luxury for Momonga. Even the drinking session with LeFan just now was only possible with special pay-to-win equipment. After all, the Momonga race are rulers of death, and sleep and eating are not issues for them. He didn't sleep a wink all night, constantly thinking and organizing his thoughts. It has to be said that Ainz Ooal Gown is a very hardworking person. Meanwhile, LeFan had already fallen into a deep sleep. As a vampire and the ruler of blood, sleeping was one of his greatest pleasures. LeFan slept soundly until dawn. He got up and checked the time. He had gone to bed at 5 o'clock and it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 12 hours. Although sleeping in is very comfortable, I still need to protect my best friend. Upon arriving at the guild master's study, they saw Momonga using far-sighted glasses to observe the surroundings under Sebastian's tutelage. He truly is my best friend, so aware of the potential danger. It's so reassuring to have him by my side. Hearing the sudden sound and seeing LeFan slowly walking in from outside the door, Feishu proudly complained in his heart. Of course, I've always been so reliable, so can you give up the idea of making me change jobs? Hey, good morning. LeFan naturally sat down on the desk, took out an apple and started munching on it, saying. Momonga was also speechless. Early, the sun is about to set and you still call it early. Listening to Momonga's complaints, Sebastian dared not interrupt. After all, this was a conversation between two invincible supreme beings. I am the ruler of blood and I prefer the moon to the sun. Momonga also spoke bluntly to LeFan, don't make excuses for your laziness. Besides, since you're fine, you'll be responsible for protecting me from now on. If anything happens to me, you'll definitely cry. LeFan looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, then shook his head. Who told me to drag you into this mess? You're so weak, yet you love to show off. It's so dangerous outside, you could get beaten to death in a minute if you went out. If I don't protect you, who else can I protect? Upon hearing this, Momonga hurriedly stood up and protested, Hey. That's going too far. You're claiming to be my son just because we disagreed. Didn't I say I wouldn't play that game anymore? Seeing Momonga's exaggerated expression, LeFan also raised his voice and said, Haha, that was when you guys teamed up to protest before. Now it's just you alone. Do you think you can turn the world upside down? I've decided you're my son. Momonga, not to be outdone, glared at LeFan and retorted, Get lost, I'm your father. A son has grown up, it's only right that he protects his father. Sebastian, listening nearby, felt his heart pounding. Was this how the Supreme Beings communicated? Legend has it that the Supreme Beings are born of nature and have no parents. It seems to be true, so do the Supremes all want to be each other's parents? Luckily, LeFan and Ainz Ooal Gown didn't know what Sebastian was thinking, otherwise they would probably be laughing their heads off. This kind of exchange is nothing more than a mischievous friendship aimed at taking advantage of the other person. It will naturally happen once the relationship becomes more familiar. Seeing that Momonga had regained some of her former personality, Lafan was also happy. Perhaps not changing jobs to become the ruler of life is also an option. It seems I have no choice but to reluctantly become his father. What the heck, you're changing careers to become my dad? I treated you like a brother, but you're going too far. You actually want to be my father. Don't be angry, Momonga, keep it up. Make Leffen call you dad, then he can't win me over. Yes, that's right, I want to be his dad. Then the two of them reached a consensus. Their temporary goal was to become each other's fathers. Of course, Leffen did not forget to make Momonga the ruler of life. Unfortunately, Lafan couldn't bring it up. After all, it was a good thing that his good brother had regained his human form, but turning his brother into a woman was a bit unpleasant. So Lafan couldn't find an excuse to speak. He could only wait for Momonga to bring it up first or find some way to get him to willingly fall into the trap. Unfortunately, Lafan didn't know that Momonga was already very resistant to becoming the ruler of life, because he had his own imagination and thought that Lafan wanted to win him over. It has to be said that birds of a feather flock together, and there's a reason why Demiurge became Daihua. Judging from Momonga's behavior, who wouldn't be disgusted? After exchanging a few insults, Momonga looked at the jet-black invincible armor and said, "Your armor is a bit too flashy. Could you change into some ordinary clothes?" Lafan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. The armor he was wearing, like Machida's, was the strongest armor gifted by the world champion. As for the armor's appearance, attributes, and special effects, they are all freely customizable by the user. Of course, this armor offers many attributes. The total attribute score is 1,000 points, and the highest single attribute score cannot exceed the individual's base attribute score. Armor doesn't increase attack power, so 1,000 attribute points is already a lot. Then Lafan's armor gained 500 points of speed, 500 points of magic resistance, and 0 points of armor. This was Lafan's absolute confidence. He believed that apart from targeted magic skills, no martial arts technique could hit him, so his armor was 0. Furthermore, this armor also has attribute effects that can be increased, but the total attribute cannot exceed 150 and a single attribute cannot exceed 50. Then attack speed plus 50, speed plus 50, critical hit plus 50, and all other attributes are 0, no damage reduction, no resistance. This is less of a suit of armor and more of the strongest attack buff. Of course, Lafan is also a player and naturally loves to show off, so he added 4 special effects to his armor. Shining effect, every second the armor emits a dazzling light. Dazzling special effects, the armor emits a different glow every second. The strongest arrives. When you strike a specific pose, the words "the strongest arrives" will appear behind you. Riding the clouds and mist, when moving, colorful clouds and mist will appear under your feet. The soaring through the clouds effect is the strongest limited edition special effect, unique in the entire game. The dazzling colors effect is a world champion exclusive with only 9 available worldwide. The shining effect is exclusive to V10 Whales players who spend money on in-game purchases. There are plenty of these effects in the game. That damned Momonga, is it really envious of my armor? You should have just told Dad. Dad isn't stingy, he can lend it to you. Momonga felt a stomachache upon hearing Lafan's inner thoughts. Hey, not everyone is a serious show-off like you. Lafan retrieved the armor, then changed into a jet-black mage's robe and held the world will as a magic wand. Indeed, I was born a mage, Momonga retorted. Yes, you're a mage and I'm a warrior. Role-playing. I didn't know you were this kind of person, but it seems quite interesting. Upon hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momonga complained again. What do you mean I'm that kind of person? Aren't all men like this? This is called a man's romance. Okay, from now on when we travel together, I'll be a mage and you'll be a warrior. You can't cross the line or you'll have to call the other dad for a month. Lafan chimed in enthusiastically. Momonga found this amusing and immediately said, okay, let's bet. Sebastian felt a chill run down his spine. Something was wrong. Had the professions of the Supremes been reversed? I remember Lady Momonga was a magic chanter. How did she become a warrior? And Lord Lefan is a world champion, the world's strongest warrior, so why did he become a mage? As expected, the Supreme Lords are unfathomable. We cannot fathom them. Momonga thought for a moment and realized that he seemed to be at a disadvantage, so he quickly said, "But I don't seem to know any martial arts, so I'm at a real disadvantage." Lefan was taken aback. "What is a warrior? You don't understand." Momonga replied calmly, "But I don't have your invincible speed." Lefan, exasperated, muttered, "Useless." Those two simple, direct words sent a chill down Sebastian's spine. He was afraid that Lord Momonga and Lord Lefan would start fighting at any moment, and how he would fight them all together. "I can't beat either of them. Even if it means death, I will stop these two supreme beings from harming each other." Sebastian instantly prepared to protect her with his life. But who knew that the next second Momonga didn't care at all and instead used Lefan's words to say, "Then give me a set of equipment to play with, you have plenty of them anyway." Lefan thought for a moment and then threw out a set of platinum armor and a platinum katana. "This is the fastest speed set besides my world champion set. The weapon and set effect can add 500 speed. You should be able to beat up some kids if you wear this." Momonga complained after hearing this, "Damn, my speed is only 200 now and your set is almost 3 times my speed. Am I really a piece of trash? No way am I really useless." Momonga couldn't help but question his life choices after all, although he was ranked in the top 10 within the guild. However, Ainz Ooal Gown was not a guild known for its combat prowess. Although the guild had 2 world champions and 1 world calamity, apart from the 3rd-ranked player, there was no one who could be ranked in the world's top 100. Momonga couldn't even crack the top 1,000 during the game's peak. It was only after everyone quit that he managed to squeeze into the top 50 in PvP. This made Momonga think he was very strong, but Lefan casually threw him a set of equipment and showed him how weak he really was. But thinking about it, it makes sense. This light speed set is the equipment of the 13th strongest person in the world. It would be strange if it wasn't powerful. Keep in mind that even with the champion set and the speed boost from the heavenly music sword, Lefan's speed only reaches 580. Moreover, the Lefan set is the most overpowered set under the blessing of a world champion, bar none. The bug only reached 580, so the 500 speed of this light speed set is already the limit. Sebastian, who was prepared to protect them to the death, glanced at his speed attribute of 280 after hearing their conversation. This sudden display of arrogance almost made Sebastian burst into tears, but before the Supreme Being he could only endure it. This disparity is frightening. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, they're artificial NPCs in a game. If they could beat the players, the game would basically be ruined. After all, would you play a game where a bunch of hardcore gamers spend all their time and energy playing day and night, only to be completely outclassed by NPCs created by other players? Of course, Lubido is an exception since he was created using a combination of bugs and pay-to-win elements. It's an official loophole, but thankfully only guild members knew about Lubido. Why would someone from the same guild report another member? Fortunately, no one reported it, otherwise Lubido would have been deleted, and even Lefan's God King, Human King, and Demon King would have been deleted. After all, these 3 bugs were also made according to Lubido's manufacturing method, only using slightly more materials than Lubido. Fortunately, the guild members kept it a secret and it wasn't exposed, giving the Great Tomb a powerful trump card. Therefore, it's reasonable that in the original story, Shaltir, the strongest guardian, couldn't even defeat Momonga, a support character in a one-on-one fight despite having all her attributes being superior to Momonga's. Given Momonga's role as a support in Ainz Ooal Gown, if the enemies of this world knew that he lost to a support, they would probably cry. However, Shaltir isn't that weak. She can still bully non-paying players ranked outside the top 1,000. Whales, players who spend a lot of money on in-game purchases, are a miraculous group. Only whales can deal with them. Those who know. The core gameplay of any online game is player versus player. It's the fundamental aspect of the game. But Ainz Ooal Gown is a bit strange. Everyone there spends a lot of money, which means they're rich and can do whatever they want. They like to spend the most money on the least efficient things, spending so much money to train so many NPCs. That money could be enough to train hundreds of new players of Shaltier's level, but since they're naive and have too much money, the other guilds can't really say anything. Although many guilds also like to engage in large-scale battles, using numbers to defeat fewer opponents. But with Ainz Ooal Gown's guild having placed a self-destructing angel on the 8th floor, a multiplayer battle was impossible there. As for a one-on-one fight, unless the 7 world champions team up or the world's calamities team up, no one can defeat Ainz Ooal Gown. But here's the problem. If you conquer Ainz Ooal Gown, a guild that's not even in the top 5 and there are no in-game rewards, what's the point of conquering it? Momonga used the perfect warrior magic and then changed into the light speed set. The platinum armor looked great, covering his entire body, and he also had a flashy red cape on his back. Except for the weapon and color, it is basically the same as Fei Fei in the original work. Momonga toyed with the katana in her hand, so light. LeFan has worked hard for 12 years and now he just wants to be a lazy bum. If Momonga can solve all the problems, he doesn't mind winning without lifting a finger. Alright, stop pretending. Are there any outsiders here? What's next? Following LeFan's question, Momonga also retrieved this incredible armor. With this armor, Momonga felt that he could easily defeat ordinary level 100 players. Although he didn't know any martial arts skills, LeFan often said that martial arts skills were useless. The charging time was too long. If he had time to charge up and unleash a martial arts skill, he could have already slashed hundreds of times. Yes, LeFan's attack method is basic attack, because he has stacked up critical hit and speed. Even the fastest martial skill takes 0.75 seconds to release. During this time, LeFan had already performed more than a dozen basic attacks and his output was several times that of using martial arts skills. This is also the style pioneered by LeFan, the attack speed, critical hit and basic attack style. Any martial arts or magic is trash, just dodge skills and then attack. This is why the top 50 players in the world all follow this strategy. Apart from the top 9 world champions who each have their own unique characteristics, players ranked 10th to 50th all use the attack speed, critical hit, and auto-attack build. Of course, this requires highly skilled players to achieve because ordinary players cannot control this speed. It is a skill that requires hundreds or thousands of practice sessions to learn. Although it's a game, it's controlled according to human thought processes. How can an ordinary person control a monster that can run hundreds of meters per second or even slash hundreds of times? They were basically out of control. Even if LeFan could only unleash 36 strikes per second and his fastest movement speed was only 200 meters per second, he could barely control it. Although his physical speed is off the charts, capable of slashing hundreds of times per second and running a kilometer per second, he can't control it. So he needs to do some recovery training these days, and of course Momonga needs it too. After Momonga suggested going to the training ground for some serious training, LeFan agreed. Hearing that the 2 supreme beings were going to train, Sebastian was stunned. What did the 2 invincible supreme beings need to train for? But as a butler, he also stayed close to Momonga. In reality, a butler is like a shadow, always following Momonga around. Instead of just having Momonga say a sentence in the game and then he's in charge of managing the Great Tomb of Nazarik's internal affairs. Although Momonga wanted to get Sebastian away, once he was away, a group of lovely maids came to take care of him. He felt a chill run down his spine when he saw it. It was better that Sebastian was with him. Suddenly, he felt a little envious of LeFan. No, I should arrange one for LeFan too. LeFan seems to be into long, straight black hair, so how about Nabe? Hee, good brothers share the good times. If I could fall in love with Nabe, that would be the best outcome, so he wouldn't be so preoccupied with me. The 2 quickly arrived at the training ground on the 6th floor. At this time, Aura and Mare were mobilizing the guards and were not in the fighting arena. LeFan changed out of his mage robes and into a black martial arts outfit. Let's try out some boxing and speed. Momonga, Sebastian, step back a little, there might be a tiny bit of danger. Hearing Lefan's words, Momonga consciously led Sebastian to the last seat in the arena's audience section. Sebastian looked at the distance of more than 400 meters from Lefan and sighed. Could it be that the Supreme Lord's test of his punches and speed can affect an area of several hundred meters in radius? Sebastian didn't know, but Momonga knew just how outrageous this guy was. All of his super-tier magic skills were bugged. I spent all day yesterday watching it. Who knows how terrifying his strength is? Perhaps this space isn't enough. As Lefan watched Momonga and Sebastian leave, he suddenly swung his fist forward and used the inch punch. The air was instantly shattered, and a point of light was created in the direction of Lefan's fist. Then a mushroom cloud slowly rose up, and a huge crater was blasted out in an area with a radius of 100 meters. A massive shockwave erupted instantly, and Sebastian was blown around so badly by the Category 13 hurricane that he couldn't open his eyes. Meanwhile, Momonga was thinking to himself, "Damn, I thought he was going to run up and attack, but he just threw a punch from the spot and used the power of the super-level magic Skyfall. Brother, please have some decency. Damn it, why didn't I listen to my brother? If I had also learned the War Demon, could I have one punch and one super-level magic? Not bad. A punch at 10% of his strength is equivalent to a super-level spell. If he were to unleash his full power, one punch could probably take down a city." Upon hearing Lefan's thoughts, Momonga was so startled that she blurted out, "Not bad, you haven't even used your full strength yet." Behind Momonga, Sebastian was trembling with fear. This isn't even at full strength. Is this the absolute maximum power? Is it possible to do this with just a slight swing of the fist? The power of a single punch is comparable to that of a triple 10th level spell used by a magic caster. Lefan's martial arts uniform was completely destroyed. Looking at the huge crater 100 meters wide in the ground, he nodded in satisfaction. 7th tier magic, earth repair. In an instant, the 100-meter-long crater was repaired to its original state, and he tested the speed again. Imagine stepping on one foot, the earth instantly collapsing and Lefan vanishing in an instant. The next second, the 6th layer of the barrier emitted a loud noise as if something terrifying had struck the barrier. Momonga was stunned. How could someone several kilometers away from the barrier travel several kilometers in less than a second? Sebastian was speechless at this point. He no longer knew how to describe such power. 2 seconds later, a portal appeared in the space, and Lefan, now dressed in a new set of martial arts attire, awkwardly walked back. "I think I'll just be a mage after all." Momonga and Sebastian fell silent. "Who could withstand a warrior like you?" The two loud noises naturally attracted Aura and Mare. At this moment, the two looked at the two supreme beings with extreme happiness. Yora, ever the friendly type, approached Momonga and bowed, saying, "Lord Momonga, Lord Lefan, why didn't you remind us when you arrived? We could have received you properly." Momonga, ever the friendly type, picked up Aura and stroked her hair, saying, "No need for that, you all go about your business, we're just doing a little test." Looking at this overly familiar behavior, Lefan thought to himself, "Holy crap. I never expected my best friend to be a lolicon, so he should be thanking me for arranging Shaltir for him. That's right, I didn't do anything wrong. It's not that I didn't want to bother Shaltir, it's because I was thinking of my best friend." Momonga was speechless upon hearing this. This brother was shameless enough, and Aura was just a child. What did he mean by saying I was a lolicon? This B********D. Mare also arrived. He looked at his sister in Momonga's arms with envy, but seeing Sebastian's shocked expression, he asked curiously, "What's wrong with Sebastian?" Sebastian snapped out of his daze. "Number, I just witnessed the power of the Supreme Being and I felt incredibly shocked and happy." "All right, you all go about your business and don't need to pay attention to what's going on here." Momonga put down Aura as he spoke. Aura blushed and pouted, saying, Can we stay and see the power of the Supremes?" Looking at Aura, Momonga finally nodded. There was no way around it. Momonga had become too dependent on Aura and Mare over the years and thus had a special affection for them. Just like a father's feelings for his child, Momonga usually doesn't refuse their requests. It's a fact that Aura and Mare are very capable, and Lefan agrees. Momonga walked into the fighting arena and began to think about what kind of magic to use. Because it's a support role, Momonga's most proficient magic is Time Stop and Despair Aura. Then there are the various stealth spells of the undead, like secretly casting a heart grasp or something similar while the other side is fighting. But these spells all need a target to be tested. Momonga thought for a moment and then thought of the few spells that could be upgraded to LV10, Magic Arrow, although it was only a first-tier spell. 10th tier magic includes skills that can increase a magic rank, thus boosting its power to the 10th tier. But it's pointless, I'm going to use a first-tier magic arrow, I just want to show off like my bros. In the vast arena, Momonga simply raised his hand and said calmly, Magic Arrow. Then a magic circle appeared in front of Momonga's palm and a magic arrow shot out instantly. The magic arrows are extremely fast, reaching speeds of 500 to 600 meters per second, even more powerful than magic arrows enhanced to the 10th level. Because magic arrows are single-target attacks, single-target skills will deal an additional 5% of total magic damage after being upgraded to LV10. Therefore, the magic arrow was extremely powerful, instantly flying to the wall hundreds of meters high and piercing through it, creating a 30-meter deep arrow hole. Momonga looked at this scene and thought it was too terrifying. I think this magic arrow could kill some top-tier players. Meanwhile, the three guards behind were trembling with fear. Aura took a deep breath and looked at her younger brother beside her, asking, "That mare, did Lord Momonga use a magic rank increase or a double or triple magic?" Mare shook his head fearfully. "No, Lord Momonga, this is just a very ordinary first-tier magic arrow." Sebastian, standing to the side, looked at Lord Momonga in disbelief. Was this the Supreme Being? Is this our master, our creator? Oh my god, what a wonderful thing this is. This weakling probably only has magic arrow at level 10. Shameful. Momonga, who was initially overjoyed by the power of her magic, suddenly became furious upon hearing Lefan's thoughts. Can't this be *****D say something nice? I'm your brother. Oh no, he was thinking it in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. No, I can't let him find out. Momonga was originally skeletal, so no one could tell from his excitement and loss of control just now. That's why he could shamelessly say, "Too weak, first-tier magic is indeed just first-tier magic." Hearing Momonga's voice, the three guardians were dumbfounded. This was weak. Holy crap, he truly lives up to his title of King of Cool. His coolness is impeccable. Ainz Ooal Gown with his own pride sighed, "HMPH, you little brat, I can hear your thoughts. You still want to look down on me? No way." Lefan then jumped in front of Momonga. "In that case, when we travel in the future, you will be a warrior and I will be the mage." The agreement remains the same. Whoever breaks the rule will have to call the other daddy for a month. Momonga nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, it preserves our strength, confuses the enemy, and I can be your father for a month. I like it. This show-off is hopeless, but I still enjoy the feeling of being pretentious." HMPH, you talk as if you're not a show-off. If I didn't know what you were really thinking, I almost would have been fooled by you. Is this how you treat your brother of 12 years? Then the two of them did a series of tests and several hours passed. Aura and Mare watched for half an hour before leaving helplessly as they still had work to do. Sebastian watched this horrific scene unfold and his resolve hardened considerably. Even if someone says that Supreme Lord Lefan destroyed the world with one punch or Supreme Lord Momonga destroyed the world with one spell, he probably can accept it. Lefan, dressed in a black magic robe, waved his arms and legs and said, "I think I've pretty much got the speed under control. Momonga, how about you?" Momonga nodded, "No problem." Lefan glanced at the sky and patted Ainz Ooal Gown, who was wearing the lightspeed suit. "That's good, I'm hungry, let's go eat." Yes, after several hours of showing off, Lefan finally accepted Momonga's identity as the Bone Overlord. After hearing Lefan's thoughts, Ainz Ooal Gown mentally gave Lefan the nickname L'Invincible to show respect for the prestige Lefan bestowed upon him. The two quickly arrived at the living area of the Great Tomb. It was early morning and many people were having breakfast. Upon seeing the two supreme beings who suddenly appeared, everyone stopped what they were doing and knelt down on one knee to show their respect. Momonga was also having a headache watching this scene and Lefan was having a headache too. "Forget it, let's go to a private room to eat." Momonga nodded, then gestured for everyone to stand up and said to Sebastian, "Sebastian, prepare a feast for 10 people in room 1. Sebastian bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Momonga." Only after the two disappeared into the space did everyone dare to stand up. They were all incredibly excited. Nabe and Shiz from the Battle Maid Squad had just finished get off work and saw the two adults whispering to each other. Zai Zai took a bite of beef and said, "It's perfect, Your Excellencies." Nabe, unusually showing emotion, said with a happy expression, "Yes, it's truly an honor that these two supreme beings have come to our subordinates' dining hall." The other maids also expressed their immense happiness as they rarely saw the two of them on ordinary days. After all, eating wasn't an option in the game. Sitting in the private room, LaFan said with anticipation, "My first meal in this other world. I wonder how the food at the great tomb of Nazareth tastes." Momonga looked at LaFan with some envy. Fortunately, LaFan had made himself pay for the pseudo-human pay-to-win item in advance. As long as he wore this item, he could taste the flavor just like a human. However, Momonga himself has no appetite, and only when his good brother LaFan, who is also a player, forcibly drags him to eat will he eat. Moreover, due to the nature of the skeleton race, no matter how delicious or interesting something is, they will regain their composure in the next second and lose interest in the delicious food and interesting things. Momonga also sighed that it was fortunate that LaFan was by her side. After showing off, eating and drinking to your heart's content and sleeping soundly, that's life. I've been longing for this kind of decadent life for years. Listening to LaFan's inner thoughts, Momonga complained again. "Holy crap, 12 years of effort and you just came into this world to be a lazy bum." 10 minutes later, Sebastian knocked on the door and after receiving Momonga's permission, entered with 5 adorable maids pushing a food cart. As delicious dishes were served, LaFan didn't stand on ceremony. The moment a large lobster was brought out, he grabbed it and started eating. You eat it shell and all, it's so crunchy and delicious, the sound alone is enough to make your mouth water. Seeing this, Momonga also complained, "Are you a reincarnated starving ghost? How can you eat a lobster with its shell on?" LaFan, unfazed, replied, "With our strength we can gnaw on steel like sunflower seeds, so what's wrong with gnawing on a lobster shell?" Momonga waved her hands in agreement and said, "All right, how does it taste?" "Of course it's delicious. The lobster meat is tender and juicy and the lobster shell is crisp and delicious. The two different textures explode in your mouth. So this is how you eat lobster." The maid serving the dishes listened to Lady Momonga's words and immediately fell into thought. Is that really how lobster is eaten? Were we eating lobsters incorrectly in the past? But can we bite through such a hard lobster shell? Momonga also picked up a lobster and started eating it. The crunchy, refreshing taste was indeed delicious. But seeing the maids around her who looked like they had just realized something, Momonga had to come to her senses. Based on what I remember, these were the lowest level NPCs, mainly used to decorate the large tomb and increase its popularity. They are all top-tier beauties, but they are just ordinary people. Although they are all undead human races, they are not much different from ordinary people, so how could they possibly eat lobsters? To prevent the top maids of the Great Tomb from becoming toothless or having iron teeth in the future, Momonga quickly said, This is LaFan's special hobby, it should not be learned. Lobsters are better off eating meat, you know." The maids, suddenly realizing what was happening, felt as if Momonga was speaking to them. Excitedly, they immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Yes, thank you, Lady Momonga." Sebastian was also horrified when he saw LaFan devouring a deep-sea prawn, shell and all. This is a deep-sea rock prawn. Its shell is absolutely comparable to a rock. It is also one of the most high-end ingredients in the Great Tomb of Nazareth. However, the Great Tomb of Nazareth treats its inhabitants very well and the maids can still eat it on holidays. Fortunately, Lord Momonga was exceptionally wise and solved the problems after the Great Tomb in no time. But Lord LaFan seems to have a strange mind. He seems like a reckless brute who doesn't like to use his brain when doing things. This is understandable, as LaFan's actions have been quite bizarre during the few hours of observation. To put it simply, LaFan's behavior is entirely based on what makes him comfortable without considering the opinions of those around him. Sebastian had no idea that this was Leffen's usual way of speaking and behaving, and that he had no intention of setting an example for his subordinates just because he had become the supreme ruler of the Great Tomb. Momonga, however, could not do that. He had to set an example for his subordinates, which is why he later suffered from severe stomach pain. Although he doesn't have a stomach, that doesn't stop him from feeling pain. Momonga was also munching on her food. "Sebastian, you're hungry too, let's eat together." Upon hearing this, Sebastian bowed deeply and said, "How could this be? How could I possibly be qualified to dine with two supreme beings?" Leffen retorted, "Just eat what I'm told to eat. What are you looking down on my brother Momonga?" Having said that, Sebastian had no choice but to seriously join in the eating. Furthermore, at Lord Leffen's request, food for 10 more people was added. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very strange. Leffen ate and drank heartily, occasionally tossing a few wine jugs to Momonga and Sebastian. Momonga was also enjoying the delicious food and the refreshing taste of beer. That's happiness. Although you'll forget the taste after a few seconds due to your racial passive ability. But it doesn't matter anymore. At least I was happy a second ago, even though I've forgotten. Sebastian was also made drunk. He ate a single serving of food but was forced to drink 15 kilograms of alcohol. Although this is beer, it's a magical beer with an alcohol content no different from erguado. As for where this wine came from, Leffen's magic can create as many as you want. As for drinking baijiu, the taste isn't very pleasant. This has the taste of beer and the strength of baijiu. Isn't that wonderful? Drinking is all about having a good time. Who wants to savor it slowly and savor the aftertaste? This shows that Leffen is a reckless fool. He doesn't understand or care about the refined, scholarly approach. Why bother taking the long way when there's a simple and direct way to get through it? That's why the game has the title of Madman. Seeing Sebastian collapse after drinking 5 jugs, Leffen muttered, "Weakling." Momonga was speechless. Sebastian was already very strong. In the human world, drinking 15 gin of erguado, a type of huxia liquor, would be considered the level of a wine immortal. After eating for another half hour, seeing Sebastian wake up, Leffen stopped eating and said he was going back to sleep. Leffen knew his own limitations, so his desire for food and drink was bottomless, and he could not be satisfied in a short time. Momonga looked at Sebastian, who had just gotten up. Although his face was still very pale, he had to admit that the dragon people had a great physique. Sebastian arranged for Nabe to become Leffen's personal maid and take care of his food and drink. Upon hearing Momonga's sudden command, Sebastian, suppressing the feeling of lightness throughout his body, bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Momonga." Seeing this, Momonga patted Sebastian on the shoulder. "Don't push yourself. Go and rest after you've made your arrangements. This is magic beer, not everyone can drink it." Magic beer is a product of the special food chef profession in the game. Food chef, poison master, alchemist, and blacksmith are all considered secondary professions. Each character can only choose one secondary profession, and Leffen chose food chef. Momonga chose the rare secondary profession of magician, which is why his magic power far surpasses that of others. But because of this, Momonga lacks many secondary profession skills such as alchemy, weapon crafting, and medicine making. Every profession has its own use, even a food chef is no exception. If used well, it can definitely help you conquer world bosses. For example, this magic beer has an extremely high alcohol content. Even the world's boss would collapse and be unconscious after drinking a maximum of 100 tons. This magic beer is delicious and non-toxic. As long as you ambush the world boss beforehand and the players don't show up, the world boss will naturally get drunk. Furthermore, the food chef has many foods that can be used to win over NPCs. But Leffen is quite busy just so that he can have an endless supply of beer and cola in this other world. He didn't have time to learn other food skills, but Leffen had the skill books so he could learn them on the spot. But he's a lazy bum. If he were self-sufficient, what would he need these subordinates for? The main problem is that this world doesn't have magic beer or magic cola, otherwise he wouldn't bother learning those. After giving a series of instructions, Sebastian asked Nabe to take care of Leffen and Yuri to take care of Momonga. I floated back to my room, feeling so light, it was truly wonderful. Sebastian guarantees this is the best tasting beer he's ever had and it doesn't give him a headache. There's also a light, airy feeling as if he dares to challenge even a god at this moment. This is the courage boost from the magic beer. You could say that if Sebastian had even a peanut, he wouldn't have dared to challenge a god like this. Nabe looked incredulous after receiving the message from Sebastian. How could I be so lucky as to become the exclusive maid of the Supreme Lord Lefan? Zai was equally excited. After all, she would be able to serve the Supreme Lord. For a maid in the Great Tomb, this was the highest honor. The two dared not delay and quickly arrived at the room of the two supreme beings. Momonga wasn't drunk at the moment, and looking at Zizi waiting in the side as she entered her room, her head started to ache. But it wouldn't be right to chase him away, so he could only awkwardly take out a book from his storage space and start reading. As for Nabe, she was out of luck because Lefan's room had special restrictions and she couldn't get in at all. Moreover, Lefan fell asleep as soon as he lay down, but Nabe was a good girl. She stood gracefully at the door, waiting for Lord Lefan to wake up. Around noon, Albedo, looking exhausted, slowly walked over. Nabe bowed and said, "Lady Albedo." Albedo has been busy revising the policies of the Great Tomb of Nazareth and hasn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. Now that the policy management was finally completed, her first thought was to go to her beloved Lord Lefan and serve him. But seeing Nabe guarding Lord Lefan's door, she asked somewhat unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Sensing Albedo's intense jealousy, Nabe quickly explained, "Lady Albedo, I was ordered by Lady Momonga to become Lady Lefan's personal maid." In fact, Nabe knew that she was not worthy of the supreme beings. Only Albedo, Shaltir, and Aura were worthy of the supreme beings in the entire Great Tomb. Albedo was very clever. She looked at the somewhat self-conscious Nabe and nodded, "It's all right. How could I possibly have such a supreme and invincible being as Lord Lefan all to myself? I don't mind if Lord Lefan has other people." Nabe was stunned by what she heard, her mind going completely blank. "Wait, something's not right. I've been approved by Lady Albedo." "Wait a minute, I'm just a maid. What right do I have to be recognized? But I'm so happy. Is this what happiness is?" Looking at Nabe's happy face, Albedo nodded and smiled, saying, "So you won't stop me from going in, will you?" Nabe was taken aback. Could it be that Lady Albedo thought she was ordered by Lady Lefan to guard the gate? Nabe quickly added, Lady Albedo, I can't get in either. Lord Lefan has placed a barrier around the room." Albedo looked puzzled, but she loved Lefan so much that she wanted to try and see if she could break the barrier. Despite trying many methods, all attempts failed. Finally, Albedo was so exhausted that she fell asleep right in front of her door. Nabe was also embarrassed. Fortunately, this was the domain of the Supreme Beings and no one else in the Great Tomb could get close. Nabe stood there, completely oblivious to the fact that Lefan was fast asleep inside, utterly unaware that 2 stunning beauties were guarding outside. After reading for an hour, Momonga took Zizi back to the guild leader's office and checked whether the various game settings were still in place. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he found something to do when he had nothing to do. The main problem was that he realized he wasn't interested in these books at all. Because of the forced calm, the plot I was watching 1 second was exciting and thrilling, and then the next second I was doused with cold water. This period of quiet reflection meant that Momonga had to get some work done early in the morning, otherwise it would be too boring. Night fell in the blink of an eye and Lefan stretched. "Ah, that feels so good. After a good meal and a good night's sleep, this is the most comfortable day. I'll never get tired of this lazy life. Then, I should go see what my best friend is doing. My best friend who is always in a conscious state must be suffering a lot. It's okay, I'll come and keep you company when I wake up. As for when I'm sleeping, you can go back to being a corporate slave and managing the giant cemetery." Lefan muttered to himself, then opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a stunningly beautiful woman in white with black hair fell out. Lefan immediately picked her up and looked at the somewhat sleepy Nabe beside him. "Albedo? Nabe, what's going on?" Princess Lefan held Albedo in her arms. Albedo woke up immediately, but being held by Lefan was so blissful that she pretended to be asleep. Nabe bowed and said, "Lord Lefan, Lord Momonga has made me your personal maid." As for Lady Albedo, I just finished my work and wanted to serve you, but there is a barrier on the door, so I can only rest by leaning against the door. Lafan was also stunned for a moment upon hearing this, looking at the stunning beauty in his arms and Nabe in front of him. He had his own thoughts, but the thought of eating them made Momonga look at him like a doting father-in-law. Who can withstand this? You can't eat anything, but that doesn't mean you can't smell it. I just happen to be missing a body pillow, and these two figures can serve as my body pillows. As for the issue of self-control, since he has become the ruler of blood, his control over his bloodlust is absolute. For this reason, as long as Lafan doesn't want her, no woman or beauty is meaningful to her. Okay, from now on you'll be my personal body pillows. As Lafan spoke, he carried Albedo and placed her on his berth. He had to admit, Albedo smelled wonderful. This scented pillow must be so comfortable to sleep in. After glancing at Albedo for a few seconds, Lafan snapped out of his daze and looked at Nabe, who was still standing at the door looking completely bewildered. You should rest too, you'll be staying here from now on. Lefan indicated that Nabe could rest with Albedo. Nabe patted her pretty face to show she wasn't sleepy and said seriously, Lord Lefan, I am your personal maid and need to serve you at all times. How can you go to rest like this? Seeing Nabe's serious expression, Lafan stopped trying to persuade her. Then he took out 2 special rings which allowed him to enter his room. Without these 2 rings, one cannot enter their room. This is a barrier that Lafan specially set up. Then he helped Albedo put it on and tossed it to Nabe. Put this on. Without this ring, you can't enter my room. Also, Albedo, stop pretending to be asleep. Your blood circulation is faster, so I knew you were awake. Albedo awkwardly opened her golden eyes and looked at Lafan. Ah. My dearest Lafan, you actually put a ring on my finger yourself. Are we married? Lafan was speechless upon hearing this. You're overthinking it. Get some rest, Nabe, let's go. Nabe looked blissfully happy, her little hands carefully cradling the ring. Hearing Lafan's words, she quickly snapped out of her daze and put the ring on the ring finger of her left hand, then followed Lafan. As the door closed, Albedo was even more liberated, rolling around incessantly. Ah, this is Lord Lefan's scent. Just like in the original work, Albedo's love is extremely pathological. I wonder if Lafan can withstand it. Inside the guild leader's office, Momonga was waiting for Lafan to get up so he could take Lafan out to see the outside world. Because it's already the 3rd day since they came into this world and they're still lurking in the Great Tomb, this is indeed a bit inappropriate. He wants to see what the world looks like, but he is afraid to go out alone, so he could only wait. As for waking Lafan, he wanted to, but Lafan slept like a log and wouldn't reply no matter how he tried to use the communication function. Momonga even went to Lafan's room, only to find the 2 of them waiting outside. I felt too embarrassed to go in, so I could only wait patiently. Meanwhile, Zizi was arranged to rest by Momonga and Yuri took her place to serve Momonga. As for Sebastian, he still has other things to do. What is Momonga doing? Let Daddy take a look. Hearing Momonga's unspoken thoughts, Momonga felt a stomachache. This guy already treated her like a son. Momonga looked at Lafan, who had just entered, and said directly, You're here, come out with me. Where to? The world is so big, let's go see it. We can't just stay cowardly forever. Okay, but Nabe and Yuri shouldn't come along. Protecting you is troublesome enough, let alone protecting 2 other people. The mature and beautiful Yuri, wearing glasses, quickly said this is impossible. How can we let the Supreme Lord go out alone? What if something happens to him? Nabe also said, Please, your excellencies, reconsider. As your subordinates, we should swear to protect you with our lives. You are very important to the Great Tomb, and Lafan and I are invincible. No one in the world can harm us. Don't you even believe in the strength of the Supreme Being? Hearing Momonga's words, what could the 2 maids do but compromise? Then Momonga changed into a set of armor before going out to avoid being recognized. Looking at Momonga, who was created using advanced props and magic just like in the original story, Lafan immediately changed into a magic robe. Now that we're out, I'm a mage and Momonga is a warrior. Wait, in order to conquer the world, Momonga will need 2 identities. Won't that mean he'll have to use magic? But wait, doesn't Momonga have a son? Why not just have him transform into Momonga? No problem, as long as Momonga uses magic in the future, he will be my son. Momonga was speechless after hearing his 3 consecutive heartfelt words. What the heck, I want to conquer the world, I'm going to use 2 identities to create a plot twist. Am I that good at showing off? How come I didn't know? What LeFan said might be true. Should I conquer the world? It's best to go along with LeFan's idea, he might actually know the plot. Perhaps this kind of plot is most beneficial to the great tomb of Nazareth and to us. LeFan was unaware that Momonga had also changed under his influence. The two were instantly transported to the first level of the Great Tomb, where suddenly at the entrance, 3 powerful NPCs appeared, filled with jealousy, greed, and rage. Then Demiurge stepped out from behind the 3 powerful NPCs and immediately knelt down, saying, "Lord Momonga, Lord Leffen." The 3 NPCs also knelt down on one knee. "Momonga, Demiurge, no need for formalities. Leffen and I need to go out for a bit, so please pretend you've never seen us before." As Demiurge looked at Momonga and Leffen, countless thoughts raced through his mind, such as his plan to observe the Guardians work incognito. For example, exploring everything outside the Great Tomb brings up a whole host of ideas. One thought kept popping into his head, making Demiurge break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen were also leaving? They too will leave us. No, I absolutely cannot let them leave. I must follow them even if it means death. Demiurge immediately said, "Please allow me to travel with the 2 supreme lords." Here it comes, the iconic scene. Dahua begins. Having heard LeFan's thoughts again and seeing Demiurge's determined devotion, Momonga finally agreed. Then the 3 arrived at the entrance to the Great Tomb. Momonga looked at the moon in the sky and asked, "Shall we go up to the sky and take a look?" LeFan nodded and said, "Okay." The 3 then flew to an altitude of 20,000 meters before stopping. Momonga looked down at the beautiful world below and was filled with emotion. LeFan was also enjoying the beautiful scenery and the big moon overhead. Momonga looked down and heard LeFan's thoughts echoing in his mind and said with a smile, "What a beautiful world. Perhaps ruling the world wouldn't be so bad." Upon hearing this, Demiurge behind him was completely stunned. "Rule the world? That's right, this beautiful world must become the property of Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen. Only in this way can they stay in this world forever." Lord Momonga, Lord Leffen, what is the next course of action for the Great Tomb? As soon as Demiurge finished speaking, a tremendous tremor shook the ground below and the earth could be seen collapsing towards the Great Tomb. Momonga looked down and said calmly, "A giant wave. Is that Mare? Demiurge, what do you think is the best way to reward Mare?" Demiurge has become Demiurge again. What will be the reward? Is Lord Momonga already experiencing the mindset of an emperor? A reward system, perhaps. However, as the guardian of the Great Tomb of Mare, being able to receive a meeting and greeting from Lord Momonga is already the highest honor, so he doesn't need any other reward. Demiurge said seriously, "No reward is needed. The highest reward is simply that Lord Momonga speaks to him." Just then, a gurgling sound came from nearby. Momonga was speechless as she looked at LeFan drinking on the side. "What an alcoholic!" Demiurge looked at LeFan and broke out in a cold sweat. "Was this a sign of dissatisfaction with me? Is it because I only flatter Lord Momonga?" Demiurge bowed fearfully and said, "Lord Leffen, what do you think should be done in the future? Don't ask me, I'm not interested in this stuff. You guys can show off if you want, but I don't like it. I'm a rough guy, I don't like this kind of thing." LeFan continued to chug his wine while Momonga thought to himself, "Damn you, the king of pretense, still say you don't like to show off? How can there be such shameless people in this world? They're clearly showing off all the time, yet they claim to hate showing off the most." Momonga waved his hand and said, "Yes, yes, you're the most invincible. You can do whatever you want with me." LeFan could feel Demiurge's blood was filled with fear and his brain was constantly racing. Who knows what was going on in Demiurge's mind? I need to give him a heads up, don't get involved. He can plan and play however he wants, I'm just watching. "No, no, no, I won't join, I like watching plays, you know." Upon hearing Leffen's words, Demiurge's fear turned into excitement. Does Lord LeFan mean that he's watching us carry out his orders? He enjoys watching us execute our plans. Would he be happy if we could conquer this world beautifully? So Lord LeFan also wants to rule the world. I see. No, I must plan this carefully. I must create a system that allows Lord Momonga to experience the feeling of being a conqueror and show off, while also letting Lord Lefan witness an epic world-conquering process. Demiurge's brain cells must have died countless times at that moment, but he was more excited than ever before and kept thinking about various plans for the future. After Leffen left with Nabe, Albedo did not linger in Leffen's room but instead went to the Grand Steward's office to handle her work. Lady Albedo, Lady Momonga and Lady Leffen just went out together. Albedo was stunned for a moment when she saw Nabe rushing over. No way, are Lord Lefan and Lord Momonga going to leave us like the other supreme beings? No way, absolutely not. Albedo looked at the ring on her left ring finger and now she was even more frightened. She feared this was a parting gift from Lefan because Albedo was the NPC who had seen Lefan the most times. That's why she was even more afraid. Unfortunately, each level of the Great Tomb has a special barrier. Unless you possess the Ainz Ooal Gown ring, you cannot freely teleport to different realms. However, teleportation within each floor was still possible, so Albedo quickly opened a portal. I arrived at the passage from the 9th floor to the 8th floor and then teleported again on the 8th floor. After 9 teleportations and leaps, they finally arrived outside the Great Tomb. At this moment, Shaltir also ran out because her character settings had been changed and she was now deeply in love with Momonga. The first layer is the domain she guards and she discovered Demiurge was not there when she checked it just now. After hearing what the 3 NPCs said, she was terrified. After covering the large tomb with the earth, Mare wiped the sweat from his brow. Suddenly seeing 3 people flying down from the sky, he ran over with a mixture of excitement and fear. Lord Momonga, Lord Leffen, has Mare done something wrong? Looking at the adorable Mare with a guilty expression, Momonga patted his head. How could that be? Mare is very capable. I was just thinking about what to reward you with. Mare smiled happily as he felt Momonga's touch, saying, no need, just the fact that Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen came to see me is already the greatest reward for me. Momonga looked at the loyal Mare and expressed his approval, but then thought that he was on the 6th floor and would have to go through many teleportation trips to get to the outside of the Great Tomb, which was still inconvenient. No, that won't do. Consider this a reward for you. Momonga then took out the Ainz Ooal Gown ring, which allowed him to teleport freely within the Great Tomb of Nazareth. Marley stared at the ring in his hand, completely stunned. Happiness had come too suddenly. I will definitely work hard in the future to live up to this award. Seeing Mare's blissful expression, Demiurge was filled with envy and jealousy. But when I think about how the ring will help Lord Momonga conquer this world in the future, I'm sure it will also be rewarded in the same way. Suddenly, the space blurred and 2 women ran out. Lefan was chugging his wine when suddenly a stunningly beautiful woman with black hair and golden eyes pounced on him. Momonga was also embarrassed, looking at the lowly pendant with purple Lolita dress, silver hair and red eyes that had appeared on her. Lord Leffen, how could you take such a risk? Please take me with you wherever you go in the future. Ah, Lord Momonga, you didn't even come to see me after arriving at the 1st floor. Do you know how much I missed you? Demiurge smiled inwardly at the sight. Yes, isn't there a way to get the 2 Supreme Lords to stay? That means letting them reproduce. Albedo Shaltir, well done. As Lefan experienced the immense impact and fragrance emanating from Albedo, he exclaimed, a goddess throwing herself at a man like this, any normal man would go crazy. Of course, Lefan didn't mind being hugged like this, but he couldn't drink in this state, so he picked up the wine jug and asked, Albedo, would you like some? Seeing the wine in Lefan's hand, Albedo's face instantly turned red and she kept saying, ah. Is this the bride's lesson? Is this the legendary indirect prohibition? Lefan was speechless. Just as he was about to put the wine jug away, Albedo snatched it and started chugging it down. Momonga was also embarrassed and couldn't shake off the accessory she was wearing no matter what she did. That's enough, Shaltir. Shaltir, upon hearing this, snapped out of her daze. Ah, I'm so sorry, my beloved Lady Momonga, I couldn't help myself. It's all right, I forgive your rudeness, Albedo. As the steward of the Great Tomb of Nazareth, not having a teleportation ring is indeed a problem. Here, take this. Momonga did not blame Shaltir because the culprit was Leffen, and if anyone should be blamed, it should be Leffen, not the innocent Shaltir. But looking at Albedo, who was covered in sweat, she probably ran all the way from the 9th floor. This doesn't seem very convenient. Albedo, as an NPC with unique world items within the guild, is the strongest fighter. The other guardians were given to us by Momonga later on, only Albedo started with a world item. Well, what can you do when her creator is the biggest whale, a player who spends a lot of money on the game? Albedo was also excited as she looked at the Ainz Ooal Gown ring floating in front of her. With this, my work will be much more convenient and time-saving in the future. This way I'll have more time to spend with Lord Leffen. Albedo bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lady Momonga. I will do everything in my power to make the great tomb of Nazareth even stronger." Seeing that Albedo also had Ainz Ooal Gown's ring, Demiurge was even more envious. Shaltir, standing to the side, was also incredibly envious, but there was nothing she could do to force such a thing. Since she had no merit, how could she possibly ask Lord Momonga for a gift? Leffen looked at Momonga and said calmly, "Momonga, would you like a drink?" Suddenly, Momonga and Leffen heard Sebastian's voice in their minds as he went out on a reconnaissance mission. Momonga waved his hand. "No, according to Sebastian's information, a cavalry force is approaching this area and I need to observe their intentions." Leffen didn't insist, saying, "Okay, I'm going back to sleep. If you need anything, have Albedo call me." Albedo looked happy upon hearing this, but after hearing Lady Momonga's message, she couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Because she is the Grand Tomb Master, a position second only to the Supreme Being. Back on the 9th floor, Leffen saw that his little tagalong Nabe was back again. "This guy is clearly sleepy but won't go to sleep. Fine, I'm going to sleep anyway." Nabe followed Leffen cautiously when suddenly Leffen picked her up in a princess carry, leaving her completely bewildered. What is Lord Leffen trying to do? Could it be that he wants to? Lost in thought, Nabe returned to her room and hugged her, saying, "Good night." Nabe was stunned, but looking at Leffen, who was fast asleep the next second, she was surprised again. He was held tightly by Lord Leffen and couldn't break free at all. Is this the body pillow that Lord Leffen was talking about? What a wonderful job this is. Looking at Leffen's stunningly beautiful face, Nabe happily thought about many things and then fell asleep without realizing it. As dawn broke, Sebastian returned from his exploration. Yuri also went to rest, while Momonga used a remote observation scope to watch the actions of the group of cavalry. Sebastian watched Momonga's actions from the rear and his anger surged as he watched the cavalry destroy the village. As a philanthropist with a justice value of 300, Sebastian couldn't stand this scene at all. However, Sebastian was too loyal, and without orders, Momonga could not deal with the executioner's violence against the villagers in his own way. Looking at the destroyed village, Momonga sighed, "I'm really not human. I don't feel a single bit of pity at the sight of this massacre." The scene then follows the knight's attack, this time targeting the village of Karn, not far from the great tomb of Nazareth. At this moment, Momonga looked at Sebastian beside him, who was clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging and gritting his teeth to endure the pain. He couldn't help but think of Tycho Brahe, the creator of Sebastian. "I think I was the one who saved him when he saw injustice." Sebastian seems to be a champion of justice. He must be feeling terrible seeing this. Besides, Khan village is too close to the great tomb of Nazareth. It would be bad if it were invaded. Most importantly, after observing for so long, these cavalrymen are really too weak. Momonga wanted to test the strength of this world and immediately came to his senses. "Have Albedo invite Leffen over." Sebastian bowed excitedly and said, "Yes." Upon receiving Sebastian's order, Albedo immediately teleported to Leffen's room. She opened the door and saw Leffen and Nabe sleeping peacefully, and her expression suddenly changed. "Damn it, why do I have to work? If I didn't have to work, I'd be the one in Lord Leffen's arms right now. What a blissful thing this is. How awful, how utterly awful. No, I must sleep in Lord Leffen's arms." Albedo couldn't bear to wake the peacefully sleeping Leffen, but she still said helplessly, "Lord Leffen, Lord Momonga requests your presence." Leffen opened his eyes upon hearing this. Was his blissful sleep time over again? He looked at Nabe, who was fast asleep in his arms, then let go of her and stood up. Let's go. Albedo nodded and then the two disappeared from the room. The next second in Momonga's office, LeFan stretched and said, I mean, why did you call me for something so trivial? They're just a bunch of grunts, why not just take them out in a flash? Hearing LeFan's complaints, Momonga awkwardly replied, you forgot I'm a warrior, I don't know teleportation magic. LeFan, unable to find an excuse, sighed and said, okay, but let's make it clear I'm a mage and you're a warrior, so don't overstep your bounds. Momonga had already changed into the light speed suit given to him by Kasi and was completely covered up, so he didn't look like an undead at all. LeFan looked at himself, then raised his hand and his whole body was surrounded by scarlet blood, transforming into a blood demon magic caster. His entire body was surrounded by blood, which constantly surged around him, making it impossible for anyone to see LeFan's appearance. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would probably be scared half to death. Then LeFan raised his hand and a portal appeared. Momonga and LeFan entered the portal together. Albedo wanted to follow, but LeFan simply said, don't disturb our game. This left Albedo feeling helpless, while Sebastian, standing nearby, clenched his fists even tighter upon hearing this. Yes, this is just a game for the Supremes, but Sebastian is really angry. Of course, he wasn't angry at the Supreme Sect but at himself and the world. Just like in the original story, the two appeared on a path not far from the village of Khan, where Henry Emmerer was fleeing with her sister Nim Emmert. He was even slashed in the back by the pursuing soldiers. Suddenly, a portal appeared and an invincible war god, clad in armor shimmering with silver light and wielding a heaven-defying artifact, slowly emerged. Then, a terrifying being completely surrounded by blood appeared beside the god of war. The blood was flowing out continuously as if it were free. Strangely, these massive amounts of blood did not leave any bloodstains on the ground, nor did they come into contact with the soil. The constant surging of blood terrified the soldiers, leaving them speechless. Isn't Momonga going to show off? Do I have to make a move? Hearing LeFan's thoughts, Momonga was speechless and could only raise his hand and wave it sharply. The terrifying light-speed divine sword vanished like light, and the next second a terrifying sword aura surged out, instantly killing the two people in front of it. This is the special effect sword aura of the light-speed divine sword. Each attack unleashes sword aura with 30% of its power. The sword energy continued to fly out without stopping until it reached a distance of 30 meters, splitting many trees in half along the way. At this moment, Anli and her sister were so frightened that they didn't know what to do, and they looked so pitiful. LeFan was covered in blood and his appearance was terrifying. Looking at the scene before him, Momonga sighed inwardly, I have indeed changed. I don't even feel anything when I kill someone anymore. No, how can I be the only one killing? LeFan, you have to fall into depravity with me too. Luckily, LeFan didn't know what Momonga was thinking, otherwise he would definitely complain, damn, you're bringing your brother along but you're ripping him off like this? They're too weak. I don't want to fight anymore. Let LeFan summon a blood knight to wipe them out. Listening to Momonga's boastful words, LeFan thought it was really ridiculous. Since he was a warrior, he couldn't use magic, so did he have to use it? That's enough. With a wave of his hand, LeFan directed his blood onto the soldier who had been split in two not far away. The soldier then turned into blood and began to recombine. A few seconds later, a humanoid monster with bright red armor, fangs, and blood-red skin appeared along with a blood-red horse. Blood knights are knights, of course. This is not the Death Knight of Momonga, the comical knight who carries a large shield and runs on two legs. However, Blood Knights also have drawbacks. They can only maintain their power by killing enemies and absorbing life. It is not an individual that exists once summoned like a Death Knight. However, the Blood Knight's speed and attack power completely outclass the Death Knight. After all, this is a level 70 monster. LeFan casually pointed to the corpses of the soldiers on the ground. Go to the village and kill all these soldiers. The Blood Knight roared and then charged towards the village on his horse. Meanwhile, Momonga took out a recovery potion and healed Anli's injuries. And just like in the original story, he gave him 2 goblin summoning items. When the two arrived at the village, very few soldiers had been killed. Is this world really that weak? Perhaps we can put them back and see how they behave afterwards. This area is indeed my territory. They invaded my territory and I punished them. I did the right thing. Even if the other side does send a powerful expert, I have my reasons. Compared to the villages they destroyed, we only killed about 100 soldiers. Moreover, the Great Tomb's full strength is still available, so even if the enemy's powerful figures really come, we can concentrate our forces for a decisive battle. If we still lose like this, it means we may have been discovered long ago, or perhaps the other side is testing the Great Tomb's attitude. Regardless of the circumstances, this move must be made, and with Lafan around, we might not necessarily lose. Momonga then said to Lafan, "Make the Blood Knight stop. You were the one who said to kill all the soldiers and you're the one who said to release them. Are you an idiot? Fine, since you're my son, I'll do as you say." Hearing Lafan's inner thoughts, Momonga went crazy. "What do you mean I'm an idiot? Blood Knight, stop and come back." At this moment the villagers watched the soldiers being slaughtered and they were all too frightened to speak. This Blood Knight is simply a monster. You can't see him fight at all. All you see is a surge of blood and then soldiers are cleaved in two. Looking at the 5 remaining soldiers, Momonga said calmly, "Nice to meet you all. My name is Momonga. I will spare your lives. Please tell your master that if you dare to cause trouble in this area, I will wipe out your entire country. Now get lost." Listening to Momonga's boastful words, Lafan thought to himself, "Holy crap, no wonder he's Ainz Ooal Gown. Just listen to his boastful talk, it's so well structured." Momonga completely ignored Lafan's thoughts. What he needed to do now was to gather information about this world. For example, what country or continent is this? What is its strength? What are its currency system, power system, magic system, and so on? There are far too many questions waiting for Momonga to understand. Then everything was the same as in the original story, except for the presence of Lafan, which instilled fear in the villagers. And that Blood Knight, the terrifying aura emanating from his entire body made people dare not approach him even a fraction of an inch. After 5 hours of communication, Momonga had also grasped some basic information about this world. Furthermore, there are indeed gods in this world, and the legendary slain theocracy was established by the 6 great gods. However, in those 5 hours, the villagers' opinion of Lafan changed. It turns out that the blood demon doesn't eat people, he drinks and eats just like humans. In addition, he saved the village and the people of Minfeng are simple and honest. When Lafan asked for drinks and food, the villagers were willing to give them to him. Fortunately, he wasn't a freeloader. He sent the Blood Knight to hunt down 10 wild boars in the forest, which even brought back a considerable sum for the villagers. Suddenly, the sound of huge hooves came from afar and Momonga stopped talking to the village chief. He walked into the village and saw Lafan eating meat and drinking wine heartily in the village square. "I was thinking to myself, how come I have such a brother? All they know is eating, drinking, and having fun. They don't care about anything else. But why do I feel envious? I also want to be like Lafan, someone who only cares about eating, drinking, and having fun and doesn't care about anything else." Amidst Momonga's self-contradictory actions, a troop of cavalry was already waiting outside the village. From a distance, you can see that their uniforms are different from those of the troops who invaded Khan village a few hours earlier. Jurdov was in a real bind because the horse beneath him was trembling. They acted as if there were some kind of super monster in the village and dared not move forward an inch. He also saw a war god wearing armor that shimmered with platinum light in the distance and a blood demon eating and drinking with the villagers. This is the Blood Demon, the legendary demon god, a super being that transcends the realm of heroes. Why would it appear here? Not far from the Blood Demon, there was a terrifying man wearing bright red armor and with a mouthful of fangs riding a terrifying blood-red warhorse that was over 2 meters tall. What kind of monster is this? Just standing 100 meters away and looking at such a monster, Jurdov felt a chill run down his spine. Why do such monsters exist in the world? Why did such a terrifying scene appear on this day? A being that was like a god of war, a legendary demon race called Blood Demon, a monster whose mere aura was enough to make one feel death. But Gazif had to go in and find out what was going on, whether the other party had captured the villagers or rescued them. As the kingdom's warrior captain, he had to protect the people and saw Gazir dismount and walk in. The The remaining cavalrymen also dismounted and followed. These cavalrymen were all good brothers who had gone through thick and thin with Gazif, so naturally they would not back down. Seeing the kingdom's army dismount and walk in from afar, the villagers were relieved. Momonga also looked curiously at the cavalrymen in the distance, dismounted and walked in. Was this a sign of respect? Momonga didn't understand, but regardless of the other party's attitude, as long as she communicated with them, she would basically know the situation. As Gurdjieff arrived, the village chief went to greet him and explained the situation to him along the way. They learned that these three were the ones who saved the village and that the blood demon didn't eat people. That monster knight is a good person too, he catches wild boars for the village. He was relieved, then walked up to Momonga, who seemed to be in charge, bowed and said, "Thank you all for saving this village." Momonga looked at the warrior captain, whose face was resolute and whose body was muscular. "No need to be polite, it's just a matter of mutual benefit, let's go over there and talk." Gurdjieff took a deep breath upon hearing this and then followed in Momonga's footsteps. The two exchanged some basic information along the way. Now it's clear why these soldiers invaded. They wanted to lure him out of the kingdom and then kill him. Soon the two arrived at a house in the village where Gurdjieff learned that Momonga was protecting the village for a reward. They offered Momonga a reward to continue protecting the village, but Momonga refused outright, not playing by the rules. Gerd Rahman paused for a moment upon hearing this, then bowed again. "Thank you so much." Momonga also accepted Gazif's bow, but the next second Gazif's expression suddenly changed. "If possible, could you please continue to protect the village? Although I don't have anything to offer right now, this is my only request." After saying this, Gazif was about to kneel down, but Momonga saw this and pulled Gazif up. "He's just as fickle as me, he's a good person and I can use him. It's a pity he died and he was the kingdom's strongest warrior captain, perhaps he'll be useful in the future." "Okay, I grant your request, you can take this item with you." Looking at the strange prop, Gurdjieff held it with both hands and said, "Since it was a gift from Lord Momonga, I will naturally protect it with my life." After putting away the props, Gazif looked at Momonga and said, "Well then, Lord Momonga, take care." Momonga remained silent, watching the warrior captain who knew he would die but still chose to fight. Soldiers who fight so hard to protect their country and people deserve his respect. The kingdom's cavalry went to fight to the death and Momonga stared blankly at the spot where they left. "Oh ho, my arrival didn't change the plot at all. Is another iconic scene about to unfold, just watching Ainz Ooal Gown show off?" Upon hearing Lafan's inner thoughts again, Momonga fell into deep thought. What famous scene and what plot? Could Lafan be a time traveler, and then my world is a story? Momonga denied the idea in her heart. It was unlikely. Perhaps Lefan had the ability to foresee the future. Momonga, watching Lafan eating roasted pork leg, complained, "Lafan, stop eating, we're going to see the world later." Lafan nodded in agreement. "All right, everyone, all good things must come to an end. This party is now over. Farewell." The villagers, all dumbfounded, cried out, "No, Lord Lafan, let's go again, this time I won't lose." Lafan calmly said this as he watched the drunken villager beside him boldly holding his hand. "No, you guys are too bad. If I weren't thirsty and wanted to drink, I could go without drinking a single drop of your rock-paper-scissors skills and just practice them properly. No, Lord Lafan, please keep drinking." Listening to their conversation, Momonga was more suited to silence. In just 5 hours they had become inseparable drinking buddies. "If we stayed here for a few days, wouldn't we all become brothers who would risk our lives together?" Looking at Momonga, Lafan smiled and said, "What's wrong? Envious of my social skills? Don't be jealous, you are my best friend, the kind that can never be replaced in a lifetime." Lafan patted Momonga on the shoulder again. Momonga was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Sure enough, this jerk still likes me. He really wants me to change jobs. HMPH, you think you can trick me with just a few words? Dream on. Momonga looked at Lafan with the air of an old father-in-law and said, "Do we need to say such mushy things? But how are things going with you, Nabe and Albedo?" Upon hearing this, Lafan understood what Momonga meant and immediately said, "It's just 2 pillows, they're really nice to hug while sleeping. Why don't you get 2 too?" Without thinking, Momonga blurted out, "A body pillow. Are you a eunuch too? Holy crap bro, you're a eunuch? That's terrifying. Hearing LaFan's thoughts, Momonga quickly replied, it's not what you think. I mean, the forced calmness keeps me in a wise man's state. LaFan patted Momonga on the shoulder and said sympathetically again, no need to explain, I know. So you're showing me sympathy now? Hee. Has Momonga finally realized his problem? With a little more effort and a little more embellishment, changing jobs is not a dream. Upon hearing LaFan's inner thoughts again, Momonga instantly regained his composure. Brother, this is a bit scary. Just how much do you love me that you're trying so hard to get me to change jobs? No, I absolutely cannot compromise. I will not change jobs even if it means death. Meanwhile, Gazef was already fighting the sunlight scripture just like in the original story. Seeing that the time was up, Momonga activated the item and swapped positions with Leffen, Jejifu and the others. Because it was a prop, it wasn't considered magic, so LaFan couldn't say anything. Furthermore, super-level magic isn't really considered magic. It's called super-level magic because that's what magic chanters call it. In the words of a warrior, this is called a transcendent martial art. It's basically a skill, a bugged skill that players can learn once their character reaches level 70. It's a player-specific skill, so Momonga can still use it. Everyone at the Sunshine Gala was stunned as they watched Jurdov suddenly disappear. Looking at the sky filled with fiery archangels, LaFan thought to himself, that's it. Angels are ranked, namely, the Supreme Angel, Seraphim, Cherubim, Throne Angels, Dominion Angels, Virtues, Power Angels, Principality Angels, Archangels, and Angels. The Supreme Angel among them cannot be summoned. It is a limited-time world boss. There are only 10 of them in the whole world and they won't respawn after they die. Every time it appears, it's a boss that all players in the game have to fight together. It's the boss of bosses. The Flame Archangel before them was a weak angel of the second rank, not even the strongest archangel of the second rank, it was simply the weakest of the weak. Apart from the weakest angel, the strongest angels in each rank bear the name of the rank above them. For example, the strongest angel that players can summon using super-tier magic is the Seraphim of the High Heaven. Once summoned, it has the stats of a level 100 player, but unfortunately, a summoned by a super-tier magic spell only lasts for 1 hour. Despite this, it remains a favorite among top-tier warrior players. As for mage players, they won't learn this skill because angel summoning is already included in the 10th tier magic. Only 1,300 mana is needed to summon this Supreme Seraph, although there's a lot of malice in this statement from the developers, since a normal max-level magic caster only needs 1,300 mana. But this thing can exist indefinitely as long as the player doesn't die or log off, just like the Death Knight. The summons in the game come in 3 modes. The first is a time-limited form of super-tier magic. The second type is the Death Knight Companion mode, and the third type is the Blood Knight Special mode. The most popular mode in the game is the Blood Knight, a special mode that allows you to fight continuously once summoned. Even if his master dies, he will still fight as long as the conditions are right. For example, Blood Knights need killing and blood. Looking at the 2 people who suddenly appeared, one of them was the Blood Demon, a legendary figure from the history of demon gods. Startled, Negan from the Sunshine Festival shouted, "Who are you?" Momonga looked at the other party and thought for a moment. If he could exchange information with the people of the Slan Theocracy or even form an alliance, perhaps the road ahead would be easier. After all, he had heard from the village chief that the Slain Theocracy was the strongest nation in human history. Greetings, everyone from the Slain Theocracy, my name is Momonga. The gentleman behind me is named Leffen. I would like to make a deal with you all. Would you mind taking up a little of my time? Negan looked at the handsome Momonga in his platinum armor and the blood demon beside him. He knew that his current fighting strength was at a great disadvantage, unless he used the highest-ranking angel given by the church. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to exist at the level of a demon god like the god of war. Negan wasn't stupid. When he saw the blood demon, he naturally wouldn't act recklessly like in the original story. In fact, he even considered retreating. Although I would very much like to make a deal with you, I'm sorry, our Slain Theocracy is a country that prioritizes human rights. How about we each take a step back and pretend nothing happened? Did things change because of me? In the original story, Negan attacked the moment they met. Is the existence of the blood demon really that terrifying? Upon hearing LaFan's thoughts again, Momonga also came to his senses. Even a level 70 blood demon was afraid. Could it be that the opponent is not as strong as I imagined? Momonga then spoke in a villainous tone. Although I know it's impossible, I'm still a little annoyed to be rejected, but it's okay, I can interrogate you slowly. Ignorance is truly pathetic. You think you can defeat the Slan theocracy just by having blood demon familiars at the level of demon gods? Your stupidity will come at a price. As he spoke, Negan quickly pulled a magic crystal from his pocket. All angels attack, buy me time, summon the highest-ranking angel. Upon hearing this, Sunshine Grand Ceremony's subordinates commanded a sky full of fire angels to charge forward. An angel summoned by a second-tier magic? It's trash with an hour limit, but its stats should be better than a soldier's. I just killed 167 soldiers and gained 16. 7 stamina and mana and 0.5 to all 6 stats. Hearing LaFan's inner thoughts, Momonga was also taken aback. You're going to make a move? LaFan said calmly, no, my attributes aren't lacking in that aspect, go ahead and show off. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone at the Sunshine Festival was furious. Except for the angel, everyone used magic. Momonga watched the overwhelming magic approach and walked forward calmly, saying, not only are the summoned angels but even the skills are from Yggdrasils. It seems that the slain theocracy and Yggdrasils have a significant connection. LaFan knew that Momonga's words were meant to extract information from the other party, but the other party was clearly terrified by Momonga, as more than 30 magical attacks came crashing down. Momonga was acting as if nothing had happened. As all the flame archangels charged forward wielding lightsabers, Momonga calmly raised his hand and said, actually, I'm a boxer too. Possessing outrageous speed and strength surpassing that of a level 80 player, this is reality. Speed equals power, and a single punch can be no different from that of a top-tier level 100 fighter. The terrifying fist delivered 30 punches per second, and in an instant, all the approaching fire archangels were blasted apart. What happened in that instant was unacceptable to the members of the Sunshine Grand Ceremony team. Negan even roared, how is this possible? How can there be such a powerful warrior? The next second, Negan laughed wildly as he looked up at the sky and said, but it's no use, I've already completed the ritual. Come forth, highest-ranking angel, radiant archangel, the magic crystal in Negan's destructive power. In an instant, it was as if the hidden sun appeared on the earth and the grassland was instantly dyed a dazzling white, with a faint fragrance wafting into the nostrils. The next instant, a massive figure with 4 pairs of wings appeared on the grassland, its entire body covered in shimmering feathers. Although there is a hand holding a scepter symbolizing royal power within the gleaming body, the head and feet are not visible. Although its appearance is strange, anyone can sense that it is a sacred life form. From the moment it appeared, the surrounding air became quite clear. The embodiment of supreme kindness drew wild cheers from the audience. Negan's men were filled with fervor and Negan roared, kill. Kill these 2 evil beings before you. Haha, a level 62 Archangel of Radiance, oh no, this is terrifying. Should I summon a seraphim from the high heavens to show them what's what? After hearing LaFan's thoughts, Momonga thought for a moment and said arrogantly, that's it. This is what you call the highest-ranking angel? LaFan, let them see what a true highest-ranking angel looks like. Holy crap, no wonder he's the king of showing off. Since he can't use magic to show off, he's making me do it. Fine, I'll show you what a supreme seraph truly is. LaFan slowly raised his hand towards the sky and said, 10th tier magic, angel summoning. In an instant, LaFan consumed 10,000 units of magic power and the entire space was instantly enveloped in holy light. Even though it was dusk, a sudden burst of holy light shone directly on the entire area within a 10-mile radius. A sense of holiness, warmth, and comfort enveloped everyone within a 10-mile radius. Then, through spatial magic, a gigantic, holy, and incomparably beautiful angel, 30 meters in size, slowly emerged. The angel has 8 pairs of wings on its back and constantly radiates holy light. Unlike the Archangel of Radiance, the Seraphim of the high heaven has golden hair, an incomparably holy face, beautiful golden eyes, bare feet, wears a peerless white dress, and holds a 10-meter-long sword of judgment in both hands. This sacred aspect moved even the sunlit celebration attendees and angels present to kneel and offer sincere prayers. Holy crap, 10,000 mana and they give me a weak world boss, the merciful Seraphim. I thought I had summoned something incredible, but it turned out to be just a level 95 world boss. As expected, angel summoning is a terrible skill. This kind of weakling can only bully weak players like Momonga. Which player in the top 50 can't beat it in a one-on-one fight? Hearing LaFan's 3 consecutive heartfelt words, Momonga felt greatly insulted. What did he mean by only being able to bully a weakling like me? No, I can't get angry. That be ****D is awful. I'm your best brother and you keep calling me a piece of trash. What do you mean by that? I'm just an assistant, not a combatant. So what if I'm a little useless? No, it's not that it's useless, it's just that its combat power is a little weak. So what? You want a support to play as the main DPS? You must have something wrong with your head. Never mind, my brother has something wrong with his head. I won't bother with him. Momonga recovered after a flurry of internal curses. Upon seeing the incomparably beautiful and holy angel, everyone held their breath and knelt down in prayer. Even the radiant archangels who were on the offensive stopped their attack and descended to the ground to kneel in worship of the incomparably holy and merciful Seraphim of the high heaven. LaFan looked at the enormous angel, who was over 30 meters tall, with interest. If it were shrunk to the size of a normal person, it would definitely be a super beauty. LaFan looked at the Seraphim of the most merciful heaven with curiosity. Can you shrink to the size of a mortal? The most merciful Seraphim bowed and said, in accordance with the will of our Lord. As the words fell, the Seraphim of the most merciful heaven slowly shrank in size, eventually becoming the size of a normal person. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman, Momonga asked curiously, what are the side effects of shrinking? The merciful Seraphim said softly, all attributes will be reduced by 50%. That's still higher than a level 100 player's stats, right? Apart from the world champion, no one's stats are higher than yours. That's right. According to official data, the Seraphim of the High Heaven of Mercy has 100,000 stamina, 5,000 mana, 5,000 physical and magical attack, 1,000 defense and magical resistance, and 500 speed and resistance. Even if it's weakened by half, it's still stronger than the Guardian. Hearing Momonga's words, LaFan nodded. That's why I had you learn these bugged skills. Although they seem impossible to complete, the benefits are extremely high once completed. However, compared to this, fusion skills seem a bit weak. Momonga, with his vivid imagination, quickly added, not necessarily. Perhaps using a 10th tier spell like Demon Summoning to summon an equal being and then using a fusion skill could have a surprising effect. LaFan glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman and then at Momonga. Forget it, such a delicate beauty, it would be a waste to fuse with her. I'll use her as a pillow to warm your bed from now on. A cushion. Seeing such a terrifying being, Negan was already somewhat insane. Now, hearing that such a terrifying being was merely someone's body pillow and bed warmer maid, he was utterly shocked. Negan's world observation site has gone mad. In his madness, he has no idea where he got the courage from. Oh no, being mad, he naturally doesn't know the difference between strength and weakness. Negan stood up and roared, no, unforgivable to let the supreme god of light be a pillow. Brothers, defend our faith in the god of light, kill them. However, while everyone else trembled and dared not move, Momonga finally came to her senses and looked at the Sunshine Festival, where all the Seraphim of the most merciful heaven were kneeling in worship not far away. Momonga had originally intended to show off, but the sight of a merciful, supreme Seraphim terrified them. Trying to show off to an idiot? I'm afraid I'm not an idiot. Then this farce should end. Come out, Mare Aura, and take them all back to the Great Tomb. As LaFan listened to Momonga's words, he saw a crack appear in the sky. Sure enough, a shielding spell had been used and Mare and Aura were actually hiding nearby. Without using any skills, I couldn't even detect these two weaklings lurking. Hearing LaFan's thoughts, Momonga thought to himself again, Damn it, stop calling him a weakling all the time, he's a level 100 guardian. No, even the seraphim of the most merciful heaven are weaklings in his eyes, so it seems reasonable that a level 100 guardian is a weakling and a world champion is a weakling. Am I getting cocky? How could I possibly be a weakling? If the world champion is a weakling, then what am I? Yes, they are not weaklings, that's right, but LeFan is just too invincible. Don't bother with someone as invincible as LeFan. Discussing combat power with an invincible person, I guess I've got to screw loose. Upon returning to the great tomb, the guards gathered before the throne. Looking at the merciful and supreme seraphim standing behind LeFan, they were all at a loss. According to Mare's intelligence, this is an angel that Lord Leffen summoned casually. And this angel is powerful enough to rival all of our guardians. If something you can summon at will surpasses all of us guardians, then what is the point of our existence as guardians? All the guardians were constantly thinking and imagining things. Sometimes their master was too invincible, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Looking at his subordinates kneeling below, Momonga knew he had to speak up. You were all created in the same way, so there's no need to feel inferior. Seraphim of the high heaven of mercy, from now on you will be called Mercy, and you will become the guardian of the 9th floor, responsible for protecting its safety. Under LeFan's command, Ren Ci obeyed Momonga's words and immediately joined the guards' ranks, kneeling on one knee and saying, "It is Lord Momonga." Upon hearing Momonga's explanation, all the guardians came to their senses. Yes, we were all created by the supreme beings. Even the most powerful seraphim summoned by 10th tier magic have no face or feet. How could this angel with flesh and blood, a face and feet, be summoned casually? Mare must have remembered it wrong. LeFan is the strongest among all the supreme beings, so it is undeniable that the guardians he created are stronger than us. Why should we feel inferior? Shouldn't we be happy? These are the guardians created by Lord LeFan. In the future, Lord LeFan will also create guardians. Having witnessed the fighting capabilities of various countries, Momonga became bolder and assigned a variety of missions. For example, Sebastian and Solius went to the capital to explore information about the country, while Shaltir went to find the magicians and warriors of this world to check out its skills. Demiurge went to find the materials needed for the magic scroll, while Albedo continued to manage the affairs of the great tomb of Nazareth, and so on. After the meeting ended, Momonga pulled LeFan along, saying, "Come on, let's have a drink." No one visits the temple without a reason. Momonga must have something to ask of me. Some readers have commented that they couldn't see which part was the inner voice. From now on, these represent the inner voice. Hearing LeFan's thoughts, Momonga smiled and said, "Zizi, Nabe, don't follow us. My brother and I will drink, you two go have some fun." Hearing Momonga's words, the two dared not follow, but they would not go to play either and simply stayed in room 1. Looking at the large amount of food that had been prepared in advance, LeFan tossed a few bottles of magic beer to Momonga and said, "Just say what you want." Momonga took the magic beer and gulped it down, saying, "LeFan, keep a low profile from now on, you're making things difficult for me. I only asked you to summon the seraphim of the high heavens, not the world boss, that's it. I thought you had something important to ask of me, but I'll say I did it on purpose." The official statement says that 1300 magic power can summon a level 90 seraphim, so what about 10,000 magic power, or 100,000 magic power? After testing, my guess was accurate. As long as there is enough magic power, the power of the summoned angels is limitless. I wonder what the supreme heaven would be like if summoned with 1 million mana. Unfortunately, I only have 260,000 magic power. Sigh, I'm really too weak. I need to work harder. Hearing LeFan's series of thoughts, Momonga felt a chill run down her spine. When did 260,000 magic power become considered too weak? I only have 58,000. Should I just die? And bro, can you please not be so cunning? I'm your brother, don't mess with me, I'm scared. After downing 3 gin of magic beer, LeFan said casually, "I didn't know you could summon a world boss." After all, the official statement says that the strongest angel a player can summon is the seraphim of the high heavens. Momonga said, "I don't believe you for a second, not a single word of yours is true." but Momonga could only say helplessly, "I know, but don't do anything outrageous again. You saw how ashamed and embarrassed the Guardians looked today. They are the result of our partner's hard work. It's not good to hurt them like this." That seems to make sense. Being invincible is truly lonely. Even using 1/26th of my strength is enough to terrify others. If I were to use my full power, wouldn't you all just instantly ascend to heaven? LaFan chugs down another pot of wine. "I know, I'm just a lazy bum, but are you really determined to go to the human world to become an adventurer?" I'm speechless. Is this really my brother? He's two-faced, but what he said does make some sense. "No, I can't let him fool me," Momonga said in a philosophical tone. "It's not me, it's us, and only in this way can we experience the feeling of being alive. What's the point of spending your whole life holed up in this big tomb?" LaFan chuggled again and said, "That's true, but if I were to become an adventurer and take on quests, listening to some idiot employers, I'm sorry, I think I might kill all those idiot employers. You don't mind, do you?" Listening to LaFan's words, Momonga knew that LaFan was a simple, straightforward, and reckless man. In the game world, some NPC quests are quite difficult, and he refuses to accept any of them, even assassinating quite a few NPCs. Because Yggdrasil's is an open-world game, NPCs will accompany players on quests. Many NPC quests are specific quests, meaning that once a player accepts one, other players must wait for them to complete it before they can accept another. NPCs will accompany players on quests, so LaFan that jerk. If any NPC provokes him, he will target that NPC and then kill him. In Yggdrasil's, NPCs generally do not revive after death, but thankfully Yggdrasil's automatically generates NPCs. So there's no need to worry about the NPCs being slaughtered, which is one of the reasons why LaFan is called a madman. After all, what player would go out of their way to wait for an NPC? When it comes to holding grudges, LaFan is even more vengeful than the honey badger. Momonga was naturally concerned about LaFan. They were just a group of mortals. Killing them was no big deal. "If he really is an idiot, I would kill him without you even having to lift a finger." Hearing Momonga's words, LaFan got even more excited. "All right, stop raising fish. You've been chugging a pot of wine several times and still haven't finished it. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" At LaFan's request, Momonga was punished with 2 pots of wine. After drinking 2 pots of medicine, Momonga ate a peanut and paused for a couple of seconds before saying, "Then when we go to the human world, we need to disguise ourselves. You can't appear as the blood demon. Appear in your true form. Anyway, you are human, so I'll appear in the form created by a high-level tool." What is Momonga thinking? My true form is so handsome, what if I charm countless girls on the street? And then there's Nabiar Albedo, and now he wants to give me random girls too. Does he want me to build a harem? This guy's got something, but unfortunately my body's too strong, no one can handle it. It's no fun if I don't go all out. If only I had a woman as powerful as Momonga. Momonga was terrified upon hearing LaFan's thoughts. "Damn it, I knew it. Why did you keep wanting me to change jobs, bro?" So it was because he was too invincible that he couldn't unleash his full power, but thinking about it, it makes sense. Those kinds of things are only fun if you go all out. No, this is too dangerous. Even if I change jobs, I might not be able to withstand my brother's damage output. No, why would I change jobs? I'd rather die than change jobs. Who wants to give you their full damage output? This guy is so loyal to his brother. After a satisfying meal, LaFan took the Nabe pillow back to bed. Momonga has also started a new job. It has to be said that people who don't need to sleep have an incredible workload. After a night of interrogation, Albedo also submitted the results of the interrogation to Momonga in writing. Albedo couldn't wait to return to her room and become LaFan's body pillow, but as the Grand Steward of the Great Tomb, she couldn't be so rash. "Lord Momonga, is there anything else?" Seeing Albedo looking at him expectantly, Momonga shook his head. "You've worked hard, Albedo, go and rest." "Yes, Lord Momonga." After Albedo bowed and finished speaking, she instantly vanished via teleportation. A scented and warm cushion. "Oh well, I can't sleep with that in my body, why should I think about it?" Momonga sighed and continued looking at the documents. The slain theocracy originally had 6 sacred texts, and the one Negan belonged to was called the Sunrise Ceremony. The intelligence revealed that the Dark Scripture is the strongest scripture in the slain theocracy, containing beings that transcend human levels. There are also the Council of Nations, which pose a threat to the slain theocracy and the various true dragon kings lurking throughout the world. Momonga had heard this information from LaFan's inner voice, the true dragon king. The true dragon king is someone even LaFan has to be wary of. He should be at the level of a limited-time world boss. This is no longer something an individual can defeat. To defeat such a being, one would need to gather thousands of level 100 players to launch a combined attack. Therefore, the primary task is to find the players in this world. Momonga believes that those who have traveled to this world are the players who stayed in the game until the final shutdown. Therefore, the number of players must be more than just myself and LaFan, and they must all be level 100 players. Because the game closed registration a month ago and new players would never even bother entering this 12-year-old game. Given LaFan's current attributes, it's estimated that only 100 special players would be needed to defeat the limited-time boss. What is a limited-time boss? That's the boss that possesses world items. There are a total of 100 of them in the entire game. They are the 10 supreme heavens, the 9 dragon kings, the 9 elements, and the 72 pillar demon gods. If Yggdrasils hadn't pursued every possibility, there would probably have been 200 limited-time bosses. However, considering that the world items dropped by the limited-time boss can only be obtained by the strong, the other 100 limited-time items were placed in random corners of the 9 worlds. The top 100 limited-time bosses are the strongest bosses in the game because each world item is equivalent to a world. A boss that owns the entire world can only be defeated by players from all over the world coming together. Although that's the literal meaning, it can be conquered with just a few thousand top players and a detailed division of labor. It has to be said that Momonga is a creature that fights wits with thin air with such an incredible imagination. Because of the wild imagination, everything is not much different from the original work. The only difference is that Momonga did not change his name to Ainz Ooal Gown. 5 hours had passed since I finished reviewing the documents in my hand. Shaltir came to say goodbye along the way and even acted as Momonga's accessory for a few minutes. Momonga also hugged Shaltir without any hesitation, enjoying the comfort of the pillow. It's a pity he can't sleep, otherwise he really would be a monster. Setting down the intelligence report, Momonga said calmly, "The intelligence is still too little. It seems that exploring the city is a must." Zai, who had just finished her shift about an hour ago, looked at Momonga with a curious expression and asked, "Lord Momonga, are you going out?" Momonga looked at Zizi and nodded, "Yes, it's time to go." Momonga rubbed his head and used the communicator. "LaFan, get up, it's time to go." Upon hearing the communication in his mind, LaFan reluctantly let go of the 2 pillows he was holding. Sure enough, sleeping with a pillow is so comfortable. Nabe had already gotten up, but since Lord Leffen hadn't gotten up, she couldn't get up either. LaFan stood up and saw that Albedo had also stood up. He said calmly, "Time to go on an adventure." The 3 then went to Momonga's office. Albedo then resumed her demeanor as the Grand Steward and made meticulous arrangements. However, Momonga refused both offers, but Albedo insisted that the 2 of them be accompanied by their maids, a point on which she absolutely refused to back down. Seeing Albedo's loyalty, Momonga had no choice but to agree in the end. Then Momonga took Zizi with him and Leffen took Nabe with him. LaFan didn't find it troublesome to keep the cushion by his side. However, going to the human world like this wouldn't work. The 4 of them needed to change their clothes. Momonga used an advanced item to create a black warrior. After thinking for a moment, LaFan took out his world item, the Black Dragon Robe. Although it's called the Black Dragon Robe, it doesn't offer any attribute bonuses. This robe is arguably the worst robe in the game, but it can also be said to be the most overpowered robe because this robe comes with the same effect, immunity to all magical damage. That's right, it's immune to all magical damage. Moreover, since world items themselves have the ability to be immune to world items, wearing this robe makes one the nemesis of all mages. However, this means sacrificing resistance and physical defense. This is one of the reasons why players with a level 20 or higher power level don't attack Lefan. Because of the game's mechanics, players who possess world items are immune to other players using them. Players who possess world items will display the buff world, signifying that they possess the ultimate protection of an entire world. Watching Lefan put on a show, donning the black dragon robe, wielding the will of another world, wearing white dragon boots, the Baal ring, and a necklace of light around his neck. Do you carry 5 world items with you? It's just a short trip outside. Is it really that dangerous? How afraid of death are you? You call yourself invincible. Bah, no. Does this mean that this world actually has powerful beings at the level of a limited-time boss? No, it's even beyond that level. Otherwise, how could Lefan, that reckless brute, be so cowardly? Damn it, was my decision right or wrong this time? Well, since Lefan is willing to follow, it means there is danger, but it's not fatal. And we can't stay cooped up in this huge tomb forever. We'll eventually have to leave, but we must be fully prepared. Momonga put aside all her wild ideas and looked at Lefan, who was as cowardly as a dog. Although he disdained Lefan's actions, he still honestly said, "Brother, get one for me too." Lefan glanced at Momonga and casually tossed out a necklace. As soon as the necklace appeared, the light in the whole world seemed to dim a little. The dark necklace is for you. World item dark necklace. When worn, 30% of your magic power is converted into magic resistance. Looking at the dark necklace in her hand, Momonga decisively put it on. In the game, even the highest level of World Calamity magic power is only 2,000. But the items in this world are already terrifying. A necklace that adds 600 magic resistance surpasses the magic resistance attribute of all armor. This is the allure of world-class items. Momonga never expected that this item would fall into Lefan's hands. Momonga remembered that this item was in the hands of the world's #1 calamity half a year ago. As for the 5 world items on Lefan's body, the world will and the black dragon robe, they already knew. White dragon boots, immune to all abnormal effects. Baal's ring, the ring of the first lord of the Dark Lords, increasing magic damage by 30%. When you wear it, you will be the king of magic. Necklace of light, converts 5% of your own stamina into physical defense. It has to be said that Lefan is incredibly wealthy. Then he looked at poor Nabe and Zizi. Momagashi is your person, so you can give her the equipment you want. Nabe is mine, so naturally I'll give her the equipment. As he spoke, Lefan tossed a set of level 60 divine gear to Nabe. Black shorts, black stockings, black sneakers paired with a black trench coat. The cool black silk ranger set is a nickname. Its magic resistance and armor resistance are average compared to level 60 sets, but its speed attribute is comparable to that of ordinary level 100 sets. Seeing this, Momonga also gave Zizi a set of archer armor, but he gave her a level 100 set. Although it's not a divine set but just a premium set, its stats still far surpass Nabe's. Holy crap, this show-off is trying to impress me. But Zizi is only level 46, how come she's carrying a level 100 set? Huh, you're already wearing it, what's going on? Is it because this is the real world so you can bring it along freely? Interesting, should I give Nabe a level 100 set? There seems to be a white stocking set in the level 100 set, but no, let's leave that for Albedo. Nabe looks better in black stockings, and besides, she's just a decorative piece. We're not expecting her to fight. Huh, I can actually wear a level 100 set. That's really beyond my expectations. No bro, who wants to compete with you? Do you think I lack even basic self-awareness? You casually have artifacts and items from the world of magic. How dare I compare to you? I'm just testing the game mechanics and reality, don't overthink it. However, there were still test results. Nabe was able to change her outfit directly with a single click through the system. But Zizi can't because it's a level 100 set. Does she need to put it on piece by piece? Albedo watched Nabe wearing her gorgeous new clothes and kept biting her fingers with envy. Albedo, you're just my body pillow, and besides, I can't see the white stockings anyway. You're not my personal maid, you have so much work to do every day. Even if I gave it to you, I wouldn't see it, so I won't give it to you. Hearing LeFan's thoughts, Momonga wondered to himself if he was exploiting Albedo too much. She's a woman, after all. Making her work for days without sleep and unable to spend time with the people she loves. I think I went too far. I'll try to give Albedo more days off in the future. After the four of them finished changing, LeFan casually raised the world will as if it were a staff, and a spatial portal appeared. Momonga looked at Albedo and said calmly, "Then, I'll leave the great tomb of Nazareth to you, Albedo." Albedo regained her composure, bowed and said, "Yes, Lady Momonga, Lady Leffen, I will manage the great tomb of Nazareth well." The four entered the portal, which then closed. Albedo looked at Leffen, who hadn't spoken to her, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she said with even more happiness, "Ah, Lord Leffen is still so aloof. That magic robe he's wearing is so handsome. How can someone be so handsome? This is my Lord Leffen. This is probably what a simp is like." Arriving at the vast grasslands outside Khan village, Momonga was clad in jet-black armor. He wore a jet-black necklace around his neck, carried two greatswords on his back, and his red cloak made him look incredibly cool. Beside Momonga was a cute pink-haired girl wearing a green Special Forces uniform. A rifle gleaming with light hung in front of the girl, and she wore a bulletproof helmet and black sunglasses. It makes an incredibly cute girl look a little bit cool, and this kind of contrasting cuteness is simply the favorite of all weird uncles. Beside the two stood a figure dressed in a jet-black robe and white dragon-patterned boots, holding a wooden stick that emitted a blue light and wearing a ring that shimmered with iridescent light on her finger. He wore a necklace that constantly emitted a holy light around his neck and had a perfect face with black hair and black eyes. He was an incredibly handsome man with an invincible appearance. Beside the handsome man was a stunningly beautiful woman who was wearing black shorts, black sneakers, and a pair of incredibly beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. She also wore a cool trench coat and had her hair tied in a single ponytail. She was beautiful, sexy, and cool all at once. The four of them were walking on the grassland when suddenly LeFan raised his hand and a bottle of magic beer appeared, which he then chugged down. It made the originally perfect art style somewhat harmonious. Momonga looked at LeFan, who was walking while drinking, and said, "I'm telling you, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" LeFan also complained, "Why didn't you just fly to the city? Why did you have to walk? You're doing this on purpose. It's such a long distance. At this speed it will take at least 3 hours. What's wrong with having a few drinks?" Momonga felt awkward listening to LeFan's complaints, but there was nothing she could do. Who knew if exploration magic even existed in this world? If we had a level 10 exploration spell that could reveal traces from 2 hours ago, wouldn't that reveal the location of the Great Tomb to the enemy? Momonga could only awkwardly say, I meant we want some too." "All right, you two are too weak to drink magic beer, drink magic cola instead." As LeFan spoke, he raised his hand and 2 bottles of cola appeared, then floated in front of Zai Zai and Nabe, while a large bottle of magic beer also appeared in front of Momonga. "Brothers, let's have a drink, I'll go first." LeFan's tun sound rang out again. Zizi and Nabe looked bewildered, but seeing Lord Momonga also chugging their drinks, they realized they were in a daze. They also looked at the can of cola in their hands, opened it, and started chugging it down. After downing it in one gulp, the 2 goddesses' expressions suddenly changed. "Because this cola is so delicious, it's definitely the best drink they've ever had." Just kidding, LeFan's magical beer and magical cola crafting level has reached the highest level. Because it's a secondary profession, it's not linked to attributes. As long as you don't drink too much, it's beneficial and harmless to your health. For example, the courage boost from magic beer can instantly accelerate adrenaline, bringing the body to its peak and unleashing its strongest fighting power. Magic cola also has an energizing effect, which can keep you in the most alert state and give you better control over your body. Unfortunately, these 2 items had no effect on Leffen and Momonga because their physical strength and magic power were too high. Even if Momonga wanted to get drunk, he would need more than a ton of magical beer. This is why you need to prepare so much magic beer when fighting world bosses. Fortunately, magical beer is very cheap. 1 magic point equals 3 pounds. As for magic cola, it's more expensive. One magic cola costs 2 bottles, which is about 1.5 pounds. The city of Yellental in the Kingdom of Restige is protected by 3 layers of walls. Just like its appearance, it is named a fortress city, and each town within the city walls has its own unique characteristics. The outermost city wall served as the kingdom's garrison base, equipped with comprehensive military facilities. The innermost area is the Central Administrative District. This area also houses warehouses for storing military provisions and is a key protected area. The area in between the two zones is the residential area for citizens. Along the way, with Momonga's explanations, I also gained an impression of the huge city 10 kilometers away. It has to be said that this was the first time Lafan had ever seen such a massive city surrounded by walls. Momonga looked at Lafan beside her and asked calmly, "So what name should we give when we go to the city?" "We can't just call ourselves Momonga, can we?" Lafan, intrigued, replied, "Sure, I'll give you a name, let's call you Yashin." Upon hearing this, Momonga immediately thought of the word Bone Overlord that had appeared countless times in Lafan's mind. Then, subconsciously, he said, "Then you can be called Invincible." Invincible, that's interesting. One is arrogant and the other is invincible, so that's why the adventurer team they formed is called the Supreme Adventurer Team, the Invincible Supreme Adventure Team. Hearing Zizi and Nabe say the two names in unison, the two of them were also stunned for a moment. Then Lafan said casually, "How about we call it the Earthlings Adventure Team?" "Are they Earthlings? They're definitely more recognizable than my World Tree Adventure Team." Could it be that Lafan has already boldly guessed that players from other games will also travel here? Damn it, am I too stupid? I'm only at the level of playing the game Etrian Odyssey. With so many games in the world, who knows if other people might travel through time? Lafan really knows a lot, but why is there no voice from his heart? I want to hear more of his inner thoughts. Momonga nodded and said, "Okay, let's call it the Earthlings Adventure Team. Then, Zizi and Nabe, you two can use these names." "Yes, Lord Momonga, because we were very close to Yellentir, there were quite a few people coming and going on the main road." They observed various reactions to Lafan and his group. The timid whispered amongst themselves while the bold approached to make their acquaintance. However, Lafan was too lazy to care, and Momonga drove the other party away the whole time in order to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. With Momonga's jet-black armor and tall, imposing physique, ordinary people dared not approach him. As for the adventurers, one was so terrified when Momonga threw him 5 meters away with one hand, and that was the end of it. As for asking Lafan to take action, Momonga wouldn't dare, having overheard Lafan's thoughts along the way. He is now a mage who can only use magic attacks, and he is thinking about what kind of magic to use to minimize accidental damage. But here's the problem. Lafan doesn't learn those sneaky, underhanded magic techniques. His magic, like himself, is all about grand, sweeping movements. In his words, a true magician naturally uses magic to bombard and create dazzling scenes. This made Momonga very panicked, so she didn't give Lafan a chance to use magic. Otherwise, any 5th-tier explosive fire would surely kill everyone within a radius of tens of meters once it explodes. Momonga was bitter inside, but he couldn't say it. The world he was predicting was stronger than the original limited world boss, because Lafan used the term Earthling, and after so many years of development, virtual games have evolved to a very high level. Especially games from Daxia, they're just plain crazy. What about one-hit kill and mortals slaying gods, cultivation games, the destruction of the world in the primordial era, the three-body problem, and cosmic wars? Each one is more outrageous than the last. If those players were to transmigrate here, the world tree's strength would be absolutely insufficient to withstand them. So Momonga had a terrible headache, and now he wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible. I just hope no one will be foolish enough to anger Lafan, otherwise they might really die without even knowing how they died. Soon the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of the first city wall where guards were checking the citizens' movements. Oh ho, a classic scene from novels. The protagonist gets harassed when he enters the city. How interesting, I never thought I'd become the main character one day. What if the other person tries to possess Nabe, my body pillow, or bully me, this weak man? Keep it low-key, I'm about to unleash my only level 10 tier 10 magic burst collapse. I want to see if an explosion of art can destroy a city. Momonga felt her heart bleed when she heard LaFan's inner thoughts. What the hell, are you even human? Where is your compassion? Just because someone was harassed by a guard, you want hundreds of thousands of people in the city to be buried with them? Oh right, I remember now, LaFan's justice value is -1,000. That's infuriating. This guy is a real demon king and I only have -500. Who would have thought that it would be so comical to see one great demon king trying to stop another from wreaking havoc? Momonga quickly snapped out of her daze and said to Nabe beside her, "We'll secretly use the charm ability on humans later and then go straight in." Nabe was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this but quickly bowed and said, "It is, Lord Yashin." Momonga shook his head and said, "Just call me Yashin." Holy crap, Ainz Ooal Gown really is a cunning coward. I knew how he managed to get into the city with a beauty like Nabe in the original story. You know, the kingdom is the most corrupt country in the world. Here, nobles and black organizations are king. Any pretty girl will be captured and forced into prostitution. That's fine though, we can do it here and then once we're inside. There's not a single good person among the nobles and guards in this city. What the heck, you knew that this country is the most corrupt kingdom in the world? How much information do you still have that I don't know? But since it's such a corrupt country, destroying it doesn't seem like a bad idea, does it? No, such a high-profile annihilation of a country would give the true Dragon King and the slain theocracy an opportunity to attack me. Momonga knew that the real world was often like this. Even though others were hoping for your death, but when one's name is not right and one's words are not proper, one can only secretly curse in one's heart. Once someone commits a heinous act, all those hiding in the shadows will come forward. Momonga panicked and could only take out 2 masks that looked like Batman's and say, "Lef and Nabe, you both need to wear these masks after we enter the city." A pay-to-win item, the Bat Mask. It can reduce your presence, making you undetectable to creatures below level 80. That's something. Forget it, judging from Momonga's cowardly behavior, I'd better keep a low profile. Cowardly as a dog. Damn it, you go out equipped with 5 world items and you have the nerve to call me that? No, I'm not angry, Momonga kept smiling and raising her hand. Nabe dared not disobey and simply took it and put it on. Seeing this, LaFan took the mask and put it on. Okay, as long as it doesn't interfere with my eating. Zai, standing to the side, didn't need to wear sunglasses as she was already wearing a full military uniform including a bulletproof helmet and sunglasses. She is 145 cm tall. She looks like a cool little girl and poses no threat whatsoever. It can only be said that Momonga is not a lolicon and does not understand this kind of contrasting cuteness. It is often this kind of contrasting cuteness that is the favorite of strange uncles. As for LaFan, I couldn't be bothered to care. Zai isn't my body pillow, so why should I protect her? If Momonga can't even protect her own body pillow, then she shouldn't embarrass herself in public. She should just stay in the Great Tomb of Nazareth. After the 2 put on stealth masks, no one around them could detect their presence. Soon the 4 arrived at the city gate. At this moment, the guards stared intently at them. These were powerful warriors clad in black armor and carrying 2 swords on their backs. There was also a woman with pink hair who wore cool sunglasses so her full face couldn't be seen. But judging from her cute cherry lips, adorable little face, and rosy skin, she is an absolutely gorgeous little girl. But after seeing Momonga's massive body and armor, the guards hesitated for a moment and finally mustered their courage to ask Zizi to take off her sunglasses. Suddenly, the city guard froze, then said, "Please come in." Nabe used the confusion ability on the side and Momonga nodded in satisfaction. As LaFan guessed, if it weren't for being able to hear LaFan's thoughts, this city would probably be gone. Sigh, when did a great demon like me start thinking about saving people? But it's all good, at least it proves I'm a good person. The 4 of them traveled smoothly without any obstacles, although the incredibly cool and cute girl Zizi was very attractive. But with the powerful warrior Momonga by their side, no one dared to cause trouble unless they could see Nabe, this stunningly beautiful being. The street was bustling with activity, with many people setting up stalls and displaying all kinds of vegetables and other goods. Lafan naturally stopped in his tracks, looking at Momonga with anticipation. "Those lamb skewers are pretty good, want a couple?" Momonga was impressed by Lafan's hedonistic spirit, but the next second he said, "Go register at the Adventurers Guild first." "It won't be good if we can't register after get off work." Lafan nodded and said, "That's fine anyway, this street won't run away." Momonga thought to himself, "I won't run away, but if I hadn't been quick-witted enough to stop the city gates from closing in, this city would be gone." After passing through several bustling streets and crossing several large squares, we finally arrived at a 5-story building. This building is the Adventurers Guild. At this moment, many adventurers are coming and going, so it can be seen that this area is quite lively. However, this did indeed attract a large number of adventurers to come and exchange ideas. After all, they are adventurers, not ordinary people, so for a warrior like Momonga, their first reaction wasn't fear but rather an even greater anticipation of making friends. It would be even better if there were already people who could carry out missions together or even become teammates. "What is this? It's super cool. Hey bro, where did you buy that armor? Wow, this little sister is so cool. Can she be friends with her older sister?" Momonga directly refused everyone's request, saying calmly, "Sorry, we need to go to the leveled adventurer area. We'll talk about it later." A muscular man looked at Zizzy with a smile and said, "Newbie, why not join our team?" Although Zizzy has a justice score of 100, she doesn't have much affection for humans who are not her kind. What's more, this group of people actually made their Supreme Lord apologize. She angrily raised her level 100 rifle and said, "Mo, why is Yashin apologizing to these guys?" Momonga noticed Zizzy's reaction and was also taken aback for a moment, but he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Just 5 days ago he was still working at the company, an ordinary person bowing and scraping to customers and superiors. Is Momonga, this piece of trash, still playing the role of a useless person in reality? He's already above 999% of life in this world. Still playing the loser? What a pathetic guy. Even with invincible strength, he's determined to be a weakling. And he actually apologized to these guys? How embarrassing. I really want to say I don't know him. Hearing Lafan's words, Momonga's head ached. "No, what do you mean I'm playing the role of a loser? Isn't this basic social etiquette? I call this being polite and respectful to others, so how come it makes me look like trash in your eyes? However, this is indeed not in line with my status and I should apologize less in the future. Otherwise, I'll be looked down upon by that guy Lafan again." Momonga stroked Zizzy's forehead and said, "Zizzy, calm down, listen to me, okay?" After Momonga patted her forehead, Zizzy calmed down and said with a flushed face, "Yes, Yashin, Yashin." Seeing the two people who looked like father and daughter yet also like lovers, the muscular adventurer was a little angry. Nabe was furious at the sight. Why should the Supreme Being apologize to these reptiles? These crawlers have received an apology from the Supreme Being and should immediately atone with their deaths. Momonga, that weakling, still endured it. I have to say, he really played it safe. But it's precisely because Momonga is so cunning that there are all sorts of ways to outsmart and outmaneuver thin air. Momonga felt a stomachache upon hearing Lafan's heartfelt words. They quickly entered the Adventurers Guild, where a blonde, mature receptionist's eyes lit up as she saw Momonga and Zizzy enter. Although it's unclear what equipment Zizzy is wearing, that glittering weapon is definitely not an ordinary weapon. And Momonga's jet black armor, he looks like a tycoon. Are they here to issue a mission? Is it a mithril-level mission or a steel-level mission? Momonga was exhausted because Zizzy and Nabe had no affection for humans and Lefin was a reckless man. He was the only one who could handle the negotiations with humans. "Hello, we are adventurers here. What procedures do we need to complete?" 5 copper coins per person. Name, occupation. By the way, there's an extra fee for forming an adventure team. It costs 50 copper coins per team. After the receptionist's explanation, Momonga and the others also learned the truth. Name, Yashin professional warrior name, Zai professional shooter name, invincible class mage name, Nabe occupation, ranger. The registration process went smoothly until suddenly 2 masked figures appeared next to Momonga. The sound was coming from them. My god, I didn't even notice them. What's their strength? Wait, a mage and a ranger? Aren't they assassins? The receptionist quickly recovered and said, okay, but I need to see your faces and what your adventure team's name is. Momonga took off his helmet first, revealing a middle-aged man's face. Earthling Adventure Team. The receptionist glanced at Yashin's face, which was also about the adventure team's level being upgraded, and said kindly, okay, the level is upgraded. It seems that you've been through a lot, Mr. Yashin. You must have worked hard. Then Zizi took off her glasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful pink-haired girl wearing an eye patch, which immediately surprised the receptionist, who exclaimed involuntarily, Miss Zizi is so cute. Meanwhile, many onlookers were stunned. She was indeed an absolutely beautiful loli. They were certain that she was the most beautiful loli they had ever seen. Upon hearing this, Zai Zai put on her sunglasses again, reverting to her cool demeanor. At this moment, everyone was watching the two masked figures who seemed to have no presence at all. Nabe slowly removed her mask as well. They were approximately between 15 and 20 years old, with long, narrow eyes that shone with a dazzling, obsidian-like light. Her thick, glossy black hair was tied in a ponytail, and her delicate, snow-white skin shimmered like pearls under the light. What attracts the most attention is her elegant demeanor and the fact that anyone would take a second look at her. With her black hair and black eyes, she possesses an exotic beauty in this land of blondes. Paired with that cool, all-black outfit, she looks absolutely stunning. Given this situation, many unscrupulous adventurers are already itching to make their move. Nabe quickly put on her mask and acted as if nothing had happened. Before the receptionist could react, LeFan took off his mask. In an instant, everyone's heartbeat seemed to stop because LeFan was the ruler of blood. His good looks could conquer all living beings with blood. Just one glance at LeFan would make the blood of every living being surge involuntarily. As if seeing the creator, LeFan's bare face is eternally remembered. Unless one's resistance reaches 200, no one can escape it. 200 resistance is an attribute that only level 100 players have. How could these mortals possibly possess it? As LeFan put on the mask, everyone instantly forgot about the LeFan who had just been standing before them. But their blood has already remembered LeFan's natural face, and that is the only unshakable beauty in their hearts. It's a beauty that everyone can perceive and understand, a beauty that makes them realize they're not on the same level as each other. Most normal people would choose to back down, but of course there are always a few oddballs among humans. This is why the people who had been on the road earlier didn't dare to approach LeFan but instead approached Nabe. After putting on the stealth mask, the adventurers present were completely bewildered. They were all wondering, where did the stunning beauty Nabe go? And where did that godlike being go? Because their level was below 80, they couldn't notice LeFan and Nabe even if they were right in front of them. They just thought they were two ordinary passersby. This is the power of the stealth mask. Although it cannot make a person completely invisible, it can make people below level 80 underestimate them. Of course, it's not that you have to be level 80 or higher to see the two people. As long as your resistance exceeds 100, you can also sense their presence. Momonga shook his head and took 4 bronze medals and an adventurer's team certificate from the receptionist. They then walked out of the Adventurers Guild with Shizu, but a leopard can't change its spots. The few adventurers who were just itching to make a move, although they lost Nabe as their target, still have Shiz. In another version serialized by the author, Nabe was surrounded by adventurers and used a charm spell as soon as she arrived in the city. Fortunately, Nabe's level was too high, otherwise she would have become their Sao directly. That's why LeFan said this country is the most corrupt country, where anyone who is beautiful but lacks power or influence basically becomes someone else's pet. These few adventurers who followed him greatly displeased LeFan. Can this Momonga really tolerate the filthy thoughts of this group of trash-polluting Zizi? Aren't you going to make a move? Are you just waiting for them to surround and snatch you away? Pretending to be useless is one thing, but could you actually be useless? Could it be that Momonga is a masochist? Does she enjoy watching her own people get abused? A series of LeFan's inner thoughts made Momonga break out in a cold sweat even though he wasn't sweating. But Momonga really didn't want to do anything reckless because this world was too dangerous and he had to master the art of survival. Unfortunately, Momonga couldn't resist LaFan's series of heartfelt words. She had initially thought he was just thinking about it, but I was just following a pretty girl and I didn't do anything wrong, so I'll just turn a blind eye. But because of LaFan, he had to take action, otherwise LaFan would be in big trouble if he couldn't help but make a move. Momonga said calmly to Nabe behind him. Nabe used the third-tier magic death corrosion to take care of those tagalongs. Nabe was already impatient. How dare those bedbugs follow her out? Yes, Lord Yashin. Oh ho, they actually went all out. That's not bad. Now that the little tagalong is gone, it's time for some lamb skewers. Momonga's head ached from listening to LaFan's thoughts, but it also left her with a lot of trouble. He knew all along that bringing LaFan along as an adventurer wouldn't be so smooth, but he was afraid of dying. LaFan is the strongest and can protect me, and I can also hear LaFan's thoughts. You can know many dangerous options in advance, allowing you to skip certain lines. So whatever you do, Momonga must bring Leffen along. Although it's a bit troublesome now, it's barely acceptable. After Nabe easily dealt with the 5 tagalongs behind her, Momonga also took Leffen to buy a lot of food. In the blink of an eye, LaFan had bought enough food for 10 people, including beef patties, lamb skewers, roast chicken, salad, and pizza, before he was satisfied. Nabe and Zizi, 2 girls, carried more than 20 kilograms of food and followed 2 tall men, Lao Gu. Even many passers-by couldn't stand it anymore and whispered that Momonga was inhuman. A 2-meter-tall giant bought a bunch of food, but a little girl carried it all while he was empty-handed. Helpless, Momonga could only take the food from Zizi's hands and carry it herself. Leffen said they would go back to the hotel to drink and eat. Furthermore, after inquiring along the way, they also learned about the 5 adventurer inns in the city. The most famous of these is an inn for experienced adventurers, which only accepts seasoned adventurers and refuses to accept novice ones. But Momonga just likes going to these kinds of places because it's a simpler and more direct way to show off his strength. The group of 4 soon arrived at the enormous 3-story hotel. The first floor of the hotel housed a bar. At this moment, dozens of adventurers were drinking and chatting about their adventures and the places they frequented the previous night. Because they arrived 3 days earlier than in the original story, the red-haired female adventurer was not there. But the bald adventurer team was still there, the moment Momonga, clad in his magnificent armor, and the incredibly cool little girl Zizi entered. All the adventurers stopped what they were doing and stared at the 4-person group. A burly man in top-tier armor, a super cute little girl, and 2 ordinary passers-by, a man and a woman. The 2 passers-by behind were completely ignored, but looking at the height difference between Momonga and Zizi, a muscular man said, "Hey, rich dad, are you taking your daughter to experience the life of an adventurer? Little sister, being an adventurer is very dangerous, you know. Uncle, would you like to hire our adventure team?" Momonga ignored her, but Zizi was furious and raised her gun. "No, what have I done to deserve being Lord Yashin's daughter? If you guys dare to disrespect Lord Yashin, I will kill you all." Seeing the super cool lowly holding a gun and saying super fierce things in a super cute voice, the adventurers present burst into laughter. Seeing this, Momonga quickly scooped Zizi up in a princess carry and said, "Oh, Zizi, don't say such hurtful things. And you bunch of good-for-nothings, if you're not happy, come at me." Stop with the sarcastic remarks. LaFan took the food from Momonga's hand, pulled Nabe to an empty seat and took out a pitcher of magic beer, chugging it down. Fight, fight. Nabe was also embarrassed, unsure whether to help Lord Momonga eliminate these bugs or serve Lord Leffen his meal. After thinking for 2 seconds, he followed LaFan to an empty seat, opened the food packaging and handed it to LaFan. Momonga heard the familiar gurgling sound and LaFan's words that seemed to exacerbate the situation, leaving him speechless. "But that's the only way. If we don't swat these flies, it'll be bad if we offend LaFan and the whole city gets razed to the ground." Zai's face was flushed and she looked at Momonga somewhat at a loss. Lord Aotian." Momonga put Zizi down and said calmly, "All right, go over there and eat your food. Watch my performance." At this moment, Nabe was also drinking magic cola. Although this was very disrespectful to Lord Momonga, it was Lord Leffin's order. Zai cautiously walked over and only dared to sit down after Lefan gestured for her to sit down and eat and drink cola. At this moment, Momonga, in an extremely arrogant manner, acted as if everyone present was trash and asked, "Do you want a one-on-one fight or a group brawl? Bronze medal, a newbie dares to be so arrogant. I'm a gold medal adventurer, let me teach you what it means to be human." A muscular man, about 185 meters tall, twisted his neck, stood up and walked towards Momonga. No, you're overthinking it. What I mean by a one-on-one fight is either me taking on all of you or me ganging up on you indiscriminately. I don't have time to fight you one by one, so come at me all at once. Momonga's words undoubtedly ignited the anger of all the adventurers in the inn, especially since they had all been drinking. They're already prone to getting carried away and then they get mocked. Who can handle that? The crowd rushed forward and a few unscrupulous adventurers even played the monkey stealing peaches trick, a move known as 1,000 years of killing. Seeing the sneak attack, Nabe stood up and roared in fury, damn it. These vermin dared to use such dirty tricks to attack Lord Momonga. I can't stand it, I'll kill them. Zai had lost all interest in her cola and, raising her rifle, said unhappily, "They must die, these vermin." Lefan looked at the two maids with some dissatisfaction and said, all right, stop disturbing Aotian's enjoyment. Just drink your cola and eat your barbecue obediently. Stop talking about thinking about us. Do you even know what kind of happiness we want? Or do you want to be above us? Upon hearing this, the two were so frightened that they immediately knelt down, almost crying, and said, No. Seeing this, Lefan raised his hand to help the two up and said with a smile, all right, what kind of behavior is this? From now on, don't interfere with what we do, just watch and support us. Every successful woman silently supports her man, you know. The two nodded, their faces pale, because what Lefan had just said was so frightening that they were stunned for a long time. After all, how terrifying is it for a servant, who is at the very center of the household, to be perceived by his master as someone who wants to control him? Momonga was quite satisfied with Lefan's training. The two maids had caused all sorts of trouble along the way, almost escalating the situation into something serious. To be honest, if it weren't for the insistence of the people from the Great Tomb of Nazareth, Momonga would never have brought these two burdens along. Now that Lefan has warned them, they shouldn't act recklessly anymore. Seeing the 6 people who were sneaking up on him, Momonga quickly adopted a boxer's stance and easily took down the kids with a left hook and a right hook. With each punch, an adventurer was blasted several meters away, and Momonga even added some over-the-top voice effects like aura, aura, aura. After the 6 adventurers were instantly blasted away, all the adventurers were sweating profusely and many even ran away. Seeing this, Momonga did not pursue because the deterrent effect had been achieved. I guess the adventurers in this city won't bother me anymore. What I need to do now is to raise my adventurer level. This made the kingdom and the nobles afraid to attack him. Momonga then clenched his fist. As expected, I'm not suited for boxing. Well, that makes sense considering I'm a dual-wielding warrior. The sudden display of arrogance left the adventurers who hadn't had time to leave utterly humiliated. You call this not knowing how to box? One punch sent someone flying several meters away. There was even a platinum-level adventurer in the crowd. One punch and he was foaming at the mouth and unconscious. This is a monster. Good heavens, why did we provoke this monster? The shop owner then apologized and offered Momonga 3 days of free accommodation. After all, no one dares to offend such a powerful figure unless that powerful figure is a kind person. But no matter how you look at it, this powerful figure is not a kind person, and this is a world where strength reigns supreme. The boss is a smart man. Watching the battle end so quickly, Lefan chugged down another bottle. Boring, wanna drink? After finishing everything, Momonga came over, looked at Lefan and shook her head. No, you should go and rest first. Lefan nodded upon hearing this. Nabe, let's go. Nabe, who hadn't turned around yet, hummed in agreement and followed, while Zizzy was more obedient than ever before. Lefan's words made her realize that she could no longer overstep any boundaries. The master is the master. How can I control the master's will and live my life? All you need to do is obey your master's wishes and not interfere with his life anymore. Seeing Zizi trembling, Momonga sighed and sat down, pulling her into his arms. There's no need for that. Zizi, you're only thinking of me, I'm not angry. On the contrary, I quite like the way you seem to be worried about me. Zai was stunned for a moment when she felt Momonga's gentleness. Lord Yashin, Momonga patted Zizi's bulletproof helmet and said, I already told you to call me Yashin. The adventurers in the inn, seeing the ambiguous relationship between Momonga and Zizi, also gave up any thoughts about Zizi. Actually, this was intentional on Momonga's part because Zizi was practically a fairy descended from heaven in the human realm, and such a beauty could also serve as a form of publicity. However, it will also have negative effects if Zizi is single. Then there will be a constant stream of people pursuing Zizi, which is troublesome for Momonga. Therefore, the best approach is to have Zizi appear in the human world as Yashin's partner. This dissuaded everyone from pursuing Zizi, and given his demonstrated strength, no one dared to cause him any trouble. If such a person truly exists, they are either a strong individual or a fool. Wouldn't it be better for a strong individual to come looking for trouble? First, Momonga wanted to understand the power system of this world. Defeating a stronger opponent can also bring greater fame, which will help in completing subsequent plans. LeFan arrived at the luxury suite that had been booked, chose a room, and prepared to sleep with Nabe in his arms. Nabe was still distraught. She didn't know how to face LeFan. Because I had indeed unintentionally disturbed the pleasure of the supreme beings. Looking at the trembling pillow in her arms, LeFan thought for a moment and decided to try to comfort her. Let's also see if she's been converted. After all, this is the world of Ainz Ooal Gown. How can someone become a member of the Great Tomb without being converted? Don't overthink it, just do what needs to be done. Just think things through before you act in the future. Don't presumptuously assume you're doing this for our own good and trying to stop us. Do you even realize how much meaning and implications are behind our actions? We need to use our brains more and see the meaning behind everything. We won't do anything meaningless unless it's just to show off. Nabe suddenly realized what LeFan meant. That's right, why would invincible supreme beings become adventurers? Why should I associate with such lowly creatures? How many strategies are behind this? How much meaning is involved? Do you even know it yourself? Why do you ruin the plans of the two supreme beings without even thinking about it yourself? Even if we take a step back and assume that the two supreme beings had no plans or schemes and were simply seeking pleasure. As a servant, I cannot interrupt my master's joy. However, Nabe felt a warmth in her heart because Lord Lefin was comforting her. The cold and ruthless Lord Lefan actually comforted me. Ah, what a supreme honor this is. Even if she dies in the next second, Nabe will have no regrets. After a night of word of mouth, adventurers in the vicinity of Urantir were generally aware of the Earthling adventure team's strength. That powerful fighter who called himself a swordsman instantly killed 6 people in a single attack, surrounded by platinum adventurers and several gold and silver adventurers. Some people present even said that this dark-skinned fighter had already possessed hero-level strength, and even the kingdom's warrior captain might not be his match. With such rumors circulating, adventurers who bully the weak and fear the strong will no longer bother Momonga. There are powerful adventurers in Yelantir, such as the Orichalcum-level adventure team and even a legendary mithril adventurer. As for steel-level adventurers, Urantir currently has none. Adventurers who have reached the level of bronze or higher have no interest in bullying these newly joined adventurers. Bullying newcomers brings them no benefit and they are likely to lose. Momonga, with a dozing LeFan behind him, entered the Adventurers Guild's quest hall amidst whispers and awe-inspiring gazes from the crowd. Momonga looked at the tasks posted with garbled text and felt somewhat lost. Because he doesn't understand the writing system of this world. Although the spoken language is universal, the written language is completely different. After a moment of agonizing over it, I randomly chose one with a lot of words, not caring whether I understood it or not. More words meant more trouble, so the level couldn't be low. The moment Momonga took on the mission, all the adventurers in the hall were shocked. He can only dare, he's clearly just a newbie, so why does he dare to accept a mission of the steel level? This is too strong. Could they really have the strength of the steel level? No, they probably don't know how terrifying the steel rank adventurers are. They're probably just proud of defeating the platinum rank adventurers yesterday. Yes, above platinum level adventurers are orichalcum and mithril, and only after that comes abrasive steel. This is an abrasive steel level mission. How could they possibly complete it? The receptionist was completely bewildered, even though she had heard about the Earthlings' incredible strength that morning. But they're just a bronze-level team. How dare they take on a steel-level mission that's been hanging over for 3 years without anyone completing it? As a responsible receptionist, she had to stop their dangerous behavior. I'm sorry, Lord Yashin, you are only a bronze-level team and are not authorized to take on this mission. Upon hearing the receptionist's words, Momonga cleverly replied, I believe I am fully capable of handling this task. The receptionist tried her best to explain, no, that's not in accordance with the rules. Besides, you're newcomers and you should start by learning about the adventurer profession through newcomer missions. While dozing off, LeFan slammed his hand on the table and said to the incessantly chattering receptionist, all right, it's settled then. It's just slaying a trashy tree spirit, not slaying a dragon or killing a demon. Why all the fuss? Momonga was stunned when she heard LeFan's words. Wait a minute, how could LeFan know the language of this world? Hasn't he been spending all his time eating, drinking, and having fun? Could it be that he's been secretly studying hard behind my back? Just a trash tree spirit? These words broke the hearts of all the adventurers present, and many of them said, Miss Receptionist, if they want to die, let them go. Anyway, this mission has been hanging for 3 years and no one has been able to complete it. Yes, they're so confident in themselves, you don't need to protect them like this. Seeing the adventurers making a fuss, the receptionist quickly advised, no, everyone, please don't make a fuss. This is against the rules because this is a mission for a steel-level adventurer. Only missions for steel-level adventurers can be handled, Momonga asked curiously. Why? Because our strength is mismatched. Going on this mission would be suicide. Our adventurer organization is neither a suicide squad nor a charity organization. In missions conducted under equal or lesser conditions, compensation is provided for any injuries or fatalities resulting from the execution of the mission. Your attempt to exceed your level is suicidal, so there will be no compensation. Mr. Yashin, please think carefully. We strictly prohibit the practice of sending people to commit suicide in order to obtain compensation. If you insist on taking this quest, the Adventurers Guild will not provide compensation for any injuries or fatalities. Furthermore, if you fail the Boundary Challenge mission, you will also need to compensate for labor costs. Furthermore, after multiple mission failures, you will be stripped of your adventurer status. Please think carefully before proceeding. The receptionist, hearing Momonga's words, knew that Momonga was determined to take on the task and was also explaining the rules. Momonga smiled and said, okay. The receptionist sighed and said, then please pay 10% of the labor cost, which is 10 gold coins. If the task is completed, the full amount will be refunded. A 10% deposit? This is way too much of a challenge to a higher level. Momonga looked into his pocket and found he only had 11 of these world-class gold coins. Finally, he could only awkwardly take out 10 gold coins and place them on the counter. Is this okay? If we complete the mission, can we advance to become a steel-level adventurer? The receptionist put away the 10 gold coins and said tactfully, I'm sorry, you can't skip too many levels at once. You need to complete at least 3 adamantite-level missions to skip to adamantite-level adventurer. If you complete them this time, you can skip to platinum-level adventurer. Momonga stroked his chin and pointed to the blueprint. Platinum grade, that's pretty good. Can you tell us the details of this mission? For the sake of 10 gold coins, the receptionist explained the details and address of the task in detail. Momonga, that illiterate guy is such a disgrace. Luckily, I was clever enough to use my special skill, Dream Invasion, last night to steal the language of this world. However, this world is really weak. A level 30 tree spirit has been stuck for 3 years and no one has been able to complete it. No, if I hadn't known the plot, I would have almost been fooled by this world. Perhaps this is a ploy to mislead us players. All the high-level combatants are hiding, detached from worldly affairs. And these weak forces act as kings, allowing players to become arrogant, declare themselves emperors and then be wiped out in one fell swoop. These cowards are truly cowardly. If I hadn't transmigrated early and didn't know the rest of the story or how many terrifying big shots would appear later, I would have jumped out and slaughtered them all. Forget it, why bother jumping out? Immortality is a rare privilege. Why not eat, drink, be merry, and enjoy life instead of fighting to the death with others? Hearing LaFan's series of thoughts, Momonga looked surprised. What the heck, did you time travel too early? Don't know the plot? LaFan is actually a time traveler. And is my world really just a story? There's more to the story that we don't know about. That means LaFan isn't omniscient or omnipotent after all. Damn it, the plan has changed. We need to be even more cautious now. Knowing that LaFan also didn't know the subsequent plot, Momonga originally thought that when it was time to act recklessly, she should act recklessly. It seems that won't work now. This world is so dangerous, I still have to stay put. Faced with an overwhelming opponent, the seemingly invincible brothers once again chose the path of survival. The territory of the Kalan nobles, located 100 miles west of the fortress city of Yellental, was originally a vast livestock farm. Since a powerful tree spirit took over this area 3 years ago, it has become a vast green ocean. Over the years, many adventurers have ventured into this area, but it is filled with powerful illusions and most people who enter it disappear. Some even suggested burning the place down, but it was no use because the place is covered by dew all year round and all the plants are moist. There's no way to burn this area completely, or even if the area is burned to ashes, the tree spirit will simply move to another area of the kingdom. People will continue to suffer, such as the kingdom 4 years ago when it spent a huge amount of national resources to purchase a large amount of oil and forcibly burn it. Then the tree spirit moved to this place, and the enormous amount of oil there was enough to equal the annual fiscal revenue of a local city. Moreover, the forest created by the tree spirits is basically harmless in this area as long as you don't enter it. Naturally, the kingdom stopped caring. Of course, what no one knew was that it was actually the kingdom's steel-class adventurer group that Blue Rose refused to accept this mission. It's not that they can't get rid of the tree spirit, but that it's unnecessary. Because the tree spirit didn't harm the kingdom but instead added another labyrinth to it. As long as you don't harbor ill intentions or greed, you'll be fine once you enter this forest. Of course, people are greedy, and most people who enter this forest do so to get rich quickly, so out of 10 people who go in, only 3 can come out. Even so, it still gave ordinary people a chance to get rich quickly, and many poor people had another way to go when they had nowhere else to turn. Outside the vast forest, Momonga pondered whether to have Zizzy kill the tree spirit with a single shot for a quick victory, or to go in and fight the tree spirit hand-to-hand. This forest is quite nice. What would happen if I unleashed an explosion spell? Hearing LaFan's thoughts, Momonga knew she needed to make a decisive decision. Momonga said with a smile, "Let's go in. Zizzy, Nabe, don't make a move. I want to test how many punches my iron fist can take to kill this tree spirit." What made my best friend who knows 780 kinds of magic so addicted to boxing? Was his previous learning of magic merely a disguise for his seemingly honest exterior, revealing him to be a wild person in reality? But that makes sense. I'm also a man obsessed with swords, yet I secretly learned 1,500 spells behind Momonga's back. And it's not wrong for Momonga, as a mage, to secretly learn boxing behind my back. The sheer volume of information left Momonga momentarily stunned. He wondered if he was hallucinating. What the hell? He had learned over 1,500 spells? Is this guy made entirely of liver? Momonga didn't realize that he had gradually gotten used to LaFan's thoughts, if he had heard LaFan say he knew over 1,500 spells before. He'd probably burst into tears, overwhelmed with shame and self-loathing. Now it's all good. Being provoked by LaFan too much, at most it just causes a stomachache. The 4-person team entered the forest where all the fog was completely invisible to them. Since all 4 of them have resistance levels exceeding 100, this fog is simply useless. In the game world, people with high resistance can even be immune to time magic. For example, Momonga's time-stopping magic can be resisted as long as the resistance reaches 400 or more. A resistance of 500 or higher is said to grant immunity to the abnormal effects of super-tier magic. It is said that reaching 600 resistances can resist the effects of certain world items, and once the resistance reaches 1000, it can be 100% guaranteed to be immune to the effect of breaking the 20-fold barrier. The maximum resistance attribute stacked with equipment is only 550. Adding the 150 attribute from class level, the game's limit is 700. But such an account is basically useless since all the points are allocated to resistance, leaving it with no combat power whatsoever. The style created by LaFan combines speed with critical hits and basic attacks, resulting in incredible combat power. Therefore, there are basically no players with stacked resistances. Even though the forest was completely shrouded in mist, it appeared as a straight road to the four of them. Deep in the forest, a tree spirit, half human and half tree, sensed an unprecedented malice. This feeling of certain death was something he had never experienced before, and this sense of having no way out filled him with despair. He didn't understand why he had this feeling. It was as if he would die no matter where he went. This drove the tree spirit mad. The surrounding trees kept shifting and small tree people appeared one after another. These tree people were the tree spirit's subordinates. Each one is around level 7 or 8 and their numbers have increased dramatically, numbering in the thousands. This is the result of the tree spirit's efforts over the past 3 years. Knowing he was doomed, the tree spirit went into a frenzy and wanted to launch a full-scale attack. Momonga sensed that over 1,000 familiar people led by a tree spirit were charging towards him from 500 meters away. Oh ho, so many weaklings. Momonga's stamina and magic power are about to take off again. LaFan said to the two people beside him, "Zai Zai na Bei, don't interfere, this is a man's game." Momonga smiled at LaFan beside him. "In that case I'll just beat them all to death with my fists." Hearing what LaFan and Momonga said, the two maids who were planning to use their skills to eliminate the treants also stopped what they were doing. Momonga suddenly charged out, and the distance of several hundred meters was not far for him. Momonga then raised his hand and threw a punch, smashing through the body of a tree man and continued to bombard it. The terrifying tree men instantly surrounded Momonga, and the sound of punches shattering tree trunks echoed continuously through the forest. The impact of the force, combined with the tree man's screams and the tree spirit's roars, was like a symphony of the forest. LaFan picked up a beer and chugged it down. Nabe was now pondering why Lord Leffen and Lord Momonga would do such a thing. Zai Zai, on the other hand, asked directly because Momonga had said yesterday that if there was anything she didn't understand, she should just ask and not be afraid. Wearing cool sunglasses and looking completely clueless, Zai Zai asked, Lord Leffen, why is Lord Momonga fighting with these trash? Because he has a boxing dream." Hearing Lefan's words, Zai Zai looked curiously at Momonga, whose punches were getting faster and faster in the distance. "Boxing dream? Is it to become a fighter?" "No, it's about experiencing the visceral feeling of every punch landing, the unparalleled sensation of taking on 1,000 enemies single-handedly." "Peerless, this is a man's romance that you wouldn't understand. Did Momonga hold you last night?" Does Lord Leffen also sleep like this, holding Nabe? Is it comfortable to sleep like this?" "Of course, you need to hold something to feel safe and fall asleep when you're sleeping." Nabe, hearing Zizzy's bold question, also said, "Lord Leffen, may I return to the Great Tomb tonight?" Leffen looked at Nabe curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" Nabe blushed and said, I want to take a bath. Because Leffen is the supreme being of blood, he doesn't sweat at all and his whole body has powerful magic, so no dust can get close to him. So like Momonga, I don't need to shower at all and it's fine, but it seems like Nabe and Zizzy can't. I was wondering why Nabe's smell was a bit strong yesterday. Albedo is definitely the best, her sweat is like perfume, it only gets stronger with time. Nabe doesn't smell bad either. Although I don't mind, she's still a girl and it's only right that she's clean. Leffen didn't restrain Nabe either. "Don't you know teleportation magic? Go back whenever you want." Nabe quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Leffen." Zai also bowed. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Momonga swung his whole body, breaking free from the tree spirit's green blood. He looked at the attribute record with excitement and saw that it had added 50 points of magic power. Momonga walked towards Lafan and said with a smile, "Awesome, over 50 points of magic power. It's a pity the monster was too weak. It's alright, little by little it adds up. After all, this isn't the World Tree world, so there aren't any monsters at level 70 or 80. As Lafan spoke, he raised his hand and casually waved it over the corpses of the tree men scattered on the ground. Double spell, Tree Web. This is a support magic spell. It's a giant tree net with extremely high flexibility and a wide range of uses. Lafan wrapped all the tree man corpses and tree spirits up, then pulled out the rope and threw it to Momonga. "Pull it back so we have proof." Momonga stared at the thousands of corpses, then paused. "Isn't this a bit too conspicuous? Isn't it better to be high profile? You can directly advance to the steel-level adventurer. Do you still want to struggle at the bottom?" Momo looked at Lafan and then said calmly, "But this tree man is conservatively estimated to weigh 600 tons. With the trees blocking the way, it's roughly 700 or 800 tons. Are you sure I can move it? Don't worry, I'll just add a few enhancement spells for you. Triple Magic Super Power Enhancement, Triple Magic Super Physique Enhancement, Triple Magic a Comprehensive Enhancement. Triple Magic Colossus Power, Triple Magic Dragon Power, Triple Magic Titan's Power." After casting 10 spells in quick succession, Momonga felt the power explode throughout his body. He glanced at his own power level and realized it was off the charts. Momonga said somewhat awkwardly, "Hey, why is your super power enhancement only LV10? Lafan smiled and said, "Is there a problem with a warrior strengthening his own power?" Momonga, feeling his invincible power, said calmly, "Self-sufficiency and abundance seem to make sense, but this super power enhancement is a bit terrifying. I feel like I could destroy a city with one punch." "Alright, stop showing off and stop dragging your feet. Just walk with one hand on your side. It's only 600 tons. As Lafan spoke, he easily tossed the 600-ton tree man net to Momonga with one hand. It doesn't seem like a huge 600-ton object, but rather a small ball that you can toss around however you want. At this moment, Zizi and Nabe were so frightened that they couldn't speak. Even the reverence in my heart is like a surging river. Momonga easily hauled the 600-ton tree net and suddenly had a bold idea. "How about we play a catching game?" Lafan immediately understood, then ran several dozen meters away and gestured for Momonga to throw it over, saying, "Bring it on." Momonga tossed the 600-ton net of trees with one hand, sending it soaring into the air. Lafan easily caught it, and then Momonga ran several dozen meters ahead. Lafan tossed it to him again, and the two of them had so much fun that they ran further and further away. Coming to their senses, Zizi and Nabe caught up, saying, "Lord Lefin, Lord Momonga, wait for us." These two brothers are both out of their minds. They ignore two stunning beauties and just keep having fun on their own. But there's nothing we can do about it, since both of them are supreme professions. One is the ruler of death and the other is the ruler of blood. They're no longer troubled by love, but even so, they still enjoy each other's company. Who would complain about having too many pillows? Although Momonga couldn't sleep, she felt very good holding Zizi last night. Although Zizi is an automaton, she still has a scent, a voice, and a touch. Having experienced the evils of capitalist life, Momonga could never go back. Even if he doesn't sleep, he'll still ask for a pillow to hug next to him. Not for any other reason than for my own physical and mental well-being. Although they are not human, their souls are human and they naturally have a special feeling for beautiful women. Of course, Lafan and Momonga are different. Lafan is not a eunuch, but he hasn't met anyone who makes his heart flutter yet. If he had any, he would definitely have eaten it without hesitation. Therefore, Nabe and Albedo need to work hard to make Lefin fall for them. This is a long-term lesson. Every time the two players caught the ball, the ground would vibrate, making a thumping sound. They ran and skipped all the way and soon arrived at an area 10 kilometers away from Yelantir. Only then did the two stop and Momonga pulled them back like a laborer. As for carrying it back, that's too scary, it's better to keep a low profile. With the area only about 1 kilometer from the city, the flow of people began to increase. Seeing Momonga dragging a huge net of trees with green blood all over the ground, everyone was too scared to speak. The guards at the city gate were terrified when they saw this, but how could such a huge ball be dragged into the city? It was quickly dragged to the city gate and the huge sphere was placed outside the gate. The Adventurers Guild Master and the receptionist personally greeted us. Such a spectacular scene reached the ears of many adventurers from afar. In addition, Momonga's jet-black armor was so dazzling that many adventurers in the mission hall that morning recognized him. They then excitedly headed to the mission hall, saying that the Earthling Adventure team had completed the legendary mission and returned with a large number of tree spirit corpses. This forced the leader of the Adventurers Guild in the Yellental branch to come out. At this moment, a large number of adventurers had gathered at the city gate. Everyone looked at Momonga with disbelief as he had actually dragged himself back all the way. The mission was accepted at 10 a.m. and it's only 4 p.m. now. Considering the journey, the time spent killing monsters, and the time to drag this 600-ton sphere back, everyone was too scared to speak, but everything depended on the Adventurers Guild Master confirming whether it really was a tree spirit. Nabe cleaned up the green bloodstains on the ground. At this moment, Momonga opened the tree net and grabbed the tree spirit's corpse. This is the tree spirit. As for these behind it, they are his subordinates. Kill them all. Everyone was shocked again by Momonga's show of bravado. What kind of adventure team was this that could kill a tree spirit with thousands of guards? Furthermore, this mission is no longer a steel-level mission because with the assistance of 1,002 treants and the forest mist, it is already a hero-level mission. Have we finished? But upgrading to Platinum Adventurer seems a bit low. Sorry, we underestimated the mission level. This is a legendary hero-level mission. Because of our guild's disqualification, we hereby approve you as a Steel-class adventurer team. Lord Yashin, your strength is worthy of our trust. These 600 tons of goods have traveled over 100 miles to return. I imagine all the adventurers here have opinions about this outcome, right? The club president wanted to retain the team, so he offered them the best possible compensation. And with his strength, he warned the surrounding adventuring teams who were dissatisfied, saying that if they wanted to skip levels, they could do so after completing such a hero-level mission. My God, Lord Yashin, how did you train such strength? Dragging a 600-ton corpse for a full 100 miles, even a powerful dragon might not be able to do that. Perhaps Lord Yashin has already possessed hero-level strength, but what level are Lord Yashin's 3 teammates? With Lady Zizzy being so adorable, is there any need for a fight? I'm so envious. Look at Lord Yashin and Lord Zizzy's other 2 random teammates. I feel like I'm better than them. SHH, keep your voice down. Lord Yashin and Lady Zizzy are listening. They might be their family members. I really don't understand why these 2 ordinary people could join such a powerful team, and even more so, they got incredibly lucky and became steel-level adventurers. Yes, that's unfair. I strongly suggest they both be investigated. Damn it, these weaklings want to prove something? Perfect, you're all here, I'll use you as proof. Slapping someone in the face is something I enjoy doing most. Hearing LaFan's thoughts, Momonga quickly said, my teammates all possess power comparable to mine. If you want to test them, you can. Anyone who objects, come at me all at once. Please note that they are all mages focused on destruction, so you might die. Anyone who wants to die, step forward. Everyone was stunned by Momonga's threatening words. But no one was foolish enough to stand up. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that those 2 guys were just bystanders. But they have a good captain, isn't that obvious? If we dare to go out, Lord Yashin will kill us. But there are always a few idiots in the world. 5 adventurers with villainous faces stepped forward. We refuse to accept this. Looking at this adventurer team, the guild leader felt a chill run down his spine. The Clargra Adventurer Party is one of the 3 strongest adventure parties in the city of Yellental, a mithril-class party. Seeing that a real idiot had stepped forward, Momonga didn't give LaFan a chance and quickly said to Nabe, Nabe, you need to finish this quickly. Seeing Momonga's wary look, LaFan thought, forget it, a few weaklings aren't fun. However, these few weaklings don't give Momonga any face, nor do they give me any face, so I'd better kill them. Don't leave any alive, I hate insects. Nabe's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she replied earnestly, yes. As an unremarkable female team member stepped forward, Jerfalgi, the captain of the Clargra adventurers squad, walked out and said, "Oh, you're having a woman face us, but where's the other man?" Momonga sighed and shook his head at the guild leader. I've already said that there will be casualties when mages make a move. They might all be wiped out. Don't blame us then, after all, those two are destructive magic masters and their attacks are sure to kill. Jeffergy said with a disdainful look, don't worry, Lord Yashin, there's no need to scare us like that. As Mithril-class adventurers, we've seen far too many storms, we've weathered so many storms to become Mithril-class adventurers. We have nothing to say about Lord Yashin and Lord Zizzy becoming adamantite-level adventurers. But these two ordinary passersby, if I may be so bold, I simply cannot accept them. Momonga nodded. Everyone, step back. Are you ready? Seeing that he couldn't persuade them to leave, the guild leader glanced at his close friend, the mayor of Yellental City. The mayor then addressed the guards and those around him, saying, everyone, retreat 50 meters to avoid being accidentally injured. Also, regardless of the outcome of this duel, neither side is guilty. As everyone retreated 50 meters, a 50-meter-wide clearing was created. Nabe was still dressed in her cool and aloof outfit, while the Clargra adventurer team opposite her was fully armed and ready to go. Nabe slowly floated in midair, then suddenly clapped her hands together, instantly filling the space with a series of sizzling sounds. The hissing sound coming from the space, along with the numbing sensation in the air, made everyone present take a deep breath. The 5 people closest to Nabe also sensed the terrifying danger and knew they couldn't let Nabe complete the magic, so they all launched an attack. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Nabe opened her arms and a terrifying bolt of lightning visible to the naked eye surged in her hands. Nabe calmly announced, double, ultimate enhancement, chain thunder dragon. In an instant, lightning surged forth, instantly bombarding the 5 people. The powerful voltage reduced them to ashes in a flash, leaving only some relatively sturdy weapons and armor. In an instant, silence fell. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. That was a Mithril-class adventure team, one of the strongest teams in the city of Yellental, just like that. Blasted to dust in an instant, Momonga felt a chill run down his spine watching Nabe kill someone right in front of him. Couldn't she have been more discreet? If she was going to kill, she should have done it in secret. This is human society. To kill someone in front of the guards, are you out of your mind? But Momonga could only awkwardly walk out. I told you that Nabe and Invincible are destruction mages. Their magic can instantly annihilate everything. And don't be fooled by their ordinary appearance, it's because they use powerful magic to conceal their destructive aura in order to protect you. Anyone else want to take on the challenge? But let me warn you, their magic is too powerful, you might die. Hearing Momonga's words and looking at the 2 ordinary people again, everyone was extremely frightened. But a few seconds later, everyone forgot about that existence. However, when they saw the broken weapons and armor on the ground, they broke out in a cold sweat again. My God, why are there such terrifying beings? Why do they hide their presence? With such a low-key presence, what if I accidentally offend someone next time? Will I be killed? This is practically a horror game called Death Comes. Just imagine an arrogant adventurer encountering 2 seemingly ordinary destruction mages. Wouldn't they die instantly? Yes, it's terrifying. Why do such beings exist? Why are they hiding themselves? Damn it, I don't want to die. Voices kept pouring out. At this moment, the mayor stepped forward and said, everything is over, so I don't think anyone will object to the Earthling Adventurer team becoming the Steel Adventurer team. After Momonga and the others left, the crowd dispersed. But that night, 2 portraits circulated throughout the city, 2 unremarkable portraits with notes in bright red. Every adventurer paid a high price for the portraits of these 2 people, and reminded themselves that if they saw an ordinary person, they should look at these 2 portraits and compare them. If the comparison is correct, immediately kneel down and apologize. Do not argue or you will die. There were 5 men in the room, including 2 muscular men who were fully armed. A muscular man without any armor, a thin man in a robe who seemed somewhat neurotic, and finally an obese man. The obese man was the first to stand up and say, "We were in a bit of a rush yesterday and didn't get to know each other well, so let me introduce myself first. I am Mayor Panasor Jurjeti Reshian Maya." The muscular man in plain clothes said, "I am Burton Ainzak, the guild master of the Adventurers Guild in this town." The man in the long robe said with some fear, "I am Theoraxel, the president of the Mage Guild." The armed man humbly replied, "I am Perot, the captain of the Serious Adventure Team, one of the 3 major mithril adventure teams in the city. I am Moknak, the captain of the Rainbow Adventure Team, the same mithril adventure team. As for the remaining mithril adventure team, they were wiped out yesterday." After everyone introduced themselves, Momonga smiled and said, "So, may I ask what brings you all here? Here's the thing, we'd like to request that Lord Yashin's teammates, Mr. Invincible and Ms. Nabe, cancel that low presence spell. Last night the entire city was gripped by panic. There's a possibility that more people will impersonate Mr. Invincible and Ms. Nabe to scam free meals and drinks. Now you possess absolute power, you are steel-level adventurers. Having status equal to that of nobles, no one will have any ill intentions towards you." The fat pig chief fearfully revealed his thoughts, saying that if it weren't for the fact that yesterday the city's various nobles and guards had come to complain, saying that they could no longer endure such a life of fear. They originally made their extra income by exploiting ordinary people, and now they are afraid of ordinary people. The same applies to the Adventurers Guild Master and the Magic Guild Master. After all, this is a dog-eat-dog world, and the strong naturally have this privilege. Ordinary people are usually the objects of manipulation by the strong. Now, 2 hero-level strongmen who pretend to be weak are disguised as ordinary people. They lost their fun. What could they do? Naturally, they would consult with the association president to see if the problem could be resolved. If not, they would consider moving to another location. After all, this place is no longer a place to stay. That's the situation. As for the arrival of the 2 mithril-level squad captains, they were just there to act as guards. These guys are interesting, but they seem to have misunderstood. Our stealth masks aren't just ordinary, they're designed to make us disappear. The reason you find it unremarkable is because yesterday's behavior was so outrageous that it couldn't be concealed. Therefore, the stealth mask is automatically replaced with the lowest presence effect, which is to say, it is commonplace and unremarkable. However, Momonga was too lazy to explain to them. He was looking at Lafan behind him, not wearing a mask. Fine, this mask is pretty uncomfortable anyway. Besides, I'm actually looking forward to some idiots surrounding my lovely Nabe so I can show off and slap them in the face. Listening to Lafan's inner thoughts, Momonga expressed that she did not want Lafan to take off his mask. Because this guy is definitely going to cause trouble, but he can't restrict everything so much, so he could only look at Lafan and ask, "Brother, what are your thoughts? I've wanted to stop bringing it for a while now. Sometimes being too good-looking is a sin. However, I can clarify that when others surround us or try to bully us, we'll retaliate, you know. As for magic, we'll only destroy magic, you figure it out." As Lafan spoke, he took off his mask, and Nabe, who was standing next to him, also took off her mask. When Lafan, with his stunningly handsome appearance, appeared, everyone fell silent and they saw Nubbay's appearance again. This was simply an absolutely beautiful fairy descending to Earth, and this fairy was even wearing black stockings. Her pair of stunningly beautiful legs instantly made the hearts of the 5 people present race. They finally understood why the 2 had hidden their appearances. Both of them possessed stunningly beautiful faces that could bring ruin to a country. The 5 of them dared not look at Lafan for long, and after glancing at Nabe a few times, they unconsciously withdrew their greedy eyes. If they didn't know Nabe's strength with those beautiful legs and stunning looks, they would have fought tooth and nail to take her away. After all, this is the most corrupt kingdom in the world, and such things are just the norm for this kingdom. Even within the capital, there are all sorts of robberies and trafficking of women and children. Outside the capital, the law must be even more rampant. Nabe snorted in dissatisfaction at the look she received from everyone. At this moment, the Magic Guild Master secretly activated the skill Magic Observation. In an instant, I saw Nabe's immense magical power. and the magical power of Ainz beside her was also close to that of the 13 heroes necromancer rigged Ainz Ooal Gown. As the president of the Magic Guild, he had the privilege of meeting Ainz Ooal Gown, the necromancer of the 13 heroes, and witnessing her magic, a magic that transcended the realm of heroes. Currently, the magic power of a marksman like Hizzy is only slightly less than that of Ainz Ooal Gown, while Nabe's magic power surpasses that of Ainz Ooal Gown. This left the Magic Guild master speechless for a moment. However, what's strange is that Lord Yashin and Lord Woody don't seem to have any magic power. Isn't Lord Invincible a magician? Could it be that he has hidden his magical power? Exploring Mai and Momonga's magic, we brought premium items, you think you can tell. But if we unleash our magic, will it engulf the entire country? That's an interesting idea, but never mind, it's not fun. If we unleash the magic, all the big shots lurking in the world will know we're here. We'll get ganged up on by them, and then we won't be able to be lazy anymore. Even if we can't win, we can run away, but there's no need to live like this. Being a lazy bum isn't so bad. Hearing LaFan's words, Momonga gave up the idea of releasing magic power because 58,000 magic power was simply too heaven-defying. In the original story, less than 2,000 units of magic power soared into the sky. 58,000 units of magic power wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could engulf an entire city, would it? The Magic Guild Master was deep in thought, but considering that Lady Hiz and Lady Nabe were each other's partners, their strength was definitely not weak. Nabe sensed the Magic Guild Master using her exploration magic skill on her and stomped her foot in dissatisfaction again. Startled, the Magic Guild Master quickly withdrew his skill. I apologize for using magic exploration on Lady Nabe without permission. Please forgive my rudeness. As best friends of several decades, the Adventurer Guild Master knew the Magic Guild Master's power and exclaimed in surprise, "Sir?" The Magic Guild Master said humbly, "Yes, Lady Nabe's magic power has surpassed that of the necromancer Ainz Ooal Gown of the 13 heroes. This is a being who has truly reached the realm of gods. Even the strongest human mage, Fluta, couldn't surpass the magical power of the 13 heroes, Regrudo. Lady Nabe can be considered the greatest human mage." Hearing the words of the Magic Guild Master, everyone present was stunned again. What? How is that possible? Nabe looks to be only 16 or 17 years old at most. How could she have such terrifying strength? Is she actually several hundred years old? Momonga felt awkward upon hearing the Magic Guild Master's words, but then she remembered LaFan's thoughts from yesterday. The big shots in this world like to use these weaklings as a facade to mislead their players. Therefore, Momonga doesn't take the Magic Guild Master's words seriously. The truly powerful opponents are always lurking in the shadows of the world, while those who exist in the open are nothing but weaklings. Momonga knew that it would be very troublesome if this news wasn't passed on. He then said, "Gentlemen, the restrictions on invincibility and Nabe can be lifted, but please do not spread this message. Momonga is still sending gifts as always, but that doesn't conflict with my laid-back lifestyle." Listening to LaFan's words, Momonga also had a headache. Salted fish, should I buy dozens of tons of salted fish for you to eat your fill?" At the request of his friends, the Magic Guild Master and the Adventure Guild Master, the Fat Pig Mayor hurriedly replied, "Yes, we will do as Lord Momonga says. May we ask if you would like to join us for a carriage ride around the city?" Upon hearing this, LaFan quickly replied, "That's fine, but the payment will be based on the standards for a fine steel-level adventurer quest." Hearing LaFan's words, Momonga was speechless, but she didn't refute him. After all, she was poor right now. "Although I earned 100 gold coins yesterday, I spent 1 gold coin on food last night." He inwardly complained that LaFan was inhuman, having eaten hundreds of kilograms of food in one night. At this rate, he wouldn't survive without earning more money. No one dared to refute LaFan's words because they knew that Nabe and Momonga's power was genuine. A terrifyingly strong warrior capable of dragging a 600-ton object, a god whose magic has reached the realm of the gods. Although many people say that Momonga dragged the 600-ton weight yesterday because the magician used a lightning spell. But no matter how much weight reduction is achieved, it still weighs tens of tons. And since it doesn't have wheel hubs, dragging it across the land left a huge dent in the ground. No one can deny Momonga's terrifying power, so it's time to admit defeat. Moreover, since they are the ones asking for something from the other party, they naturally need to pay a reward. Based on the minimum price of 100 gold coins for a high-grade steel quest, Momonga made another 100 gold coins for free. Soon, a luxurious carriage, a guard regiment, 2 powerful mithril-level adventure teams, and the Magic Guild Master, Adventure Guild Master, and Mayor all joined in. In just one day, the entire city of Yellental became the talk of the town. Even the members of the Earthling Adventure team have been given special titles: Dark War God, Lord Yashin; Cool Shooter, Lady Zizzy Magical Princess, Lady Nabe; Unparalleled in the world, Your Excellency is invincible. Because of LaFan's stunning good looks, everyone in the city had a very high level of goodwill towards the Earthling Adventure team. Momonga thought to herself, "Holy crap, does being good-looking mean you can do whatever you want?" But LaFan quickly proved him wrong. Yes, being good-looking allows you to do whatever you want. Almost everything they sell is a buy-one-get-one-free deal, which is incredibly reasonable. Fortunately, LaFan wasn't short of money and wasn't greedy for such a small gain. Judging by the time, it's already the 3rd day since I arrived in this city. Should I contact the drug-using guy from the original story? He's just a useless guy who invented a purple junk drug. Is there any point in contacting him? Forget it, why bother with it? Red potions are trash to me, let alone purple ones. But if I don't make contact, it seems Sebastian's wife will also disappear, but what does that have to do with me? Moreover, Sebastian and that human were destined to be unhappy. Sebastian's powerful physique prevented him from experiencing even 1% of pleasure. Besides, the owners are all single and you, as the guardian, are publicly displaying your affections. That's inappropriate. Momonga looked at LaFan, who was eating meat and drinking wine with gusto, and heard his thoughts. He was speechless. Is it from the original story? What's the name of the medicine man? I'd like to get to know him. And what is the purple potion? That red-haired woman has been playing with the blue potion in her hand ever since she started eating. Could this be the potion of this world? At this moment, Momonga was also looking at the red-haired girl. Britta was startled when she noticed Momonga's gaze, but she quickly recovered. Since the other party is a powerful adventurer, they could easily buy 100 bottles of this potion from a single quest, so there's no need for them to steal it from me. As for him being interested in me, Britta was self-aware enough to know that the stunningly beautiful girl and the incredibly cool Loli were both breathtakingly beautiful, so why would they be interested in her? If this weren't an inn only for seasoned adventurers, it would probably be packed with just these 4 people eating here. But that guy is so handsome and he can eat so much. It would be so nice to have dinner with him. Oh, could it be fate? Momonga actually noticed that woman. In the original story, Momonga broke her potion, then gave her a replacement, which led to the plot where the medicine man came looking for her. Momonga was stunned for a moment when he heard LaFan's thoughts, but Momonga naturally did not intend to change the plot because that would prevent him from having foresight. Sometimes following the chessboard isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least you know the consequences of your next move and how to respond. However, Momonga was overthinking it, because the news that a steel adventure team had been formed in the kingdom spread throughout the entire kingdom in an instant. Even intelligence personnel in neighboring countries received the information, because this steel adventurer team was different from the previous ones. According to reports, all 4 possess hero-level strength. There are even rumors that the stunningly beautiful magical princess is a deity and even controls magic at the 7th stage. And that Dark War God possesses the terrifying power of a dragon, perhaps even capable of slaying one. With these few pieces of news spreading, it's virtually impossible for Momonga to live a peaceful life. Not to mention, the city's mayor secretly passed on information about Nabe reaching the realm of gods to the king, for no other reason than to get promoted and gain higher rank. This series of messages will take effect in a few days. Momonga is unaware that everything has changed and it is unlikely that things will return to the original track. Despite being persuaded by LaFan to drink, Momonga ultimately didn't have a chance to get close to the red-haired woman. We ate and drank our fill, but tonight we ate relatively little and it only cost 5 silver coins. Lafan carried Nabe in his arms and carried her back to their room, leaving everyone present envious of this seemingly perfect couple. Zai Zai looked at Momonga with anticipation, but Momonga ultimately gave up on the lead about the medicine man. Because his health is so high, let alone red potions, even 10th tier magic wouldn't restore much. Unless it's a level 10 healing spell that you've trained yourself. Although Momonga is a support, her main role is to steal damage and control, not to heal. Previously, the guild had professional healers, but their highest level of healing magic was only LV5, and LV10 was still a long way off. Not to mention that after you transmigrated to this world, the system changed, making it 100 times harder to advance any magic than in the game. In the game, it takes about a month to train a spell to level 10. However, Momonga, who now possesses immense magical power, can be used continuously, but even so, it would conservatively take a year to reach LV10. It's not really necessary since the equipment already has a built-in health regeneration effect, and it's a percentage-based regeneration. There's also the life-steal effect of weapons. Either of these is more powerful than healing magic. That night, inside the royal castle of Ristig, King Lambosa III was looking at documents that had been urgently transmitted using a magical teleportation array. This is a special teleportation channel controlled by the mayor of each city within the kingdom. Unless there is an extremely important world event, this channel will not be used. Once used, it indicates a major event which may even affect the future direction of the entire country. At this moment, the king was also anxious about his trusted confidant, the warrior Captain Jurdev, who had just returned to the capital. The king slowly opened the document. Your Majesty, in the city of Yelental, a steel-class adventure team was formed yesterday. They are called the Earthlings Adventure Team, and all members of the team are of hero-level strength. Among them, the magical Princess Nabe has surpassed Fruta and reached the legendary realm of the gods. This is classified information, known only to a few people present. Furthermore, we have promised the Earthling Adventure Team not to leak information, but the others may not be so honest in keeping it a secret. I believe His Majesty has the right to know about such a powerful force immediately. Another point is that they are not from this country. 3 of them have black hair and black eyes, while 1 has pink hair and green eyes. Your most loyal subordinate Panasonic Regal Jedi Reshan Mayet hereby presents this portrait and intelligence. After reading the letter and the portraits of the 4 people, the king was stunned. What beautiful people they were. However, with the warrior captain beside him, he snapped out of his thoughts and asked, "You said you also encountered magic casters capable of annihilating the Sun Festival on the grasslands of Karn village. Do you think they were in cahoots?" Looking at the 4 figures in the portrait, the warrior captain shook his head. "No, but we can ask them about their sudden appearance. Perhaps they've come to eliminate that blood demon." The blood demon is a terrifying being that has reached the realm of demon gods. Humans cannot defeat it with their strength, only those who have reached the level of the 13 heroes. I was initially worried about the possibility of blood demons appearing within the kingdom's borders. Although you, Gazef, said that the blood demon was a good person, I still had some concerns. However, it seems this problem can be solved now, but how do we get this Earthling Adventure Team to defeat that blood demon? The king tentatively asked Gazef a question, even though Gazef was his confidant because he was always too upright. Why should we attack? That blood demon isn't a bad person, but we're not human after all. You should understand our situation. We were originally a nation that the slain theocracy was fully supporting in building the first kingdom. However, due to my father's incompetence, the country has become corrupt, and with the rise of the Blood Emperor, the slain theocracy has lost faith in us. They even mobilized the Sunshine Ceremony to try and eliminate you, and now we're tolerating this blood demon. Then the slain nation will unite with various human nations to attack us. In matters of principle, we will have no other choice. The king sighed and spoke of the kingdom's predicament. Why not let Princess Nara govern the country? I have seen Princess Nara's policies in various aspects, and they are no less than those of the Blood Emperor. She can become a talent who leads the kingdom to glory. The king shook his head firmly and said, "Anyone can control the country, but she cannot because she has no heart." Jurdov sighed. He couldn't remember how many times he had suggested to the king that Princess Nora should take power, but the king always said the same thing. Honestly, if a mediocre prince like the eldest prince were to become king, the kingdom would probably be completely destroyed by the nobles within 3 years. As for the second prince, his performance was too mediocre to be seen. Only Princess Nara was the only hope. As for the king, he was a kind man but unfit to be king. In fact, he also contributed to the kingdom's corruption. But Jurdov couldn't reveal this, and besides, he was the same kind of person as the king. He has no right to criticize the king. He talks a lot about benevolence and righteousness, but his behavior is the ultimate evil, even worse than that of a villain. Did he not know about the corruption of the royal nobles? He knew this, and he had been urging the king to take action, but he knew the king wouldn't. Why didn't he rebel? At the very least, he could have acted first and reported later. He clearly knew the king's character. Even if he acts first and reports later, nothing will happen. But he just didn't dare. He didn't dare to do this or that, leaving the kingdom's 9 million people living in misery every day. The only people who admired and respected him were those around him and the suffering people in other parts of the kingdom. They neither admired nor respected him. On the contrary, they hated him and the king. The king gestured across the table and said, "Tomorrow, issue a hero-level mission. Send the Blue Rose squad to investigate the Blood Demon incident and also have the Blue Rose team work with the Earthlings on this mission." Jurdri desperately wanted to refuse, but he could only agree, yes. At the same time, the Blue Rose squad also learned that the kingdom had created a second Steel Adventurer squad, and also learned about the 4 members' information and portraits. 4 hero-level powerhouses. This surpasses even the Azure Rose because the Azure Rose only has 2 hero-level powerhouses. Of course, they knew that Iberui was a god-level powerhouse, but this information could not be revealed. After reviewing the intelligence illustration, Iberui looked out the window and said worriedly, "I feel the winds of the world beginning to move." As one of the successors of the 13 heroes, Lagis naturally knew about the world changes that occurred every few hundred years. She frowned. "Is it happening again?" Iberui murmured to herself, "Yes, 200 years have passed without us even realizing it." Iberui said calmly, "We need to make contact with them and gather intelligence." A muscular, strong woman named Jeglin said, "Oh, I didn't realize little Iberui cared so much about the newcomer." A cute blonde ninja asked, "Shall we set off now?" Another ninja who looked exactly like her said, "Tina, don't be in such a hurry, we can set off tomorrow." Lagis knew about the tragic history of the 13 heroes, so she said worriedly, "Let's set off tomorrow. There's no rush. I just hope nothing bad happens this time." This night was far from peaceful. All factions within the kingdom are searching for this Steel-class adventure team. Some wanted to befriend them, some wanted to exploit them, and some were simply reckless and wanted to seize them. For example, the 8 Fingers, the underground kings of the kingdom, the moment they saw the portraits of Nabe and Shiz, they set themselves a goal to get their hands on both women. Large numbers of people from all directions of the kingdom are heading towards Yelantir, all because of the allure of the words heroic-level powerhouse. Many nobles were already dissatisfied with the status quo. In their view, everything in the country should belong to them. However, they lacked the strength to deal with the warrior captain, which is why they did not send troops to protect them after learning of the Sunshine Festival's invasion. Their goal was to kill the warrior captain. Once the warrior captain was dead, they could issue a special mission to get Blue Rose to leave the kingdom, and then the country would be theirs. As for Blue Rose and the others killing them after they return, that's unlikely. After all, they were just adventurers. As mentioned in the original work, the first time Momonga summoned the Black Goat, he slaughtered 170,000 people. The Second War of Annihilation resulted in the massacre of 400,000 soldiers gathered in the kingdom, plus another 100,000 soldiers who fell to the major cities. The kingdom has a standing army of at least 700,000, no less, so how could there be a situation where there are no troops to support Karn village? The failure to kill the warrior captain has left them somewhat frustrated. But a new force has emerged and they want to see what this new force is thinking as soon as possible. The main issue is that all parties involved have negotiated with the Blue Rose, but the Blue Rose has refused. If the Blue Rose doesn't participate, the major nobles have a conservative estimate of 60% chance of killing the warrior captain, but the hope is still too low. Furthermore, since Blue Rose's teammates are all Princess Nora's good friends, they will definitely help the king's side. Now a new hope has emerged, and if this new hope agrees, the kingdom will be overthrown in no time. As for ways to get rid of the Wild Rose, there are countless options if you're willing to spend the money. This is the most corrupt kingdom, so don't be alarmed by anything strange or bizarre that happens here. As for why Nora dared to move 8 fingers later, that's because Nara had already sent people to explore Momonga and knew that Momonga was a partner of justice. However, a few days after the movement of the 8 fingers, the guardians of the Great Tomb arrived in the capital because of Sebastian's matter. Demiurge approached Nora, which led to the subsequent destruction of the kingdom. Unfortunately, LeFan was unaware of all this since he had only watched the 2nd season. If he knew what happened next, he would definitely exclaim in shock, "Good heavens, that coward Momonga actually dared to wipe out 170,000 people." Around noon the next day, another famous painting appeared in front of the Adventurers Guild, depicting a group of 3 peerless figures accompanied by a warrior in jet black armor. The 4 stood in front of the mission board. Momonga looked at LeFan curiously. "Choose the one with the most money." LeFan shook his head. "I also want to choose, but I don't have a choice. There is only one mission for a steel-level adventurer, the Gobi Beast. It is probably worse than the tree spirit, but the reward of 200 gold coins is not bad." Momonga was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then sighed and said, "Then let's go with this one." The adventurers standing nearby listened to the big boss's conversation without daring to utter a sound. They could only concentrate on admiring Nabe's stunningly beautiful legs and gorgeous face, as well as Zizzy's incredibly cool yet adorably cute appearance with sunglasses on. Nabe was very unhappy that the bedbugs around her were staring at her like that. If she could, she would kill them. Unfortunately, she cannot kill indiscriminately unless these vermin attack her, which is on Lord Momonga's orders. Just as he was about to leave after accepting the mission, a super luxurious gilded carriage suddenly appeared outside the door. Several powerful bodyguards, each 2 meters tall and muscular, and a few beautiful maids followed a fat, crazy man dressed in expensive clothes into the room. Looking at the obese man, Momonga frowned. "A nobleman?" The nobleman was stunned at first sight because he was unconsciously captivated by Nabe's stunningly beautiful legs. He rushed over overnight expecting a great start, but he lost his composure the moment he saw Nabe. But he remembered Nabe. "I must have such a beauty. When I become king, she will be my queen." The fat pig nobleman, having thought this through, suddenly became bold. "Gentlemen, I am Duke Cross-Trainer Kabuyu Luluka, one of the 6 dukes of the kingdom. I would like to invite you to a meal and make friends." Listening to his long, rambling speech, LeFan complained, "Could your name be any longer?" Listening to LeFan's complaints, Lox the fat pig looked at LeFan's stunning good looks and smiled without getting angry, saying, "No, 5 names are a privilege of royalty. I can only use 4 names." Momonga shook his head. "We need to carry out a mission, we don't have time." Seeing the rude Momonga, Loxton was immediately angry. "I am the absolute ruler of this region. Even if the king came, he would have to give me face. How dare you, a mere adventurer, not give me any respect?" Momonga was also deliberately changing his mindset because every time Momonga said sorry or something like that, LeFan would launch into a tirade. Even Zizzy and Nabe would get very angry. Over the past few days, he has gradually gotten used to it. In the past, when he refused others, he would say things like sorry as a common phrase, "I won't talk about it anymore." But such words were really hurtful, especially to this fat pig who was extremely angry at the moment. He was one of the 6 great noble families, but he couldn't get angry because it concerned whether he could rule the country in the future. Locust smiled and said, "How about I double the price for the mission? How about I give you a new mission and have dinner with me? Is this for real? My God, isn't the other party Lox one of the 6 noble families of the kingdom? Is this how the strong are treated? I'm so envious. With the encouragement of those around him, Rox felt proud again and he straightened his back and even gave Nabe a wink. Nabe frowned, she really wanted to kill this disgusting bug. Lefan patted Momonga and said, "Let's go, why bother with this poor idiot? Does he really think we're short of money? We just want to rid the people of evil and maintain order." Momonga was caught off guard by Lefan's sudden show of bravado. How could it sound so sarcastic coming from someone with a justice value of -1,000? However, when Lefan is showing off, Momonga won't expose him, just as when Momonga is showing off, Lefan won't expose him either. They are brothers, and although they often trick each other, that's only when there are no outsiders around. Your brother is showing off and you slap him in the face. This isn't brotherhood anymore, this is a lifelong enemy. Watching Lefan stride out, Cross quickly said, "Eliminating a scourge for the people? Then you should talk to me even more. This concerns the future lives of 9 million people." Everyone was shocked by Crew's bold and direct words. Although it's good that he, as a duke, proposed this idea for the sake of the country and its people, everyone knows the true state of the kingdom. As long as this incompetent ruler remains in power, the kingdom will never be at peace. Unless the duke wants to replace the king and become the new king. Many clever adventurers sighed, but this might not be a bad thing, like the empire next door where nobles suffer but the people enjoy happiness. Although they are adventurers, they are still just ordinary people and reforms will only benefit them. I'm afraid that if this Cross takes the throne, he will be even worse than the current incompetent ruler, plunging the kingdom into even greater misery. Momonga was shocked by Cross's words. Indeed, the kingdom was utterly corrupt. One of the 6 noble families, Cross, openly and brazenly discussed that sensitive topic in the street. "Oh, someone's even faster than us, but I didn't expect Duke Cross to be so bold." At that moment, a flying carpet slowly descended from the sky and 5 female adventurers stepped down. All 5 were blonde and one of them was wearing a mask, but they all wore badges that were only given to adventurers of the steel rank. With all members being women, everyone instantly learned of the formidable reputation of this adventure team. The Blue Rose Adventure Team. Captain Lagis Elbeen Drew Eindora is a descendant of the 13 heroes and one of the kingdom's 6 great noble families. However, this nobleman had no interest in vying for the king's game. Upon seeing Lagis arrive, Lox frowned, then put on a smiling face and said, "Isn't this my niece Lagis? Why didn't you tell your uncle you were coming to your territory?" "Sorry, I don't remember having an uncle who dreams of being a king. By the way, Lord Yashin, captain of the Earthling Adventure Team, the king has just issued a hero-level mission to subdue the Blood Demon and needs 2 steel-level adventure teams. Are you interested in joining?" Laju glanced at the fat pig, shook her head, and then spoke to Lefan and the others. However, Laju paused a few times while speaking because they saw the incredible good looks of the Earthling Adventure Team. Especially Lefan, he's practically every woman's Prince Charming. "My God, why is there such a handsome man?" Ibrue felt the surge of blood and her bloodshot eyes kept turning. As a vampire, she encountered the ruler of blood and instinctively felt a sense of submission, almost causing her to kneel down. Ibrue didn't know, but she could feel her blood rushing and her heart, which had stopped beating for many years, pounding violently. Could it be love at first sight? No, impossible. I've lived for over 250 years and never encountered anything like this before. Momonga looked at Lagis curiously and said, "To defeat the Blood Demon?" Lagis snapped out of her daze at Lefan's stunning good looks and said, "Yes, a ferocious blood demon has emerged outside Karn village. The king is worried that the blood demon will harm innocent people, so he has sent our 2 teams of steel adventurers with hero-level strength to participate in the extermination." "No way, the blood demon? That's a powerful demon god from the legendary era of demon gods. Why would it appear near the kingdom? Damn it, that's a demon god-level being. How could humans possibly defeat it? No, I have to escape the kingdom." Different voices spread among the adventurers. Cross was stunned when he heard the news about the blood demon. Could the kingdom's top combat power alone deal with an enemy of the whole world like the blood demon? No, you need to calm down. The blood demon is beyond human capabilities. This is something that can be handled by the slain theocracy. Only the slain theocracy can deal with a being of this demon god level. Hearing Cross's words, Lagis looked displeased. I am a descendant of the 13 heroes. The last time the demon god erupted, it was the 13 heroes who resolved it, not the slain theocracy. Are you looking down on me? But as a noblewoman, she was aware of etiquette, so she did not voice her true feelings. Holy crap, am I attacking myself? Am I out of my mind? I never imagined the warrior captain was this kind of person, two-faced and hypocritical. We saved Karn village and this is their revenge? As expected, this is the most corrupt country. Repaying kindness with enmity and turning one's back on others are commonplace. Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momonga, who originally had a certain goodwill towards Jejifu, frowned. Is this the kind of person from this country? Is this kingdom necessary to exist? Perhaps having Momonga summon a blood demon, then coordinating with my blood knights to slaughter this kingdom and farm stats wouldn't be bad. The catalyst, however, is the Blue Rose adventure team provoking the blood demon, and the entire Blue Rose clan is full of beauties. Recruiting them would be quite nice. By the way, our Earthling team could step in on the front lines. I'll deal with the blood demon and Momonga can deal with the blood knight. Let's see if we can get an extra reward. Listening to Lafan's inner thoughts, Momonga complained again. Damn, bro, you said you were a good person just a few minutes ago and now you're acting like a monster and want to slaughter this kingdom. However, Momonga was also tempted. After all, this kingdom was too hateful. He had saved them, but they repaid kindness with enmity. With the added effect of minus 500 justice points, Momonga is no good guy. You're too weak, I'm not interested. After Momonga finished speaking, he led the way and left. Lafan was satisfied with the members of the Azure Rose squad who were stomping their feet in anger. That was a great display of arrogance. By portraying the kingdom's strongest adventurer team as weaklings, they subtly elevated our own status. Being called weak naturally emboldened Jegrand. Wait, what do you mean, Lord Yashin? Lagis also stepped forward. As the kingdom's oldest and strongest adventurer team, we also have our dignity. The reason you are a Steel-class adventure team is because you are only a Steel-class adventure team. The reason we are a Steel-level adventure team is because there are only Steel-level adventure teams. The gap between us is a tiny bit. Momonga spoke calmly and then suddenly threw a punch at the sky with all his might. Instantly, the punch exploded in the air and a huge shockwave exploded in a series of explosions in the air. Watching Momonga run away after showing off, Lafan added insult to injury. That punch, 30 years of internal energy, can you withstand it? As the four people gradually left, everyone fell silent. Was this something that could be done by human power? This level of power is equivalent to that of a dragon. Could it really be, as they say, that the reason they are a Steel-level adventure team is because there are only Steel-level adventure teams and no Hero-level or Demon-level adventure teams? Is the Blue Rose team only at the Steel-level adventurer squad level? After looking at the sky for a few seconds, Gaglin came to his senses and said to the strongest person in the kingdom, Iberoi, can you withstand that punch? Iberoi nodded. I can use a double magic shield to block it, but the problem is that I don't know the opponent's speed. If the opponent is also fast, I might be killed within 3 rounds. When I encounter such an opponent, I can only run away. Hearing Evolu's words, the members of Blue Rose fell silent. Lagis took a deep breath. Let's go. Since they're unwilling to take on this mission, we'll do it ourselves. Evolu used her magic to observe the departing 4 people. She sensed that Nabe possessed the same level of magic as her and was immediately stunned. No, we can't continue this mission. We must go back to Regrudo. Our strength is insufficient to complete this mission. Lagis exclaimed in surprise, even you can't defeat the blood demon. Iberoi looked at the 4 people who had disappeared and felt a little disappointed. It was the first time her heart had raced. She had thought she had met her beloved, but the first conversation had turned out like this. She came to her senses and said, it's not a question of whether we can win or not, but that things are too strange. The strength of the entire Earthling adventure team surpasses that of heroes. It's unreasonable for such a powerful adventure team to suddenly appear. Coupled with the blood demon's descent, none of this can be a coincidence. Lagis was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this and said, could it be that it's really been confirmed? Ainz Ooal nodded. At this point, she believed that Lafan and the others were players and righteous players just like the 13 heroes. The Blood Demon side consists of evil players, and the only ones who can deal with players are other players or the slain theocracy and the true Dragon King. Although she was also a member of the 13 heroes, she realized through her experience that the gap between her and the players was not just a tiny bit. Ainz Ooal's current worry is that there shouldn't be a player named Lefin among the villainous players. This is what 13 heroes' teammates told him, that Lafan has the ability to solo world bosses and is the strongest player in the game. If he were to descend upon this world, nothing in the world could stop him, not even if the entire world were to unite and attack him. Due to special circumstances, the warrior captain did not reveal the names of Lafan and Momonga. They say he's a good person, yet he causes trouble for them. They say he's a bad person, yet they help him out. Should we make the most of these 4 plush pillows? Oh well, let nature take its course. Even if we catch her, we'll probably just throw her aside. After all, Nabe is better than them and Albedo is there too. Listening to Lafan's thoughts, Momonga also had his own thoughts. This was not a question of whether or not Lafan should be caught. Rather, it was a question of whether or not to implement the plan that Lafan had previously conceived. If it was to be implemented, then the people who captured Kang Kyungwei would need to cooperate in the charade. After all, everyone in the city knows that the Blue Rose came to cleanse the Blood Demon. If we don't catch them, what if they're scared by the punch we just delivered and don't dare to fight the Blood Demon? After thinking for a moment, Momonga touched her earpiece. "Aura, can you hear me?" At that moment, Aura, who was active in the forest surrounding the Great Tomb, heard Momonga's voice and quickly replied, "Ah, it's Lord Momonga, I can hear you." Momonga knew what Lafan was thinking and said, "Come to Yelantir and please capture me for the Azure Rose adventure team. Remember, capture me alive." "Good." After saying that, Aura happily raised her hand and used a summoning spell to summon her favorite little golden dragon. In an instant, a gigantic golden dragon, 20 meters long and 8 meters tall, appeared. Aura jumped onto the dragon's back and pointed with her little hand. "Little Gold, let's go!" Upon hearing its master's words, the little golden dragon roared and then flew towards Yelantir, extremely fast speed. In a grove outside the city of Yelantir, Momonga stopped in his tracks. "I've already sent Aura over. She'll be bringing the entire Blue Rose here soon. Lefin, do you want her? If not, lock her up in the Great Tomb and torture her." Holy crap, what's going on with Momonga? So bold, is it really because of my existence? I don't dislike Momonga's audacity. Alright, who can have too many vases? Even if this vase is of lower quality, it's still one of the best vases in the world, so it's still very meaningful to me. Hearing Lafan's inhuman words, Momonga shook his head. "Okay, Aura should be here in about 10 minutes. It's been about 10 minutes since we left the city at high speed. That Ainz Ooal knows teleportation magic, so she's probably already in the capital. Oh well, since Momonga wants to capture her, I'll reluctantly agree. Since we're going to arrest someone, I'll do it myself. I'm afraid Aura isn't quick enough and might hurt my vase." Momonga heard Lafan's inner thoughts and words and thought, "Pa, hypocritical, he's clearly doing this for me. My brother really loves me too much." But he could only nod helplessly and say, "Okay, thank you for your trouble." 10th tier magic, super stealth. Lafan nodded, then used magic and disappeared into space. A portal appeared in the space in the next instant and then disappeared. Nabe and Zizzy, who were standing nearby, were both surprised. "Where was Lord Lefin? How did it disappear?" Momonga exclaimed, "10th tier magic, super stealth. I didn't expect him to have even learned the strongest magic for the assassin class." Upon hearing Momonga's words, Nabe and Zizzy's faces lit up with excitement. "My goodness, is this the strongest Lord Lefin? He's clearly a warrior, but he's stronger than a mage, and now he even knows the most powerful spells for thieves." Instead of leaving immediately, the members of the Blue Rose chose to have lunch in Yelantir. "I traveled here early this morning and I'm hungry." With Evelai's teleportation magic, returning to the capital would only take a moment. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the sky above Yelantir, and Lafan was completely invisible at this time. This is the strongest stealth spell, which can maintain stealth for 5 minutes. Unless the resistance exceeds 300, it is impossible to detect Lafan's movements. 10th tier magic life exploration. In an instant, LeFan's face was filled with dense numbers, demonstrating that this life exploration could easily digitize all life forms. Looking down at the living area of Yelantir from 500 meters above, Leffen saw a large number of LV3, LV5, and LV7 levels. These are still the ranks between ordinary people, adventurers, and guards. After exploring for a minute, we finally found them. LV60, LV35, LV30, LV30, LV31. Is it Evelu, Lagis, Tia, Tina, or Gaglin? After identifying the target, Lefan waved his hand. 10th tier magic forced summon. In an instant, the 5 people vanished from the restaurant. Luckily, they were in a private room, otherwise this scene would have terrified the adventurers around them. Iberyuha reacted immediately. How is this possible? Who is it? 10th tier magic super sleep. The 5 people instantly lost consciousness and Lefan used his magic to levitate them. The next instant, they were back in the forest. Less than 2 minutes later, Momonga showed no surprise as he watched Lefan return with 5 people. Nabe and Zizi were stunned once again when they saw the portal appear and then 5 figures floating in midair. Unfortunately, their resistance was less than 300, so they couldn't see Lefan's movements. Lefan slowly cancelled his super stealth ability. Hasn't Aura arrived yet? Momonga said awkwardly, not so fast. Okay, I'll try out the feel of the cushion. As Lefan spoke, he held the unconscious Lakiusi in his arms. Seeing this, Nabe pouted and stomped her feet as if she was angry. By the way, Momonga seems to be a lolican. Should we give him Evelu, this 252-year-old legal loli? Hearing Lefan's words, Momonga's heart was bleeding. What does legal loli even mean? No, what do you mean I'm a lolican? Who said I like lolican? Lefan hugged Lakiusi for a while, then let go and said, she's all right. Momonga, do you want her? Momonga quickly replied, no, I don't need it. Okay, Nabe, don't be angry, come into my arms. Lefan said with a smile, glancing at Nabe who was standing to the side looking furious. 5 minutes later, a huge golden dragon roared in and at that moment Aura jumped down. Looking at Lord Lefan who was floating in midair holding Nabe with 5 humans behind him, was this the one I was supposed to transport back? Momonga still used polite language with his subordinates as usual. Thank you for your hard work, Aura. Please take these 5 people back. They belong to Lefan, be careful to protect them. Not at all, it would be my greatest honor to serve Lord Momonga and Lord Lefan, but does Lord Lefan like humans? After bowing and speaking, Aura also curiously looked at the 5 people floating in the air. Lefan shook his head and said, don't worry about it, I just happen to like the toys I had, I don't like the ones you captured. Aura nodded and said, I see, is it alright to leave them with Albedo? Lefan nodded and opened a portal indicating that Aura could go back. As Aura left, Momonga looked at Lefan. Can you summon the blood demon? Since the other kingdom is going to fight the blood demon, let's play along. Holy crap, Momonga is so clever, trying to use a scheme to harm the kingdom. And we're supposed to be going to the Gobi Desert to kill that giant beast next door, 2 days round trip without any questions. And you've been letting Blood Demon grind stats for those 2 days? No wonder he's my best friend, so considerate of me. However, I'm not a bad person. Lefan patted Momonga and said, go back to the great tomb of Nazarick and summon a blood demon. I also have a blood knight in Karn village. Let them march towards the capital and slaughter their way there. Oh, and you should also plan out the dialogue. Momonga smiled and said, all right, let's begin. As the portal opened, the 4 returned to the great tomb. Aura was also shocked to see the Supreme Being following behind, wondering if she had done something wrong. Back in the great tomb of Nazarick, Momonga was freed, reverting to his mage form and then raised his hand, blood demon summoning. In an instant, a level 70 blood demon appeared and Lefan used magic, minion summoning, blood knight. The blood knight who was sleeping in Karn village suddenly disappeared, leaving all the villagers of Karn village stunned. After all, they had gotten used to the blood knight's protection these past few days, and this blood knight was a very good person. Although he doesn't like to talk much, he goes to the forest every day to hunt 10 wild boars, then throws them into the village and falls into a deep sleep. This allowed the village of Khan, which had been greatly damaged by the invasion, to begin its full-scale reconstruction efforts with a large supply of food. However, the simple-minded villagers were not angry when they saw the Blood Knight disappear. Instead, he bowed in the direction where the Blood Knight had disappeared, thanking the Blood Knight for his help and protection over the past few days. Khan Village, this simple and honest village, truly deserves Momonga's protection. It's rare to find such a simple and kind village in this corrupt kingdom. The return of the Blood Knight coupled with the Blood Demon summoned by Momonga, the two formed a warrior magic duo. So how should we shout the slogan? The Blood Knight's wisdom should be able to understand. Blood Knight, let me tell you, later you and Blood Demon will follow this route and fight your way through. You two can kill any creatures you encounter along the way. And you must shout loudly, I silently protect my village and I will help you clear out monsters and invaders. Although I am not human, I have a human heart, compassion, and the ability to protect and cherish humanity. But this kingdom, this world, cannot accept me. My last protectors, my last safeguards are the lovely residents of Nalan village, the kind and simple people. Yet the kingdom sends 5 women to kill us. The villagers trying to protect us were mistaken for outsiders and killed. Death, I want you all to die. Since you won't let me become a Buddha, then I'll become a demon. I will slaughter the entire kingdom and wash the capital in blood to avenge my family. This ungrateful kingdom deserves to perish. Listening to LaFan's endless stories, Momonga got excited too. Now that there were stories, there had to be some Chunabiu middle school syndrome remarks. For example, the Blood Knight or Blood Demon who sheds blood as tears, etc. Meanwhile, Zijai and Nabe standing to the side unconsciously shed tears. Ah, what a touching story. They also expressed their deep admiration for the talents of the Supreme Lords. They could have relied on their abilities to make a living, but they chose to rely on their talents and win people over with virtue. Thank goodness Sebastian isn't here. If he were, he would definitely yell, "You call this winning people over with virtue? This kind of mass killing makes me want to vomit blood." The Blood Demon and Blood Knight set off from the village that had been destroyed by the Imperial Knights a few days earlier. And all the way, he roared things like, "If the world can't accept me, then I'll destroy the world." Utterly melodramatic and childish pronouncements. Moreover, there are more than a dozen lines of dialogue that are completely different from each other. They are as cringeworthy as can be. 2 monsters, one riding a warhorse and the other hovering in the air, were heading towards the capital. All life that stands in their way will be destroyed because the objective is to begin annihilation once they reach the capital. This was a decision made by the two after careful consideration, although their initial plan was to fight their way through. All lives on the road will die, but there is far too much killing going on and the capital is still so far away. How many will we have to kill along the way? Although both of them are extremely evil beings with a sin value of over -500, but they're both very cautious. For example, right now the two of them are in the throne room with tons of magical beer on top of them. As for sending people to follow the Blood Knight and the Blood Demon, no need, because both of them have magic that allows them to summon monsters from a monster's perspective. Using this magic, one can see the perspective of the Blood Knight and the Blood Demon from a distance. Nabe and Zizi were told to rest and the two of them kept drinking non-stop. Wow, that's incredible. We arrived in the capital in just 3 hours. Soldiers have emerged, fully armed. Upon hearing LaFan's thoughts, Momonga quickly switched to the Blood Demon's perspective. After a 3-hour attack, they annihilated more than 10,000 troops. The Blood Knight and the Blood Demon finally arrived at the gates of the royal capital. At this moment, an army of 100,000 had gathered in front of the capital, and the warrior captains were wearing the kingdom's secret treasures. Looking at the Blood Demon in the sky, warrior captain Gazif took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Lefanchi, it's all my fault. Can I pay with my life?" Then the Blood Demon sang out the lines saying that the Blue Rose had wiped out his people, and that he no longer had any intentions towards humanity. What it wanted to do now was to retaliate in kind. "If you kill one of my children, I will slaughter 10,000 of yours." His words were as arrogant as could be, but the warrior sighed, "But the people are innocent. Didn't you protect Khan Village?" "The people in the capital are the same as the people of Khan Village." The Blood Knight also spoke up, saying, "It's different. The people of Karn village are human, you are ungrateful, you resort to sneak attacks and you kill our people, you are worse than animals. The Blood Knight's words stunned all the soldiers present. They had never understood why these two demon gods would suddenly descend. Now I understand, it was the warrior captain who stirred things up. No, it was the king who stirred things up, issuing a heroic-level mission to hunt down the blood demon early in the morning. The strongest adventure team, Blue Rose, has not returned. They may have been killed by the blood demon. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun was slowly setting. The blood demon and the blood knight began to move slowly. Everyone held their breath. These two monsters were simply beyond human capability to defeat. Although at this moment all the soldiers are cursing the king and the warrior captain, the king behind them is their home. They must be protected. Meanwhile, inside the capital, the king had already ordered the eldest prince, the second prince, and the golden princess to lead the people in fleeing the capital. He himself intended to live and die with the capital, which shows that the king was a real problem. Perhaps he did it on purpose, because all the nobles had been sent to the front lines for him. How can we break the deadlock for the children and give the kingdom a better future? Unfortunately, he was overthinking things because outside the capital, the blood demon and blood knights unleashed their full power, and the 100,000 soldiers simply couldn't withstand them. Even the captain of the warriors was cut in half with a single blow and was dead beyond any hope of survival. The massacre continued unabated when suddenly a suit of platinum armor appeared in the sky. The armor then muttered to itself, "Is this all the strength that makes Lefan, whom all players fear, possess? If that's all the strength you have, then you might as well die." After saying that, the platinum-armored warrior charged down with a sudden burst of energy. The next second, Lefan and Momonga recovered. At that moment, their eyes met. Momonga sighed and took a sip of beer, saying, "As expected, this world is full of hidden talents. This platinum armor user is at least a level 100 player. Yeah, he's just an average level 100 player, he probably can't even beat Shaltir. If he were a top-tier player, he could kill him in a minute. But we can't rule out the possibility that he's hiding his strength." Hearing Lefan's words, Momonga took a deep breath. "Just like you and me, remote control? Oh ho, Momonga is so clever, he immediately recognized it as a puppet armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King. The plot has changed too much now, but that's good. It allows the forces lurking in this world to surface one by one. But it's not enough yet, we need more intelligence. How can we force out more of these lurking schemers?" Hearing Lefan's thoughts, Momonga was also stunned for a moment. Did they want to drag out the powerful figures lurking in the world and make the combat power system public? This requires someone with sufficient strength to sell it. Oh right, isn't there someone with mercy here? Let her sell it, after all she has the strength of a world boss, so selling it shouldn't be a problem. But how should we sell it? I was so stupid. I should wait for Demiurge to come back and ask for their opinion. On the plains in front of the capital, blood flowed like a river, and tens of thousands of soldiers sacrificed their lives here. At this moment, an old woman with white hair wearing a purple robe slowly walked to a corpse that had been split in two, squatted down and pieced the body back together. 5th tier magic, resurrection. In an instant, the corpse split in two, slowly rejoined. Soldier Captain Gazif gasped in horror. Huff, huff, huff. One of the 13 heroes, the necromancer Regrudo Bells Galangli, looked at the warrior captain and asked, "All right, that's all over. The blood demon and the blood knight have been defeated. What about Lagis and the others?" The warrior captain stammered. "They went on a mission and then they were killed by the blood demon." "That shouldn't be the case. I wouldn't be so reckless. Could it be that Lagis forced the group to go?" Looking at the platinum armor in the sky, Rigurito said, "It might be, partner, can you take me there?" The platinum-armored man looked at Rigrudo and asked calmly, "Is that little girl here too?" The platinum-armored warrior flew down and scooped up Rigurito. Rigurito hurriedly said, "Yes, hurry, hopefully we can find their bodies. A monster of this strength is indeed far too powerful for humans. Hold on tight." The platinum armor didn't care about the humans' miserable state. After all, as the true Dragon King, it had never cared about human lives. It only hates the players. Those are the villains who used world items to slaughter 90% of its own people. Although I now possess antibodies against time magic and world items, I am no longer afraid of players using world items. But it was still angry and it would attack whenever a player appeared. I originally thought that this time, player Lefan was really as invincible as other players said. It turned out to be just a level 70 blood demon which could be killed instantly with a wave of the hand. Could it be that the Lefan that players have been talking about is just a scam to deceive us? But why deceive us? In the temples of the 6 great gods and the ruins of the 8 Desire Kings, there are statues and records of Lefan's deeds. Perhaps this blood demon player is a fake Lefan, but even if he is, so what? Previously, when players first invaded, it was only because our true Dragon King lacked the antibodies. Now we have the World Tree's antibodies. You players are nothing but trash. Lefan and Momonga were unaware that, because they had added all sorts of melodramatic and childish settings and dialogues to the Blood Demon and Blood Knight, the Platinum Dragon King mistakenly believed that the Blood Knight and Blood Demon were players. If I knew, I'd definitely say that the Platinum Dragon King isn't very smart after all. The resurrected warrior captain had all his levels reset and he had to start training all over again. Fortunately, the level recovery speed is very fast. At most, a warrior captain can recover to their original level in 3 years. But things weren't so good in the kingdom because the disaster was caused by the king. The Blood Demon and Blood Knight's soaring resentment and desperate howls could be heard by every soldier. Even the people in the capital heard the roars of the Blood Demon and the Blood Knight, and everyone's anger was directed at the king. If it weren't for the appearance of that platinum armor, the entire capital might have been slaughtered by now. Meanwhile, Sebastian, looking furious, arrived at the scene of the war in the capital. He heard that Lord Blood Demon Lefan had been killed and he rushed over immediately, but when he saw the Blood Demon's corpse in the distance, he was stunned because this was a genuine Blood Demon, not the invincible Lord Lefan. Sebastian shook his head. He shouldn't be so insecure. Lord Lefan is the most invincible being, no one in the world can defeat him. He was heartbroken as he once again witnessed the immense casualties caused by the war despite his justice rating of 300. But Sebastian can't do anything because he is the most loyal being in the great tomb of Nazareth. The fact that a great philanthropist could stay in an organization full of villains and still help them commit crimes demonstrates the extent of Sebastian's loyalty. Working at the Great Tomb must have been the most merciless torture for him with every bad deed he committed. Seeing the soldiers all looking dejected as they cleaned up their comrades' bodies, the sergeant fell silent. He knew that after this war there would definitely be a rebellion in the kingdom, and the best way to stop the rebellion was to have someone take the blame. Soldier Captain Gazef had already decided to take the blame, otherwise he might have already committed suicide. This time, it was his fault that led to the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers, even though it was the king's order. He dragged his weary body toward the capital step by step. Along the way, all the soldiers looked at him with a different kind of respect than before, and even showed a hint of resentment that they did not try to hide. He looked into those eyes, straightened his back, and bravely accepted those eyes filled with resentment and hatred. His heart was bleeding, but he knew this was the punishment for his wrongdoing and he had to accept it. Sebastian watched as the warrior captain, whose movements were restricted, walked step by step towards the capital. With each step his feet were unsteady, but he kept walking. Looking again at the soldier's eyes, Sebastian sighed and walked over. "Do you need help?" Looking at Sebastian in his butler's uniform and the large number of soldiers' families searching for their loved ones on the battlefield, he stammered with all his might, "Thank you, if possible." "Could you find me a horse? I want to go to the palace." Sebastian asked calmly. "Why go to the palace?" The sergeant, his face resolute and his voice hoarse, stammered, "Someone should take responsibility for this, and I am the culprit." Sebastian looked at the pitiful warrior captain who had just been resurrected, who could barely speak and who could barely walk steadily. Sebastian couldn't bring himself to dislike a man like that. Sebastian looked in the direction of the palace and said loudly, "This is not your fault. This is the king's order. Everyone here knows that even if you don't go to find the blue rose, there are thousands of soldiers who will because the king has given the order." This matter is not your fault and you don't need to bear the guilt that you shouldn't have to bear. Hearing Sebastian's words, all the resentful soldiers were stunned. Yes, the warrior captain did nothing wrong, he simply carried out the task assigned by the king. Why should we blame him? The soldier captain looked distressed. He tried his best to take the blame upon himself, but Sebastian easily deflected the blame with a single sentence. How can this be allowed? If the soldiers and the people resent the king and the kingdom is already incredibly corrupt, the kingdom will then descend into civil war, something the warrior captain cannot accept. Having observed the country from the great tomb to the capital, Sebastian had long since witnessed its corruption. Every citizen was living in misery and he hated the country and its king. If Momonga hadn't told him to keep a low profile, he might have assassinated the country's king and nobles. Under Sebastian's words, some soldiers gradually began to voice their dissatisfaction with the king. In the past, no soldier would have dared to express dissatisfaction with the king because it was a crime. But now, one by one, the soldiers' families gradually arrived at the scene and they began to cry and scream. The king has lost his last straw, the people no longer have the kingdom in their hearts. Momonga and Leffen were unaware of the chaos within the capital, because after seeing the platinum armor instantly kill his blood demon, Momonga had already summoned all the guardians back. Of course, Sebastian is an exception. Inside the throne room, Momonga recounted the intelligence. All the guardians present took a deep breath, never expecting that such an enemy was lurking in this world. Demiurge's original idea was to establish the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown and then have Momonga become king himself. But this idea is too risky now. Oh ho, the platinum armor has arrived before the great tomb of Nazareth, but dares not enter? Interesting. Let's give mercy a try. As everyone began to consider their next strategy, Leffen suddenly pointed to the perfect person with silver hair and golden eyes. Someone's coming, why don't you go out and play with them for a bit? Understanding Leffen's meaning, Rensai bowed and said, Yes, Lord Leffen. Then a golden portal appeared and the next second Mercy vanished. Leffen snapped his fingers and took out the divine-level auxiliary Dao Jai Guan Shi mirror. Let's take a look at the strength of this world.